Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Well, don't be shocked by that shot you see on the screen. We did have a bit of a passing shower a few minutes ago, but I don't see any way we won't be getting going underway on time. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Sunday ECN cricket, you got to love it. In fact, not just cricket here from here in Malta today. We also have two matches later on in Gibraltar. And yeah, now it's time to get underway in match number 25. A little bit earlier, there was a coin toss as we saw Malta and the Royal Strikers. Their two skippers, they were out in the middle. Made a dab. Well, she's covering Tyrone on his day off today. Let's see what happens at that coin toss.
The first match of the day between Malta and Royal Strikers. Royal Strikers core. This is your tails, this is your heads.
Heads.
Heads is the core. It is heads. First. Royal Strikers won the toss and then decided to bowl.
There you go. Nice work, Meter. Made it look very easy in Priyan Pushparajan. He's won the toss for the Royal Strikers and they have elected to field first. Now, why don't we have a little bit of a look at what's been going on here in Malta before we turn our attention to this game. And I can tell you, we had a really exciting day of cricket yesterday. And I think that it's a bit of a mixed bag, you'd say, for the teams in the first week, as you'd imagine. But it started with the Southern Crusaders, Boom Boom, Basil and Afi Khan doing a number on Malta Day, whacking 145. Half centuries for each of those players. The Basil followed it up with 3 wickets in the second innings. Spinner Mahabub Rahman, he bowled very well as well. And despite the efforts of Navdeep Gill, who made a pretty good 38 of 14, the Malta Day guys weren't able to get close. And then fortunately for Malta Day, the batting fell apart in the second game of the day. Sri Jay Patel, nice to see him scoring some runs, but didn't have a lot of help. No one else reaching double digits. They only scored 72. Basil George once again finished a very good morning for him. He scored 40 of 14 balls. And then the afternoon session, the Blasters versus Sweetie United. Well, the Blasters, I like the way they put 100 plus on the board. Kohard was sent to the top of the order previously. His best score in ECN cricket was 18. He scored 63, batted really well. But the 104 that his team was able to get wasn't enough to keep the Sweet United team at bay. Yadav getting in the runs. And then the Blasters, unfortunately, they were blasted apart. They were bowled out for just 33 last game of the day in less than 7.5 overs. Kohard top scoring, but only 11. And then Sweetie, well, they tried a few things with their batting order. Ultimately, they got there within their 5th over. Bill Al-Qadir 4 for 1 in that last game was pretty incredible. Let's have a look at what's coming up this morning, though. Malta, the defending champions, didn't have a good start, though, losing both of their first 2 games. They do welcome the captain, Haroon Mughal, back. Johnny Grimmer is doing the keeping, won't be doing the captaining today. Also noticed Bikram Arora into the lineup. Noah Kostler as well. He is going to be into the lineup for Malta. So, yeah, Varun Prasad, mentioning him as well. So pretty star-studded Malta lineup. I think they've got a point to prove. And let's just see if they can actually do it here against the Royal Strikers team that, to me, they look improved as well. Pushparajan been a bit of a revelation. But looking forward to a day ahead. So Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. It'll just be me today. Might pull a guest in. Corey, he certainly deserved his day off. Of course, cricket 7 days a week. See how we roll here as we get into the start of day 7. It starts with this wide. It's a very harsh call. Jace Matthew does swing the ball a lot. And we are underway. Noel Kostler is out there. Good morning to everyone in the chat. Lincoln Beggs is in the chat and Keanu as well. Asking when we get a day off. Well, Corey's got his day off today. We'll try and kind of... wow. Very good ball. Yeah, we have to kind of mix things up a little bit with a 7-day-a-week schedule, but that's okay. We don't mind. Kostler, a pretty good player. Around the corner. Oh, bit of a tight one. I think Fanyan Mughal gets home there. Jace Matthew, for me, has been one of the most effective bowlers. He's getting that outswing. He just seems to have that perfect seam position, doesn't he? Yeah, Rob Thompson. Enrico was asking whether double time today. Well, maybe it's a sign that I've been actually struggling to get through the night games without falling asleep. That's 2 days in a row I've had to catch up in the morning. Some pretty entertaining cricket from Gibraltar last night. Hello to Kai Bay as well. Nice to have you with us. This is just knocked away to mid-wicket region. And yeah, Jace Matthew want these early wickets. I mentioned the fact that you've got Bikram Arora, Maltese national team captain, in the lineup. You've also got Varun Prasath in the Marsa lineup, looking for their first win in the series. This is right off the toe end of the bat. They run on it. Kostler has to run, and he does. They get through for one. An easy proposition, Jace Matthew, and I think particularly for someone like McGahl, it's a tough matchup for him because he really likes to turn on the ball and hit everything to mid-wicket. He doesn't have to do that, but he tends to do that as a habit. And I think I'd like to see him. Maybe trying to go the offside a little bit more. This is Kostler getting a boundary. It's just the only ball that wasn't really right from Matthew, and it goes to the fence. It is 7 without loss. And yet, it was just a little bit too short, wasn't it? And Jace pays the penalty. Have a look at the expected scores, 99 to 81. Marsa, with some of their ins, Supercomputers pushed them up a little bit. That's despite the Royal Strikers having 2 wins in the series already. Marsa, they're the only team to only have played 2 games at this stage. Everyone else has played 4. Yeah, Marsa, only 76 runs per 10 overs. It's not enough runs, is it? I want to up that. They've got the team to do it. As we get ready for the start of over number 2. Yeah, loving the interaction in the chat. Come on, I need you guys to step up for me today. With Corey having the day off. Now, my planned day off is tomorrow. Coincidentally, it's the Super Bowl tonight. So that might work out pretty well. Here's Jason Jerome. Almost gets a wicket first ball. McGahl fouls it onto himself. And, as far as the Royal Strikers is concerned, they'll certainly sense an opportunity here. Jerome, a pretty reliable customer with the ball. So wasting no time, McGahl. He's a powerful striker of the ball. And, well, Exhibit A, there you go, as he whacks this one. Maximo, the first one of the day. So he takes it from a stump outside off, just heaves it away. Again, without that outswing this time, it's a bit of an easier proposition. And Jerome does the business. There you go, tries it again. That's the thing with Fanyan McGahl. I think he's a very good player, but I think he can become a bit of a one-trick pony. But that's kind of self-inflicted. It's not that he can't hit on the offside. And you look at the field here, they've got a deep mid-wicket they go to long on. There's nobody back on the offside. So these balls outside offside. I'd love him to just step and hit through the line and hit over that offside in field. This one cuts back a little bit at him. Pick up and throw. Very good bit of fielding. You know, that might have been out if it hit. I've seen some really good bits of fielding. Kasim Mohammed pulled off 2 of the best run-outs you'll ever see yesterday, kind of hovering in the infield. The one-handed pick up and throw. This would have been just as good. Pick up. No time wasted before the throws hurled away. But McGahl survives. Strikers, their captain Priyan Pushparajan has been really good in this series so far. Kostler pays this one some respect. So Marsa I'll put that ton plus on the board. Being asked to bat first, I don't think it's a bad toss to lose. Runs on the board quite often hold up in this form of the game. Hello to Binge Watcher. Hopefully you're well. Just popping my head in the chat. Push Parajan. He's new to the scene in ECN cricket, but he's impressed me. Seen him with the ball before too long, I'm sure. Noel plays this one out, and it's the end of 2 overs. The score is 14 without loss. So, not really a breakneck start. Now, conditions today in Malta, I think I might have mentioned at the start of the broadcast, if you just joined us, there was a slight shower about 15 minutes ago. Looking at the table, Sweet United 6-0, looking the goods. Strikers, not a bad start from them though. They're 2-2. They want to push up further into that top half today. Malta though, they need to get moving, don't they? Defending champions, although they do have a couple of games in hand on some of the other teams. Yeah, so the conditions today, currently 14 degrees. That's the expected maximum, so it might get a bit hotter. A little bit of a light shower came across the ground. Wasn't in the forecast. The weather can be a bit unpredictable here. We are an island. Hopefully it stays good for a sunny Sunday of cricket. Jace Matthews going to continue. And this is to the slot, and it's out of the ground. Maximo McGall makes the most of that one. This one doesn't swing. And that's the difference here. Matthew, for once, doesn't quite get that seam position right. Doesn't get that natural curve. And McGall was ready to pounce. That's good batting. I'm very well, thank you, Binge Watcher. Thanks for asking. Saturday nights take on a bit of a different complexion when you're working Sundays. So I played a bit of paddle tennis, which is our hobby in the crew. Had a good couple of hours running around. My legs are feeling it this morning. And yeah, straight back into the action. Matthew pulls up. You see there, no excuse to be man-catted really, because the bowler can't go through with their action. Kosler, so he just stops and makes sure he doesn't leave his crease. All this debate, it's a bit silly if you ask me. It's very avoidable. This is pulled a little bit too wide to the left. Keanu's asking why no Super Kings. That's a good question. I just heard that the Super Kings have got a few internal issues, which is keeping them off the park. So that's sad to see, but I mean, I do think you see some of the guys like Prasath and Bikram Arora spread around some of the other teams. It's probably a good thing for the competition. The whisper is whoever wins this ECS will get a ticket to ECL 24. So again, I can't confirm or deny that, but that is kind of what I'm hearing. And so, yeah, Kosler is going to face up here. He's been a little bit careful. You can understand that. It's his first innings of the series. Missed the games earlier in the week. And Jace Matthew, he's just lost a little bit of that natural outswing. The balls are funny. Well, cricket balls in general are funny, but when they're brand new and they've got that perfect spherical shape and the shine, then they will kind of swing from the hand. That's the kind of bowler Jace Matthew is. But even if they get knocked around once or twice, they get a bit wet, still a bit of dew on the field, and obviously had that slight shower. Seems to have just lost it. Let's see if anything, they're just seaming in at the moment. Costa can't catch up with this one. Hello to Mohammed Raz as well. Hello to Thunder, who's watching from Bangladesh. And everybody else. Why don't you drop in and say hello? Pajendra Yadav's there. Hello. Sorry if I've missed anyone. Hello to Harry Kershaw. Where are you watching from, Harry? Nice to have you with us. Keep me company in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Push and run from Kosler. He gets there. I suppose that's the minimum he should be looking for, at least to get the one and just start to feel in. He's very capable of playing the big shots when it comes. And he's got a pretty good record in ECN cricket. He's a high score of 55 not out. Has a couple of 50s. Averages about 20. That's not bad in this form of the game. So it's called a wide. They've been really harsh on these wides all week. So I will say they have been consistent. And the bowlers know it. I suppose as a player, you don't mind as long as the umpires are consistent and not only across both teams, but across the whole tournament. They've been very harsh, I think, even stricter than usual. And I'm a fan of strict wide calls in this form of the game. You want to encourage the bowler to bowl at the batter. A little bit short, gets it wrong, and gone. It's the first wicket of the day. Matthew, he just tended to lose his natural movement there, but he gets McGull. That's a big wicket. It's a ball that McGull might have knocked down to the ground, but he mishits it. He wraps the bat around it, and it ends up in the safe hands of Jason Jerome. You can see the strikers, they know that's a big wicket. Funya McGull, he has to go for 15. The score is 24 for 1. Nice, safe catch. No easy catches in game 1, first innings of the day. Also takes us to the end of the over, end of the power play, in fact. It's 24 for 1. So for me, it's probably a bit of a draw, that power play. Maybe shading towards the Royal Strikers, but we know last year 86 was a pass score here. That'll win you a lot of cricket games. I think partly it's the outfield, which is quite spongy underneath. So I think if you hit the ball along the ground, it's not too slow. But when the ball comes from the air, it tends to plug when it comes from up. Binge watcher is the question. Sorry you've missed it early, but what's the reason behind battle owner Shaheen to get selected? Very good question, binge watcher. I'll tell you how much I know. I'll wait for the start of this over. Anil Aloysius, it was a bit of a revelation the other day for the Royal Strikers. They've had some good pickups. He's going to bowl to Khosla. Bikram Arora, the new batter at the other end. He is keen for a run, but Khosla quick to turn it down as he hit straight short cover. Yeah, so there's a few issues in Spain at the moment, just between the regions. So Cricket España had a mandate for clubs to register for the upcoming season. It includes all clubs in Spain, including the Catalonia region, which includes Barcelona. And just basically, Cricket España couldn't come to agreement with some of the clubs, in fact, quite a lot of the clubs in the Barcelona region, and to play in ECL, well, Cricket España basically formally nominate the team that will play. And the idea was that Gracia should come because they won the qualifying event. In the air, and this is going to be 4. That'll be a confidence builder for Khosla, who's just been a little bit cautious so far. This time he basically throws caution to the wind, and he just throws the hands through it. Gets a fair bit on it, 4 runs. Good batting. You can see what he's capable of here, Noel. He's an experienced performer. Yeah, so Gracia basically weren't one of the clubs that wanted to put the pen on the paper. So, yeah, it kind of still puzzles me a bit, but they hit the deadline. 1st of January 2023, they hadn't signed, so they're out. Cricket España then nominated the team that were runners-up in that T10 qualifying tournament at the start of November, and that was battle owner Shaheen. So it's the way it is. I mean, obviously we hope they sort these issues out sooner rather than later. Of course, internal politics probably exist in every country, big or small. So, yeah, battle owner Shaheen. I suppose one door closes, another opens. I mean, I'm excited to see how they go. Of course, I'm disappointed with the Gracia guys, but I don't know enough about the specifics about why they were unwilling to sign. Aurora, he gets off the mark. It's a bit of a short ball, first ball. Bikram Aurora is a guy we saw captaining Malta at the ECC last year. Every chance we'll see him in the upcoming European Cricket Internationals as well. This is going to be away from the fielder, and it's going to be 4. So Khosla, that's twice that he's peppered that point boundary. A little bit short, a little bit wide. Not a lot of foot movement, but just good timing, good hands from Noel. He seems to be settling in here. It's another boundary. End of the over, it's 34 for 1. And yeah, so any other questions, please throw them in. And so Yeah, questions about the wildcard players. I mean, yeah, what Keanu's talking about there in the European Cricket League, which is coming up just for some of our new viewers, the European Cricket League, that is just a once-a-year tournament, and it involves only the champion clubs from various European countries. So there's 30 countries involved today, so that's 30 teams plus a 31st team, the returning European champions, Pakai Badalona. The regulations allow players to choose 2 wildcard players which have not qualified through the normal means. So the normal means is you have to have played for the club in the previous 12 months. You're allowed to pick 2 players pretty much from anywhere. And I don't know if all clubs will use it. I mean, I certainly would be looking to. This is just covering a few bases, partly because sometimes it's the team that makes it there due to work commitments or personal commitments or player movements. They may not be with the club anymore, may not be able to travel anymore. So Xavier Thomas comes in, gets a good ball past Aurora first up. Yeah, so because of that, all teams are allowed to pick up to 2 wildcard players to complete their squad. So I only know a couple of them, a couple of teams. The Spanish teams, the ones I know. I haven't looked at the squads as yet, still being put together. This is whacked away over mid-wicket. It's going to be for Cuatro Carreras, Bikram Aurora, Maltese national team skipper. So it wasn't even that short, but he just hung back on the back foot and he got plenty of that. He has had a couple of length deliveries to deal with so far. He dealt with that one pretty well. Hello to Danush, who's saying good day, and hello to all the ECN fam. Hello to you, Danush. Nice to have you with us. And yeah, so the wildcard players I know is Pakai Care, who are already European champions. They've got Daniel Doyle-Kaye and Christian Munoz-Mills as their wildcard players. So they're staying in the country with Spain. This is up, and that might go all the way. Well, there were some thoughts of catching that. Is that Harun Magal there? And then he said, well, actually, withdraw my offer to catch it. And then he sold the opposition dugout up the river there, pulling out the hands at the last moment. But Maximo, what a shot from Bikram Aurora. Thanks very much for the questions. The Badalona Shaheen wildcards, I believe, Hamza Salim Dar, and Raja Adil. So, yeah, both the Spanish clubs going for Spanish internationals. Hamza has a previous association with Badalona Shaheen anyway. Oh, Aurora, he's getting a fair bit of chin music at the moment. Xavier Thomas gets that one over his shoulder. Says, well, this is a bit shorter, see if you can deal with this. And Bikram was a little bit late on it. I don't know how much cricket Bikram's played lately. Does hold a record for a partnership in T20 internationals with Varun Prasad. Wide over the line. Yeah, so they're the wildcard players I know. Like I say, whether clubs choose to take up the ability to do that or not, I'm not sure. I think last year it was kind of done on a case-by-case basis based on availability of the existing player groups. That's how we saw players like the Bulgarian Express and things like that. Throws the bat at this, and it will go the journey. Maximo! Got very fast hands, Bikram Aurora. He just continues to get these balls on a length. He had the width to create something there. Brings up the 50 for Masa in just the 5th over. And so, going to keep going with some of the other questions. Sada is asking, will there be ECS on every Sunday? And the answer is, well, there should be ECN cricket on every Sunday this year, with the exception of when we're in Khartoum, just because of that structure of the tournament and changing the groups over. There should be cricket on ECN every Sunday, whether it be ECS cricket or sometimes we've got internationals for you. In a couple of weeks' time, we have the first ever ECI T10. High and long. Out of the ground, Maximo Aurora. I think initially I thought he didn't quite get enough of that, but I was fooled, and that's the power of the captain of the Maltese national team. He goes back-to-back Maximos and finishes the 5th over. It's 57 for 1. Masa building a pretty healthy score here first up on a Saturday morning in match 25. Yeah, so a couple of new things this year. Partly due to the amount of cricket. So instead of ECS being Monday to Saturday, we are doing Sundays as well, and that basically frees up a couple of days to do some international series. This is the ECL, and you can see because of the structure there, 3 days per group. So Group A will be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Group B is Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Then Sunday is off, but only during the ECL and the ECC later in the year. Group C will start week 2 on Monday, and Group D week 2 on Thursday, and so on. There's 2 days of group matches and then straight into finals, so you don't have too long to settle. You just play your opponents once, and the bottom team is eliminated, and the 3rd day is finals day. Pretty firmly by Kosler, who at the moment probably realises that Aurora is on a heater and he should get the strike. So here in Malta, we will have our first ECI at T10, so that's one of the new things this year, that we'll have some international series scattered throughout the year. I'll give you some more information about that in a second. Pushparajan, the captain, comes on. Badly need to break this partnership. Won't here, but it's a good field position, I think, to Aurora. He's slashed a few in that area, just a single. So in 2 weeks' time, 2 weekends' time, it'll be the 18th and the 19th of February. And we'll have a 3-way T10 International Series here in Malta. Edged and dropped, and really should have caught that. He was on the back foot. Kosler, he gets a life. He's annoyed with himself here. Probably slightly slippery ball. Josh Matthew. Back him to catch this. But just have a look here. He just kind of puts 1 foot back when he could have held his ground. But really, it was all about the hands. It was in, it was out. And Kosler, he isn't the man doing most of the damage at the moment. He does get the man that is Aurora back on strike. And Aurora pounds this square of the wicket. There's been a few balls hit this way. Maximo! Bikram. He's certainly a guy that can hurt you and hurt you pretty quickly. He moves to 30. Yeah, so the 3-way ECI series will involve Malta, the hosts, as well as Spain and Austria. That's right, here in 2 weeks' time. I'll be bringing you that. Rico Full will be with me by that time. Corey, of course, will be coaching Spain. Oh, that's gone. Yeah, it is. And if there's no bat in this, had to be out. Hits him back pad. And look, credit to Pushparajan. I mentioned it's his first series. We've seen him on ECN, but he sure looks like a guy that can change a game. And they need to get Aurora quickly, and they do. I think they'll be happy they get him for just 30 the way he was looking. See this on the replay. Yeah, that's not missing. That's hit the back pad. That's crashing in the leg stump. Good decision from the umpire. Bikram just misses a straightish one. So one of the few balls he got that probably would have been hitting the stumps. He had a lot outside off and a lot that was short. But he becomes the second wicket to fall. Nice little cameo, though, from the Maltese skipper. It's 66 for 2. So hopefully that addresses your question, Sada, about Sunday cricket. And look, something we are also doing for the first time that I'm really excited about. So we've got that Saturday and the Sunday, the 18th and the 19th of February coming up. That's ECI, but that's men's ECI. We have our first ever women's ECI as well, and it starts on the 20th of February, the very next day. So I'm actually flying from Malta to Gibraltar for that women's ECI, and that'll involve 4 nations. The host Gibraltar, as well as the Netherlands, Sweden, and Italy. And our first ever women's T10 cricket. Isn't that great? Cannot wait. Something a lot of people have been asking for a while now. And I've also been pushing for it, and a lot of people are going to be really excited to see that event. So really exciting year for ECN as we continue to grow, continue to have ambitious targets. 66 for 2 right here after 6. New batter coming out, and this looks like Niraj Khanna, who is going to come out at 4. Again, first we've seen him in the series. He negotiates the first ball. So, what do you think about that? Women's T10 cricket. I mean, it'll be a very new experience for them as well. But that facility at Europa Point is going to be a great backdrop. And that's going to be a night series, 2 matches a night. That ECI, it runs for 6 days. So, yeah, they're the main changes this year. International spread throughout the year. Cricket on Sundays. And the other thing is, wherever possible, we're going to try and play 5 matches a day instead of the regular 4. First ball sprayed from Aloysius. The 7th over, caught wide. So yeah, here in Malta, it's a bit tough to get the 5 games in because of the amount of sunlight. Obviously this time of year, we're kind of just coming out of winter, aren't we, in the Northern Hemisphere. But the plan is to get more matches in by having 5 matches in a regular instead of 4. And those ECIs, some people wondering about the format. Basically, it's a triple round robin, so there'll be 9 matches in an ECI weekend, a regular ECI weekend with 3 teams. So Spain, Austria, and the host Malta, they'll each play 6 matches, 3 against each of the opponents. Just pulled square of the wicket. Kana's off the mark. Nice to see him back. He's a stalwart of the Master Club as well. He's back in his regular number 7 jersey. Question from Venkatesh Ravi. Vinny, how come Vibor Yadav plays in Italy, Barcelona and Malta? Good question. I mean, there's no real restrictions about movement, and that's one of the great things about Europe as well. Vibor ordinarily plays his cricket in the UK a lot of the time. Misfield, but I think it'll just be a single. Doesn't cost him a run. And so here's the thing: these days, if you, for example, if you're a digital nomad, if you can work from anywhere, and because communities are being brought together by ECN cricket, there's contacts being made, and I think people know that Yadav, he likes to get his face on ECN. Oh, close. I see this from front on. We just saw the side-on view there. Let's have a look. I said close without actually knowing, so let's have a look. Does step across. Actually, I'm going to change my call to not close because that was missing by a mile. So, Aloysius looking for his first wicket. Punch down hard, but hits the sweeper just to run. So, yeah, Yadav, he was meant to play for Sweetie last year, but a few things got in the way. So I think he's pretty happy to get on the park for Sweetie for the first time. Or if you're out there, if you're a digital nomad, perhaps maybe you'd like to get involved and create your own cricket adventure. Ooh, let's have a look at this again. I have been consistent on these, I'll say it again, but this one for me, I think when it passes the crease, it seemed like it was fully inside. If it touches a little bit of the line, they'll call it a wide, but I wasn't convinced that time. Umpire's call though, they're in the best spot. Pitch start, just blast straight through the bowler. Only concedes a single. Not a bad effort from Aloysius, who goes for 17. Unable to pick up a wicket though. 7 overs down. The score is 73 for 2. And well, so much going on, like I said, in the actual ECL, the 3rd edition. It's only 22 days away now. It'll start Monday the 27th of February. We saw the clubs a moment ago. It'll be at the Cartama Oval in Malaga in Spain. And if you can get some time off wherever you are around the world, we'd love to see you there. It's a great setup for watching cricket. Got the spectator facilities there. We've got the catering and everything sorted out. Victoria Surveys, I'm sure they'll kick in as well. They normally are our official beer sponsor. But even if you don't drink beer, there's plenty to do down there in Malaga, and you can see a cricket tournament unlike any other. It's the Champions League of European cricket. It's only 22 days away. So I will just put a caveat on that. Some people are often thinking, you know, if they come and play for teams, is it a lucrative thing? There's no swings and misses. Survives though. You know, typically there's no real. It's not a professional pursuit, so you're not going to receive match payments or anything like that at this level of cricket at this stage. I mean, we're certainly hoping that within 5 or 10 years that might be different in Europe, but still in its infancy, ECN cricket. So someone like Yadav, he's not on big bucks or anything. He's doing it basically for the love of the game and for the adventure, I'd imagine. And a binge watcher, yes, good point in here in the chat. Come back to that in a second. Jerome is back for his 2nd over. This one is going to be at 2 because it pulled up so quickly that didn't get to Yadav Manu out there. So it's good running, good awareness from the batters. Let me just say something. Sajib said that the line belongs to the bowler. Well, not in ECN cricket. In ECN cricket, the line belongs to the batter. This is T10 cricket, and we had a little few tweaks to our regulations. And so, yeah, a ball must be fully inside that offside line to be legal. Oh, no, he's fielded this one nice. This will pull up, though, so they'll get another 2. Don't mind that from Yadav. He's trying to make something happen, but maybe it probably would have hung back and just tried to keep it to 1. You see these skates on the dewy surface. Gets applauded by his bowler, though. I suppose it's not so bad. Just costs him the 1 run, doesn't cost him a boundary. Binge Watcher saying if T10 is sanctioned by the ICC, it'll surely go crazy more than football all over the world in less time. And ICC is no mood for that. Well, what I will say is the European Cricket Championship, our T10 cricket, is officially sanctioned by the ICC and has been. So that came through once again for this year's tournament not too long ago. Costa goes back and punches. It's been a bit of a rock. The other thing is rocks don't move that quick. So he's hit a couple of good shots, but yeah, Noel just working his way into the tournament. Really, Aurora, when he was there, that's when things really got moving. Apart from that, about 100 pace. Yeah, so all of our international series here, ECC obviously, but even these ECIs, they're in line with the ICC criteria for representing your country. Knocked over. Khanna's going to have to go. He showed the bowler the stumps, and the bowler was ready to walk on in. That's a good bit of bowling by Jason Jerome. And you can see there, maybe got a little underneath edge. He's basically yorked himself. And so, unfortunately, it's the end of the road for Niraj. He doesn't stick around too long in the end here. He makes 2. The score is 79 for 3. Well bowled by Jason Jerome as well. Yeah, so T10, I've got to say, I agree. It's nice to have an opinion. In my opinion, it's no better or no worse than anyone else's opinion. I feel with things like the Olympics and stuff like that, it'd be a huge mistake to push forward with T20 cricket for that. I think you've got to be inclusive. You've got to look through the eyes of someone that might be seeing cricket for the first time and show all the best bits in the smallest amount of time. And I think T10 has to be the way to go. This format in particular, where artificial wickets, smaller boundaries to encourage shot making, and where you can do it in any country. It doesn't have to be a cricket playing country where there's natural turf wickets or anything like that. So Jerome comes into Varun Prasath, batting pretty low here. Prasath batting 5. It's good Yorker first up. This one doesn't get past the field. It'll be the end of the over. Good over from Jerome, as he's able to quieten things down. There's just 6 off that over, so the score's 79 for 3 after 8. Venkatesh talking about the ECLs, about change of location to Kartama for the second season. First season was a bit of a pilot event, to be honest, and that was pre any ECS cricket or anything like that. It was because of that first ECL. Looking at the Manhattan there, by the way. 1 magical over, nothing else above 10. So, yeah, with the exception of that over, where Aurora really got after the bowling. It's been pretty quiet. Pushpa Rajan, pretty good guy to have bowled the 9th as well. So, look, I think it just comes down to the expansion of European cricket since that ECL. The first ECL was 3 days. It was played on a turf pitch. You couldn't do that anymore. You know, you couldn't do that anymore with the volume of cricket that we've got going. The first ECL, you got to remember, was only 3 days, and I think they even changed the pitch for day 3. Swing and a miss from Kostler. He's trying to accelerate, but hasn't been too easy for Noel. Going to be hit and miss in this innings. So you just could not do that with the volume of cricket we've got now. And it's all about inclusivity. So now we've expanded from 8 teams in the ECL to 31 teams. So it's a lot of cricket to get through. Noel hits down the ground. Fielder does well. Aloysius keeps it to 1. So yeah, I suppose you've got to realise there's no real time to prepare pitches, considering all the technical things that go into it. I kind of like it. I was kind of a bit cautious about it at first when we went to an artificial wicket for ECL, but it's been a huge success because it's just allowed more people to get on the park. It's taken the pitch out as a variable. And I think in this form of the game, that's good. You get two teams batting on the same surface. It's consistent. I think if you use the same pitch, you just wouldn't be able to. By day 5, day 6, it would be deteriorated to the point that the cricket wouldn't be very good to watch. Spinners would have a field day. So I just think it's gone that way for a reason. This is Prasad who gets a full toss and he slashes away. He'll get off the mark. Rare error from Pushparajan, who just tries a Yorker to Prasad. But it turns out to be about a knee-high full toss. Not really off the middle of the bat from Varun, but he'll be happy to get off the mark with a boundary. Yeah, give us your thoughts in the chat. Appreciate everyone's opinion, of course. Respectful of everyone's opinion. I suppose a lot of people probably don't realise how much goes into the organisation of these events behind the scenes. There's a thick edge, and it's going to have enough to get over the fielder, and I can't imagine that being stopped. Josh Matthew goes back, and Prasad gets back-to-back boundaries in the same region. And just the pace of Pushparajan creating that now. It's had enough, so the third man's going back. The backward square leg's coming up. No deep mid-wicket, so there's the third man that's just gone back. Apart from that deep square leg, long on, long off, and a deep point. So that deep mid-wicket, I think, is an area Prasad's looking to attack if Pushparajan goes at the stumps. Oh, he goes a little slash again and misses out. So you can see some of the good players still finding their way in this series. They haven't had a lot of batting. Of course, there are practice facilities here, but you know the nature of European cricket, they don't get a lot of time to train and work on their game outside the matches. Last ball of the 9th. South goes after it again, thick edge, and he's gone. So yeah, Varun couldn't really find the middle of the bat in that innings. Got a couple of boundaries, but it's a nice catch taken there by Manuel Augustine. He's sporting a very good moustache. The moustache game's been strong from some of these players in this series. It's a nice catch. Okay, yeah, it should be taken, but the first up, slightly greasy ball. Pushparajan gets his man in the end. He over went for 9, but there was 2 boundaries in there in the third man region. Apart from that, just a single. So no luck for Prasad. He goes for just the 8 score. 88 for 4 after 9. Let's see if Master can push towards that 100. So, yeah, thanks for all your questions about ECL. The evolution of ECN cricket, it's been quite an interesting journey. Originally, it was just meant to be that 3-day ECL and probably once a year. I think they were talking about at the time, okay, well, maybe we'll make it a full week next year. But because of this, domestic cricket has been ignited with this format and with the ability to stream matches all over the world, and because of the demand for this. So obviously the lessons have been learned along the way about how we can improve things, and little by little we're improving. And obviously, you know, financially it's not exactly a money spinner, European cricket at this stage. Now we're hoping we can attract more sponsors just by showing it. We can hope we can improve the cricket by showing it. We know that plenty of people around the world enjoy tuning into ECN. Hello to Ivan, who's watching. Let's get ready for the last over. Savio Thomas bowls a full toss. Hit down the ground. Kostler just happy to settle for 1 at this stage. I think he knows he hasn't really been able to get cracking yet. So Harun Magal comes in. He's a guy that can bat anywhere. I don't think he bats himself too low down the order, Harun. He's coming in at 6. Let's see if he can get the middle of the bat in a couple and maybe get them to that 100. Pretty well bowled, pitches up, Harun, he's got to start running and quick, but the throw's bad. Harun hits this and then he realises, it's 14 degrees and the legs haven't been warmed up yet. He's got to get off that knee and run. But the throw wasn't a good one from Chamkor Singh. Better throw, I think, even to the bowler. Would have had him short. Hello to Jamie Dodger in the chat. He's got a good question. Is there a particularly high scoring country on the ECN circuit that I can think of? One that springs to mind is Spain last November. Yes, that's an obvious one. Barcelona, where he fell to around 125, 130 was par, I think. Some days more. The other one probably springs to mind is Belgium, Jamie. Belgium ball, as we coined it. They had long batting orders, and that's the way they play their T10 cricket. McGall, again, has to run this time. I think he's going to be gone. So, second time unlucky for Haroon. Does the right thing, though. I think he got the wickets in hand, forced them to make the out. So that's unselfish stuff from Haroon McGall. See again, puts everything into the shot. He's kind of on the back foot. And again, almost got away with it. The throw almost sailed on Savio Thomas, but yeah, that's intelligent cricket from Haroon to go for it. Also, well done to execute the run out. So it's 91, pardon me, for 4. I just saw on our Twitter account, European Cricket, that Kevin O'Brien, the Irish international and superstar of the game in Europe, he was just commenting on one of our videos, saying how nice Bilal Khan's bowling action was. Swing and miss from Kosler, who finds himself 28 off 27 now. With 1 to go, they're not going to make the 100 here. Raw Strikers have a real opportunity to inflict the 3rd loss on Malta. Been joined out there by Faisal Moreau, so I think we'll have a bit of a job to do with the ball. Right now, his job is to run. And Kosler, well, his job is to get bat on ball. Hopefully a lot of bat on ball. He does, slashes away. He'll have to go for 2 here. Get a good throw and he'll be gone by a mile. And that's a nice bit of wicket keeping from Chanjal Sudasanan. He had a bit of an awkward throw, but he'll run out Kosler going for the 2nd. No harm in going for it. So Kosler's run out off the last ball for 29. And Marsa, they're going to finish 92 for 6. Pretty good stuff from the strikers. Just the 1 over where it got away. Aurora got after the bowling to score 23 in the 5th over. They really shut the gate. None of the last 5 overs reached double figures. 57 off the first half, only 34 off the second. Early on, it was more of the same. Joyce Matthews swing the ball around corners, but then something happened and he just stopped swinging it. And it was Fanyan McGall who was able to whack that one out of the ground. He couldn't quite time this. This was a good catch taken by Jerome. So Joyce Matthews got a wicket with the last ball that he bowled. That was the end of the power play. Bikram Arora into the lineup, and we know that he is a very, very good player, experienced player. Kosler had kind of bursts of brilliance as well, but for the most part, he couldn't really time the ball. That was a drop, and you wonder maybe it worked out okay because Kosler was never really able to punish the bowling through the second half. Getting Aurora for 30 was key. I think that he was 30 off 10 his innings, and you know, if you extrapolate that, if he doubles that, you're probably chasing something like 120. But Niraj Khanna came, he went. Prasad, he was able to get a couple of streaky ones away, but he didn't even survive the over in the end, and he went for just that 8. So good catching, okay? There was the one that was missed, but for the most part, I think they took the chances that they needed to, and they just managed to keep this Marsa lineup quiet. Unselfish stuff at the end from Haroon McGall. He ran himself out. Kosler ran himself out last ball, so they kind of did all they could, but they were only able to manage 92. I say only, but I think if you look at the ECS cricket we've had here over the last few months, it's slightly above average. 30 for Aurora, top scores off just 10 balls. He hit 4 sixes and a 4 in those 10 balls. Kosler just 3 boundaries, batted through the 10 overs for 29. McGall 15 before he was caught at square leg. As far as the bowling went, well, fair bit of good economy there. Pushparajan, the captain, he continues to impress me. 2 for 18. He was used as the 5th bowler. The openers got a wicket each, Joyce Matthew and Jerome. Even though Matthew just lost his shape a little bit, he still got away with it. Aloysius, a bit unlucky not to take a wicket. He went for 17. Savio Thomas, well, he was the one that got the treatment, but his other over actually was pretty good. He only conceded 4 in the last. So plenty to write home about for the Royal Strikers. Marsa, well, they've got their work cut out for them to defend this 92. But for me, it's probably a 50-50 call from here. So join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back with the second half of the first match of the day. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning. Back soon with more cricket from Malta. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta. Vinny Sandu with you today. Sunny morning here in the island nation of Malta for day 7 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. You can see the beautiful architecture in the background. It's very typical of what things look like here on Malta. And certainly a place we love to visit for cricket. Right now, an interesting match in front of us right now. Defending champions Malta. Without a win in 2 matches. This is their 3rd match. Take on the Royal Strikers, who are 2-2. Royal Strikers need 93 for victory. And I think the Royal Strikers, they'll be pretty happy with where they're at in this game. In the first innings, we saw Bikram Arora top scoring with 30 off 10. He took 23 off the 5th over. But apart from that, not a lot happening. You have to say, I mean, if you take the 23 off, that's 70 in 9 overs, in the other 9 overs. So less than 8 and over. But with that 23 off the 5th over, they've got themselves up to 92. So 93 is the target. Venkatesh Pakalapati is going to open the bowling for Malta, who I think are good enough to defend this, but they're going to have to bowl and field very well, and they're going to have to take their chances. So it should be a bit of a rip-up. And in fact, they might even have a bit of a minor tingle. We could have a golden ball opportunity here. Anyway, here's Pakalapati. Starts with a good Yorker. Dug out for 1. He's kind of a baby giraffe, Pakalapati, the way he bounds to the crease. Hello to Marnus, who's joining us. Hopefully you're well. And Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo Corey. He's got today off. Certainly hope that he gets a bit of R&R. He deserves it after putting in a good stint. Swing and a miss. Pakalapati slides that one in. There's Chamkor Singh facing up. So Corey's got today off. I'm planning to take tomorrow off. Bit of a coincidence, but I'm a bit of an NFL fan, as a lot of you guys would know. And Super Bowl's on tonight, but it does start after midnight here, so don't know how it'll go as far as my sleep goes. Well, he launches this high. Now this is a catching opportunity for Prasath, who doesn't get a hand on it. And in the end, it just carried a little bit further than he thought. It's a little bit of wind at the moment that kind of just drifts it over his head. You would expect a player like Prasath to get a finger on it, though. You see at the last moment, has to back. He's planning to catch that fingers pointing down, so kind of catch in front of his chest, but it just blows over his head and his hands. He just couldn't switch them around to the kind of reverse cup. That wasn't miles in the air, though. Leg side, has to be called a wide. Anything that misses the leg stumps are wide unless it goes between the batter and the stumps. Hello to Zishan, who's in the chat. Hopefully you're well. I'm saying hopefully Pakalapati's head shine won't distract the batsman. I've seen a few shiny domes. It's a bit of a trend, actually. He's a handsome guy, Venki. It's a good ball. It's a good ball from Pakalapati. His natural movement is just to slide into the right-hander, but occasionally one will hold its line. You saw that. It's right on the money. Sudasanan couldn't deal with it. Gets away with it, though. Good morning, all of our viewers that might be joining us for the first time today. Driven, Arora knocks it down, then kicks it. And effective. Keeps it to 1. So hello to everyone watching on FanCode in the Indian subcontinent, of course, and all of you watching on YouTube channel, TCN European Cricket Network. Pakalapati, it's bowled a good first over. You don't have too many bad ones. If you're defending double digits, Kosler in at slip. Push and run, and he'll get there. So it's the end of the first over. The score 5 for no loss. Pretty good start for Pakalapati. Let's have a look at the golden ball counter. And I said this is kind of in the zone, didn't I? And yeah, I can tell you I make this 112 matches without a golden ball. And, I'll get confirmation of that at some point, maybe during this innings. 112 gone over the 100. I think that Malta is a place that we have seen a couple of golden balls. One of them involving the Malta team in a dramatic finals day golden ball that saw them go through to the final. Crazy circumstances. There's Johnny Grimmer, one of our favourites behind the stumps as well. Fanya McGall to bowl over number 2. And this is just worked away off the legs. Maximal! The Chamkor Singh has already shown he can hit the ball hard. He hit one higher than you can imagine. This one, the trajectory is a bit more friendly for the batter and it carries the rope at deep mid-wicket, 6 runs. Marnus saying, for the sake of the Royal Strikers, he hopes the captain gets in soon, Pushparajan. Having said that, I think that Chamkor Singh showed enough in the power play. There we go, confirmation. 112 matches without a golden ball. Will the streak come to an end here in Malta? Down leg side, Johnny makes a partial stop, but it'll be 2 wides in the end. Johnny Grimmer has a birthday coming up. I know he's got a bit of a trip planned. I think he might be going to Greece during this tournament. He is turning 64 on the 16th of February. With Johnny G, maybe we can show him behind the stumps. One of our favourites. There he is. Moves very well for a man about to have his 64th birthday. Pushing outside. Bit of a mix-up. Hits and he's gone. He misses. So it'll be a dramatic dot. That was a chance to get rid of Chamkor Singh, who's looked the more dangerous of the opening pair so far. Let's see this from front on and see exactly where it went wrong. You see, he ran and got the news from the striker, Siddhasanan, that he wasn't coming, got it late. Got to watch your partner. That's the most important run in between the wickets advice, I think. Calling is super important, but watching, I think, actually might be more important. If you talk to guys that play in front of big crowds and stuff, you can't often hear a call, but you can always watch. A ball by McGall. Expansive drive attempted by Siddhasanan. Misses out. Binge watcher saying, McGall, maybe not in his rhythm today. I mean, every day is a bit different as a bowler. If you've ever done pace bowling in particular, you'll know some days you're kind of in the groove and some you don't. It's got a kind of tangly action. Down leg side, there's Johnny G. Nice work from the soon-to-be 64-year-old down the leg side. Fanya McGall. Can't quite get it right. It's a bit breezy here. That's one thing I would say, and it's expected to get even windier this afternoon. You saw that high catch that Prasath wasn't able to negotiate. I think that's all about the wind, even though you can't really see that on the screen. But it can get quite windy here on the island. It's well bowled. McGall shapes the throw but doesn't. You've got to find a balance here, Siddhasanan. I can understand respecting that delivery. It's a good ball from McGall. It's not an easy one to do something with, but you don't want to be blocking too many back. Hit in the air, doesn't carry to Aurora, who just grabs it on the bounce, just a single. Yeah, the pace is about 9 and over, so more or less they're on it. Hit straight and gone. Excellent catching, and that can be the difference. Chamkor Singh already hit a maximum, was looking okay out there. Aurora anticipated it. He took it low down in blustery conditions. Good fielding, and that's what you'd expect. You expect some professionalism from the Maltese national team skipper. Just a mistimed drive, hung long enough and blew a little bit further towards Aurora as well. It does well. Takes a good catch, and it is the first wicket. Chamkor Singh goes for 8. It's 15 for 1, so Fanya McGall, despite maybe not being quite in his rhythm, does take the first wicket in this innings. And at the moment, Malta, run rate wise at least, they've got their noses in front, but things can change very quickly. This looks like Vahan Masih, who's going to bowl next. He's another guy we've seen playing some good cricket for Malta. captain has come to the crease now, Pushparaj, and he won't be facing because it's the start of a new over. Fairly straight delivery first up. Siddhasanan does the keeping for Royal Strikers. Just works it away for one. So this should be interesting now. Priyan Pushparajan. He's new to the ECN scene. Looks a pretty good player. Bats 3 and bowls his 2 overs. Captains the Royal Strikers. Racing up for the first time. Square of the wicket. Well fielded. Fielding is so important, isn't it? There's McGall down there. Fania McGall doing the fielding. And he's kind of par totals. Call that in there. Siddhasanan almost gets the head taken off. Good bouncer. That'll be the one for the over. Just a little bit late in that hook shot. Still worth going. I mean, you've got the helmet on. If you get anything on it, it's probably 4. There's a fine leg. It's probably around more of a 45 than a fine leg in the circle. It's quite square. That's all. Goes after it, gets it pretty well, and that's why he's up the top. That's gone miles over the boundary. Maximo! Siddhasanan breaks the shackles in style. I suppose when you get the bouncer, you kind of know that the bowler has to pitch it up a little bit, so he's quick to get on the front foot, and that was no half volley. He gets it over the infield and the outfield, 6 runs. Each one of those will be a big momentum swing towards the batting side. Wind blowing the bails off. You can see it is pretty windy. Kai's just asking what's the average score over the first week. Good question. I can tell you. I think we were just waiting for a couple more days before we put the graphic up, so we've got a few more bars. But the first 5 days, I remember after 5 days it was 9.5 and over. So yeah, 95. And not sure after day 6. So yeah, mid-90s. You can see why I'm calling this a more or less a pass score. Last ball, the power play coming up. It's just worked away to the leg side. And they get through for a single. So Siddhasanan coming of age. And it's the end of the over. It is 24 for 1. Head of the power play, so middle overs now to 5 outfielders can be used. Let's see who gets the better of these middle overs. I think this is where this game gets won and lost, if I think about it. You can see the power play in the first innings was worth 24, and this power play was worth 24. So, well, there you go. Case in point, it's close. Looks like Faisal Maroza is going to come into bowl. I think he's been pretty impressive so far in this series. Round the wicket. Comes in to round about leg stump, worked away for 1. Pushparajan just faced the 1 delivery so far. So this will be a good contest, always will be. Nice shot, but there's a fielder out there. Get benefit of the 5 outfielders now, but those boundaries a little bit easier to protect. Premeditates the ramp, and it's probably clever bowling by Maroza. Just kind of floats outside the off stump. 2 things that make it hard to ramp: get it outside off stump and take the pace off. He did both of those things pretty well there. This is up, it's in the air, and it's just out of the grasp of the field. A good effort, but Pushparajan gets his first boundary. It was a bit of a teaser. Again, this game could hinge on the performance of Pushparajan. Gets it just out of the grasp of the deep mid-wicket. Good effort out there. That's Venkatesh Pakalapati, but it will be a boundary. Hit square of the wicket, will just be one. So, pretty interesting start to the day. Just got my updated run rate pass score for you, Kai. I think you're interested. Good movement by Johnny G. Forward to his right. Make sure that doesn't get past him. It's the end of the over. Morose, not a bad one. It only goes for 8. The score is 32 for 1 after 4. So yeah, the run rate after the first 4 days is 9.5, I believe. Just snuck up a little bit, but yeah, 9.5. So 95 average run rate. That sounds about right, doesn't it? Start of a new over, and Farhan Maseed, he's going to bowl again. Run rate required. It's crept up slightly now. Pushparajan, it's a bit of a loose one. Gets away with it. He's got up to 10.2. And after that ball, probably takes a little jump as well. Hello to Sundori as well. Nice to have you with us. Game in the balance here. Good looking shot. That'll take some stopping. Niraj Khanna won't be able to. Just a regulation cover drive, and it beat the man in the circle. That's a good shot. It wasn't quite a half volley either. He's held his shape. He's punched through it powerfully. Cuatro carreras. Good batting from the skipper. You can see he offers so much to this Royal Strikers side. Just keep that run rate required at about the 10. I think with the captain there, they'll feel that they're favourites in this match. It's this square of the wicket, will just be a single. So Sudasanan has his role to play. At the moment, he's got one out of the middle, but apart from that, he's just struggled to go at the run of ball pace. I'll say a quick hello to Lee Tuck. Nice to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Massey trying to close out his spell without any further damage. Short and hooked out of the ground. Maximo! Sudasanan. He was a bit late on a short ball earlier, but this one, in fact, gets it well in front of square. That's more of a pull than a hook, but just the height that he took it was about shoulder height. So, backs himself to get it over the fielder, and he does. Marsa staring down the barrel. Their 3rd consecutive loss, defending champions. Plenty of cricket to play in this one. They've got the target down to 50 more required. Shot, really good shot, and he picks out the fielder. Sudasanan certainly looks very, very capable, doesn't he? Messi, on for 20. Last ball of the over. Miscued, but gets away with it. Pushparajan will retain the strike, and it's the end of 5 overs. Game on here, it's 45 for 1. Going at 9 and over, that's roughly the pace required. Bit of a close one to get us going here on day 7. See who Marsa turned to in the second half. Well, just a quick reminder, if you haven't been with us this week, maybe you're tuning in for the first time, we had a bit of a fun activity the other day. We fundraised, we crowdfunded. We were looking for one robot mascot costume to join us at the ECL in Kantama. In the end, people were so generous, we could afford 2. There's the order. It's on the way to Sunset Beach right now. I emailed them, told them to expect it. Here's Morose in the 6th. Not out, but no run either. So that's going to be fun. Of course, the ECN robot in the chat all the time. So we're going to have now the ECN robots, actually, plural, at the ECL. No further shipping updates, but I promised I'd give updates daily. In the air, caught, and Pushparajan's going to have to go. Could be a big moment in this game. It was a pretty good catch as well because he was looking straight into the sun. Look at the shadow here. But it's Farhan Masih who finds himself down that third man position, and Pushparajan, well, he just tries to hit across the ball outside off stump. But he pays the ultimate price. He has to go for 13. Game swings maybe with that wicket. It's 45 for 2. So, yeah, taking your catch is all important, isn't it? We saw Royal Strikers put one down in that position. That was Kostler that was dropped. Okay, didn't cost them too much. Kostler wasn't that damaging. But he did engineer them to a total of 92, and at the moment, Royal Strikers slightly behind the rate, and they've lost their captain. Corey, who's off today, he did volunteer to be the first in the robot suit. But first, it has to get there. So, yeah, shipping updates. I'll let you know when I know something at the moment. Haven't heard anything. Of course, I don't want to talk about the eventuality that the site we ordered it from is ripping us off, in which case we've all put our money, myself included, into these 2 robot suits that may be of dubious quality. But let's see what happens. Yeah, Tarek's asking how's the bot going. Well, I haven't heard anything. Hopefully get a shipping update soon. Slow ball and muscled out of the ground. Siddhasanan coming of age here in real time. It's a little bit slow to get going, but yeah, he picks that and he hits it out of the ground. Not an easy ball to fetch. It was a slow ball from Morose, but it disappears. Maximo time. Brings up the 50 for Royal Strikers. This is just a classic ECN to and fro job this second innings. Now, wants to ramp. Just knocks it out. Morose knocks himself out, trying to field it. You can see there from the required rate. Started at 9.3. At the moment it's 9.6. So it hasn't really gone anywhere. It's going at the rate. And I think, let's see what's going on here. Has he lost a shoe? Yeah, maybe his pad blew off. He's got an unusual position. Aloysius is the new batter as well. He's no mug with the bat at all. He played some very nice shots when we saw him. So yeah, Raw Strikers, they certainly have been building. That's what I really like about these teams. Gets hit by this one. Be a leg by. Yeah, Aloysius is another one they've found. So teams, they then go after, you know, elements which they think they can improve their team with. Obviously, Aloysius offers a fair bit to the Royal Strikers. He's going to rub that one for a while, though. I think I missed the pad. After 6 overs, it's 54 for 2. We're going at 9s. Yeah, so 2 robots on the way. And thanks to everyone who contributed. It should be fun. So now, you know, every time you see them at Kartama, we'll remember the Robothon. That's the thing about ECN. Every day is an adventure. You can't really accuse us of being that repetitive when you see the every days differently, even though there's a lot of cricket. And I don't think there'd be anywhere in the world where you would have in a year something like this year. It'll be something like 3,000 hours of live sport, and for free. The mind boggles. One hopper, just a single. Singles are fine for Massa at the moment. That run rate required, creeping up to the 10 every time. It's a single or especially a dot, that rate's going to rise. It's just the boundaries that are going to hurt. Boundaries and extras will bring it down. Pitched up and driven. It's a pretty good shot, and I think it's going to find the rope, and it does. So Aslan Ashad's come into the attack, and Siddhasanan, well, he's taken on the extra responsibility now. It's a pretty good shot. It's also knowing your field. I think there's a long off and there's a deep point, but there was no one at deep cover. They push him back now. They bring up the deep square leg. So a wall of 3 outfielders defending that boundary now from point to mid-off. Also a long on. Where's the umbrella field? 5 outfielders in front of the wicket. T10 looks like he wants to ramp as well, so maybe that'll encourage him. I suppose one of the issues with trying to ramp on this field is it might not go for 4. It might, but it might not, because the field is pretty slow for those kind of shots. It'll probably plug a little bit because you're not really generating too much pace. You're just using the pace of the bowler. So I don't know if there's that much value in the ramp, but maybe there is with this field. And there's basically no one in the top right-hand quarter of the field. Dot ball. Oh, pardon my French. It's not a dot ball. It's past the fielder. He said, hey, that bounced one way, then the other. So, yeah, I was sure this would be fielded. It surprised everyone. Got away from the fielder, so that'll be a single. Every run counts at the moment. Binge watcher thinking that Pakalapati will come in and swing the game back towards Marsa. Just a single again, so Ashar doing a good job. But I suppose I need the 10 and over. There's 9 off this, so we don't know what will happen last ball here, but at the moment this over hasn't really moved the needle. Big delivery, last ball of the 7th. Just bunted away for 1. They'll have a pop at it. And they'll get a single, so they get the 10 off that. And game on here. First up on a Sunday morning. It's 64 for 2 after 7. Coming up, we have match 26, news from the toss. The Royal Strikers won the toss, elected to bowl first. Hoping to do similar kind of thing. Keep Marsa to double digits and chase it down. But well, let's just say this chase isn't going the way that they wanted. That game's coming up in around about 40 minutes. Making good time this morning. 29 off 18. Anybody's game here. Got 8 wickets in hand. They're going to go back to Fanyan Mughal, who took a wicket with the last ball that he bowled. Boundaries have been hard to come by here in this innings. 4 sixes, 3 fours, so basically 7 boundaries, 1 boundary and over. And that 1 boundary and over normally does get you that kind of 9, 10 and over run rate. At the moment, 9.14 is their run rate. 9.66 are required. Let's rock and roll. And he's gone. Mughal's on a hat trick. And it was just a ball that held its line. Aloysius aimed that one to go into the golf course. He got a little edge, and Johnny G behind the stumps takes the catch. Fanyan Mughal, a few people mentioning he maybe wasn't in rhythm, but well, he's come good at the right time. It's a pretty good ball outside the off stump. It's losing his shape slightly, Anil Aloysius. Johnny G, well, couldn't have dropped it if he tried, really. Straight into the mitts. And so Mughal on the first hat-trick of the season. We haven't seen a hat-trick yet. And last year, we had a bit of a drought. I think it was 6 or 7 weeks before we saw a hat-trick. Be a good time to open up the Hall of Fame for Mughal, wouldn't it? And an important wicket, I think. Royal Strikers probably don't bat as deep as some other teams. In their fairly short history of ECN cricket, they have struggled to consistently put runs on the board, enough runs to win matches. This is Savio Thomas coming out at number 5, facing a hat-trick ball from Fanyan Mughal. And he bowls a wide. We call that a Danny Hudacek special. Danny will be joining me for a little bit of commentary as the year progresses as well. When the hat-trick ball goes for a wide. And so we're still waiting for our first hat-trick of 2023. Thomas, if he bats well, they can get there. If he doesn't, it'll be real tough. That's a good ball from Mughal, just sliding in. I think that's intelligent batting from Thomas as well, because you'll see sometimes people playing an expansive shot there. But if you think about the game situation, you've got T10, and he's already seen an over from Fanyan Mughal. He's on 32 off 22. And I think just getting to the other end, there's 4 balls left in the over. That's smart from Savio. Oh, well bowled. Oh, this one jumps on Johnny G. And that one almost hits him upstairs. Really jumps off the surface. I mean, I guess it's a good stop in the end, but I mean, he was going to stop it with something, whether it was his gloves or not. Regal does seem like he's warmed up a little bit. Sunday morning cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Full toss, gets it slightly wrong, but he's got the protection down the ground. And I think this might be called a no ball. What's this from side on? Well, that hurts. Called on the field. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, it's about waist height. The umpires are instructed if there's any doubt, they should be calling it. That's just the way the umpiring's done here in ECN cricket. It was waist high or above. The umpire had the opinion that was waist height. So free hit coming up. And what's better for strikers is Sudasanan, the established batter's on strike. But he can't cash in. The opportunity goes begging for the batting team. Helix just reminding everyone, don't forget to push the like button to help out the channel. Let's get it big. Yeah, good viewing numbers this morning on a Sunday morning. A big hello to all of you out there. Fitting sound of here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network with you. And we've got a bit of a cliffhanger first up. 25 off 14 now. Another dot ball. It's been such a strange innings so far. There's been twos and fro's. Savio Thomas probably thinking, okay, now a couple to come in the over, so might as well have a go myself. Sudasanan at the other end. Just keeping himself loose. 25 off 13. Malta, have they done enough here? Up in the air. Connor comes around, takes a very good catch. Very good catch. Savio Thomas tries to drive, doesn't get a lot of it. And so he's going to be the 4th wicket to fall. Savio, yeah, tried to elevate, just didn't time it. And it is the end of the 8th over. The score 68 for 4. Pretty good effort from Magal. I mean, okay, went for a 6 first ball. But after that, he basically bowls 1.5 overs, 3 for 8. So it's a good effort from Fanyan. And Malta surely with their noses in front. 2 a ball ties it from here. But 9th over will be an important over. Probably the most important over of the match so far. And D-Wash saying it says European series, but why are they all Indians? Well, guess what? It's 2023 and the world's a bit more diverse. And in a lot of continental Europe, it is the push by the subcontinental immigrants and residents that is fueling cricket in Europe. That is the reality. Of course, there's quite a diverse cross-section of people that do play here in Malta as well. We've got South Africans, we've got all sorts of nationalities, Englishmen, Australians. Let's look at the Master team, for example. They've got people from all around the world. So I think everyone sometimes got to check your watch, and if you'll notice it's 2023, that people from all backgrounds live in different countries. Anyway, let's rock and roll. And Pakalapati hoping to get them further ahead in the game. He's going to bowl the 9th, and Sudasanan, last man standing, and he launches it up. It's in the air, and it's out of the ground. What a shot that is. Well, come the moment, come the man. And Chanjal Sudasanan has just taken this ball from Pakalapati. It's not a bad ball. It's not quite a Yorker, though. It's drivable, and he doesn't miss out. 6 runs. Sada asking, which sport do I love to watch? Well, one of the sports I love to watch is the NFL, and the Super Bowl's on tonight, to answer your question. But I do like watching baseball as well. Any ball sports, really. They want to run hard here. I don't think there's any chance they'll get 2. It would have been a sacrifice. And Sudasanan will get 1. He was desperate to get back to the strikers end, but he doesn't want to run himself out at this stage. No need to panic just yet. There may be a moment where it's time to panic. 18 off 10. Here's Manuel Augustine, who's coming out to bat at number 6. I think his job is just to get off strike. If he can get more, then fine. But he doesn't want to swing and miss. Good game. Manamar, says Rubate. Yeah. Bangla guys do love to yell that when they see a big 6. Pakalapati, he's going at the stumps here. He wants to knock over Augustine. It's a pretty good shot though. Very good shot. Beats the fielder. That's 4. What a start for Augustine. He just turns on this. I thought he might get 1, but with the pace of Pakalapati, he gets 4. Just using the pace. That's a really good shot and a bit of a bonus for the Royal Strikers. He took a good catch, Manuel, earlier. Get some length there. I think Pakalapati, we haven't really seen a Yorker from him yet. A Yorker at the stumps will be tough to negotiate. Actually, thanks, Frank. You're right, actually. I forgot the Super Bowl's next Sunday. Oh, well, you throw my plans into chaos because I had tomorrow off. And I was like, that's lucky. But I just realised that's the end of week 1, not the end of week 2. Well, I'll enjoy my Monday off anyway. Here we go with Pakalapati. Hit straight and hit well. Maximo! Augustine's come out and he's looked as comfortable as you like. And he even cheats about 2 or 3 steps down the wicket there. And he turns that into something very drivable and absolutely nails it. What a shot. Never mind the 1. Manuel. He has absolutely gone to town on Pakalapati. He's having a rough time in the 9th. I said it was the most important over of the game. So far, it's gone 6-1-4.6. So, yeah, last ball coming up. They need 8 off 7. So, in a matter of 2 minutes, it's swung back towards Royal Strikers. No doubt about it. With 1 swing of the bat, Augustine changes this match. Huge delivery coming up now. I feel like he's going to go at it again. Can he get them even closer to the target? Wow, it's probably a wide down the leg side. Johnny G appeals, thought there was glove, but there's a pretty good bounce from Pakalapati, but he misses the line of leg stump. Comes back too far. And if it misses the line of leg stump, it is a wide. I mean, those are the rules. Pakalapati just needs to find a Yorker here if he's got one in the bag. 7 off 7. Goes after it and gone. So he gets his man in the end. Augustine, though, that might be a really important 10 runs that he contributes to the total. And Kostler takes the catch in the circle. So we're going right down to the wire. It'll be 6 to tie, 7 to win off the last over. Couldn't have picked out Kostler any better. And Augustine, fantastic T10 innings. That's what Corey Rutgers would say, even though he goes 4th ball. And his 4 balls are 4.6 out. And that 6 was super important. Last overtime. Well, we've got the golden ball graphic standing by, but we could be on for a golden ball here. 6 singles will do it. Looks like Aslan Ashad is going to bowl the 10th over. Maybe Elvira, you can throw up the golden ball and just remind everybody, maybe if you're new to ECN, if we do have a tie or have a golden ball, the batting side will need 2 runs to win off an additional delivery. If they don't get 2 runs, they lose. Master, they've already got golden ball experience against AUM back at the end of the 2021 season. Last day of the season as well. New batter out there is Lawrence with a 7.77. He can hold the stick as well. They score off every ball. It's pretty hard to lose. Sudasanan probably wants to finish this quickly. Tries, gets it back. Will they go for 2 here? Oh, slight fumble, but they don't go. They probably would have gotten away with it, you know. Yeah, well, there it is. In the event of a tie, match decided by golden ball. We've had 37 golden balls in about 3 full seasons of European cricket. Is this golden ball 38 before your very eyes? The batters had a rough time of it since the start. The start they got 5 in a row since then. The bowlers have been doing their job. It's a pretty even split though. It was 10-10 after 20 golden balls. Lawrence faces up, 6 off 5. And he hits it. And McGall, he does well to stop the boundary, but they'll probably get 2 here. Yeah, I thought for a second that it might go for 4. I mean, your best case scenario was probably to keep that to 1. I suppose your best case scenario is to catch it, but if this goes for 4, then it's very tough for Massa. He doesn't quite get it. It's good effort from Harun, who loses a couple of caps along the way. 4 off 4. And I think, look, even though Lawrence is just there, you're taking every run at this stage. You're so close to the target. You're not turning down a second just to get Sudasana back on strike. 4 runs off 4 required. Boundary wins it for them. They won't get a boundary here. They just get 1. They're in a pretty good spot now, Royal Strikers. They need 3 off 3. They've got the established batter on strike, but Sudasana has been a bit hit and miss. Arshad's bowled a good over so far, but it's only half done. He's kept his team alive. Let's see what they do with the field here. Yeah, you probably don't mind trying to pinch a dot from somewhere. Maybe bring the cover in. They bring an extra man in the circle. 3 off 3. Goes after it. It's going, and game over. Off the fingertips of Khanna. And Sudasana, what a knock from him. He's going to finish 47 not out. Maximo. Strikers win it with 2 balls to spare and a really entertaining first game of the day. And Sudasana, well, he was swinging like a rusty gate early, but he came good and he really showed composure under pressure in that innings. And Massa, they lose 3 on the trot, the defending champions, having a rough time of it here in 2023. And it was a good effort from Khanna. You can't really blame him down on the long off boundary. He went down to his left. He skated it around, but he couldn't get a whole hand on it. Couldn't keep it in play. Couldn't keep the game alive. What a good game of cricket. And I think as we look at the highlights, it was Shamkar Singh. He hit this one up into the heavens, and well, good heavens, said Prasad. Couldn't get a hand on it. Pakalapati bowled a good first over. But we saw Shamkar Singh. He hit a couple of good shots, but he was caught very well by Bikram Arora at mid-off. And then the captain came to the crease, Pushparajan. But got to say, captain had to take a back seat. Sudasana, when he started hitting, he looked very good. Pushparajan went, you thought that one might swing the match, and it probably did towards Massa. It was a bit of a toing and throwing encounter through the middle overs. Sudasana just kept on keeping on. McGall came back. He bowled really well. Fanyan McGall finishing with 3 wickets, including this one, well held by Khanna down at long off. But Sudasana, when it came down to it, it was really on his shoulders. Got to say that this was a really good little cameo from Augustine. He got 4 and 6 before he was out. That just got them closer to the target. McGall, Harun McGall that is, that was a good effort to stop the boundary, tried to turn it into a catch. And unfortunately for Niraj Khanna, couldn't keep that one in the field of play. It was over and out, and Massa tumbled to their 3rd loss in as many matches. Last year's champions and 3-time champions here in the ECS. Late change here, Sudasana holds his place, and well, they're pretty happy about that. Augustine will grab the gloves though in match 26. This is coming up in around about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Royal Strikers, once again, they've won the toss. They're bowling first. They'll be hoping for another successful chase. 47 for Sudasana at the top of the order off just 28 balls. He was the engineer. And Captain Pushparajan going for 13. I've got to say, Augustine, though, his 10 was crucial. When you think about how he got them and when he got them, as they were able to achieve the target with 2 balls to spare. McGall was the star, went for a 6 first ball, but finished with 3 for 14 of his 2 overs. Also wickets for Pakalapati and Morose, but Pakalapati, he'll be disappointed that the 9th got away from him. He conceded 18 runs in that 9th over. And unfortunately for him, just was a momentum buster for Massa. Well, what a great start to the day. I'm looking forward to the return clash between these teams. I hope you are too. Join us in around about 15 minutes as we take you into the second game of the day. Until then, it's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu for ECN. Hope you're having a wonderful sunny Sunday like we are here in Malta. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground. It's time for the second match of the day. Vinny Sandu with you for the European Cricket Network. And we are loving the sunshine on a sunny Sunday morning. We are getting into match number 26. This is a match between Malta and Royal Strikers. Well, defending champions Malta, they've gone to an 0-3 record now. Royal Strikers, they are a bit of a heater after winning the first game. Let's see what happened at the coin toss firstly. Amita Dab was with the two captains.
Second of the double header between Royal Strikers and Malta. Malta gets call. This is your heads, this is your tails.
Heads.
That is tails. We've got a ball again. Strikers are bowling again.
Priyan's been pretty good with the tosses this morning. You probably already see he's elected to field because the Royal Strikers, they're out there. A couple of late changes here. Faisal Moreau's coming to the lineup. Originally, he wasn't selected for this game. Likewise, Chanjal Siddhasanan. And I think that's a pretty good change for Royal Strikers because he was such a force in that last match as he was able to get the Strikers to victory in the last over. So, fortunately, Pakalapati is unable to take his place in the lineup, and he injured himself during the last over he bowled. So he's been replaced by Faisal Moreau in the original 11 listed. And then the other thing is Siddhasanan. He maintains his place, and yeah, no surprises there. That's going to be something the Strikers will be happy about. And originally he wasn't listed. Archon Joyce was feeling a little bit unwell, and he wasn't the original 11, so he misses out. Jace Matthew, he's going to bowl the first over. Zia Marsa staring down the barrel of being 0-4, unless they can pull something out here. We'll say well done to Amita Dab. She's covering the refereeing spot today as Tyrone is off. Hope he has a great day getting around the island. Corey's also off today. Sunday cricket here on ECN. Let's get going. Shake, rattle and roll. And Jace Matthew to bowl to Kostler in match 26. He starts with a wide, but it's good to see him getting that swing, so he'll be happy about that. I'm going to say quick hello to everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone watching on FanCode in India. Hopefully you're enjoying the action. First one was a good one, wasn't it? Right down to the wire. I thought we might break the golden ball hoodoo. But wasn't to be. Still no golden balls in 2023. Kostler gets a fair piece of this one. That's out of here. Maximo! Not quite the hoop Matthew was looking for. And the only swing was coming from Noel Kostler, who kind of laboured throughout his first innings of the day. Ended up batting through the 10 overs, couldn't get out of the 20s. But this time, he's certainly made a more positive start. Played some good shots in there as well, but it just wasn't really often enough. He hit a lot of ones, he clunked a lot of drives that just went for singles. What's the reply from Jace Matthew? Well, Kostler does something similar. This isn't going to be caught. It'll probably bury itself in the surface. And it went so high they'll be able to come up out for two and almost get more as that airmails on the keeper. Siddhasanan just saw he is keeping. For the Royal Strikers. Down the leg side, it's well handled. Say hello to Lee Tutt, who said Royal Strikers. Strong arm emoji. Yes, that was a good win from them last time around. Hello to Sundori as well. Late change. Well, sent back. Now they're going to get one, and this is going to be hilarious. They'll still get a really long single here because it was misfielded. Maybe we can just show the batters because Kostler's turning around. He was totally oblivious to the misfield. McGall. Oh, he's gone. He's absolutely plumb LBW, and Matthew gets his man. McGall goes first ball, so the single backfires in the end. I mean, yeah, I suppose maybe you could argue they should have gotten 2 last ball, but I mean, regardless, you could also argue they shouldn't have got any. McGall swings all the way across this one. That is about as plumb as you can possibly be. And he's just hit on the bent back knee in front of middle stump, and Giles Matthew gets a crucial breakthrough. Marsa can't take a trick. So we'll bring Bikram Aurora to the crease. Top scored with 30 off just 10 in the last game. He's got to deal with a bit of a handful from Matthew here. Giles Matthew is a guy that can swing the ball a lot. And here's the thing, Bikram Aurora didn't have to face him this morning. Matthew got his first wicket off the last ball that he bowled, which brought Aurora to the crease. So this should be an interesting one. Matthew to the Maltese skipper. A bad ball. Aurora handles it, pushes it, and gets out the way. And sometimes when you've got a bowler that's doing a bit with the ball, the safest place is the other end. That's where Bikram Aurora finds himself. So it's over to Kostler. Still a ball to go here, but I might just let you know. Somebody reminded me on social media. I'll come back to that in a second, unless that is the end of the over. I don't think it is. What have we got? A couple of whites in this over. So will be one to go. Come back to that in a second then. Let's wait for this over to finish from Giles Matthew. Kostler pushes Aurora. It's good running. He backs up. And that steals 2 or 3 metres at the start. That gets him home into the over. It's 13 for 1. Yes, let's have a look at what's coming up tonight. Now, those of you might remember day 5, match 10 was abandoned in Gibraltar. And they're going to make it up tonight, seeing they're playing anyway. Sloggers and Entertainers getting going tonight. And so pretty much you've got 7 games straight today on ECN. You've got 4 here in Malta. And then straight away we'll go over to Gibraltar. And the Sloggers and Entertainers will basically play a triple header. Matches 33 and 34 as scheduled. And then match 10 is made up after that. So settle in. 7 matches. That's about 14 hours of cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. Enjoy it. Yeah, Sloggers is falling off the pace a bit, and Entertainers have gathered a bit of steam lately. Here's Jason Jerome over number 2. Pitched up, Costa drives. He's not confident. That's good running from Aurora. Yeah, maybe you can show you some camera 1. You see Aurora, he, number 1 there, he is mainly looking at Kostler. Okay, he has a little peek at the ball, but then he's looking at Kostler. He doesn't get caught ball watching too much. And that's why he turns around. So often we see a loss of eye contact leading to a mix-up. Oh, Kostler, lucky to get away with this. This goes straight over the stumps. It's a little fundamental there. It's pretty it's pretty easy to get carried away seeing your batting partner crunch the ball and then just taking off. Your batting partner, most of the time, they can see where it's gone. So they're a good indicator of whether there's a run there or not. binge watcher saying it's his day today. 14 hours of continuous cricket. Now, it is. A lot of people say that ground in Gibraltar under lights looks like it's a video game. What do you think? There's a lot of stuff on social media. The artificial surface and the lighting, I think it looks like a video game, live action video game. Kostler pins his ears back on this, gets the inside at half of the bat. This is just a single. Aurora, key to this innings for me. Farron Prasad looks a bit short of batting. See who they send in next. Whether they go for Prasad or maybe they persist with Niraj Khanna, who we saw at 4 in the last game. Yeah, everyone looks a bit short of batting. This is a nice leg glance to a ball that was well outside the leg stump. Jerome gets it wrong and Aurora cashes in. Cuatro carreras, 4 runs to Bikram. Organised batter that he is. Wasn't going to miss out on that. It was either going to be a wide or it was going to be 4. It was the latter. I suppose, Marsa, you also got to realise they've just played 2 games. Everyone else in the competition's played at least 4. Some are up to 6 now. And you don't underestimate that. The more you play, the more you get in the groove. I think in this format, it comes automatic. Oh, that could be gone. It is. And what a good ball from Jerome. It nipped back off the pitch and it caught Bikram flat-footed. I think it hits the back pad in front of off stump, and that's a very good decision. And Jerome gets the breakthrough. Slow this down a little bit. You can see it comes back, and that's why it beats the bat of Bikram Aurora. And he knows he's in trouble. And to get good players out, you've got to bowl good deliveries, and that's a good one. He hits the seam, moves it off the straight, and Jerome, well, he's pretty happy with himself, and so he should be. The national team skipper's got to go cheaply. Jerome got it wrong once, but got it right once. And he gets the crucial wicket. It's 18 for 2. Got to say, a lot of people notice the umpires on the occasional clanger, let's say, that they make. I'm going to really give some positive reinforcement and say that the umpiring's been really good today, particularly the recognition of LBW dismissals. And you can actually see why he missed it, can't you? Because you saw the ball deviate left to right when it bounced. Khanna is used at 4, and straight away he's got no patience. It's in the air. It's a tough one, though. It's caught. What a good catch. I don't think he even saw that. It was miles in the air, and I don't think he can believe he's caught it. You can see, look at the shadows. He's looking straight into the teeth of the sun. And the ball is caught, and suddenly Jerome's on a hat trick. And this Marsa innings falling apart early on. Look at that. And he said to everyone, look, I'll be honest with you, I didn't see a lot of it. But the catch is taken. And for Royal Strikers, it's been a bit of a whirlwind morning for them. They've been up, they've been down. And Savio Thomas, he saw next to none of that. I was just waiting for the ball to crash into the turf, but it didn't. And so, Prasad, the new batter, it's also the end of the over, 18 for 3, so Prasad won't be facing. In the air, this could be another one. Caught. Team hat trick. Can you believe what you're seeing here? Kostler goes after it, and he's gone now. So Aloysius comes in and takes a wicket first ball, and is 18 for 4. Hold your catches and good things will happen. Aurora's dismissal sparks 2 more. And the defending champions in disarray. 3 losses on the spin, and now in big, big trouble at the start of match number 26. It's 18 for 4. And a few people applauding the first hat-trick of the season. Well, the thing is, it was over, so it isn't a hat-trick. In fact, it is just 3 wickets and 3 balls for the team, but still, very, very good work. And Harun Magal, well, he is the janitor sometimes. He has to clean up the mess, and he's got a right royal mess to deal with here. But he's got a good batter at the other end in Prasad, if he can get going. So look, this partnership takes on even more significance now, I think, for Marsa. Everyone didn't really get too much of a bat before. He just faced the 2 balls towards the end of the innings, got run out, trying for an extra run. Aloysius with the wicket. Everyone a bit careful, as you can understand at this stage. Lets that one go through harmlessly. Aloysius chock full of confidence here. Just looking drive, says no. Probably was one there. McGull, quickest between the wickets, he'd be the first to admit that. Can they dig themselves out of the hole? Well, mistimed, hanging in the air. Well, he's lucky to get away with that, but he does. McGull. Yeah, is off the mark. Varun Prasath. There's one player in Malta that can change a game quickly. He's probably got the 3-3-3 on his back today. Maybe he's 98 here in 2021. Just doing some incredible things. But when he's hot, he's hot. And when he's not, Varun. At the moment, he's not. And he gets a good one. Knocks it into that third man quarter. Yeah, Prasath, 98 not out. That's his highest score. He's actually scored 98 not out twice. He scored it against Overseas Cricket Club here in 2021. And at the ECL, he scored 98 not out versus the Calpate Giants from Gibraltar. He averages over 30, strikes at 194. Bowled him! What a piece of bowling from Aloysius. And he gets for him with a Yorker. And Marsa go from bad to worse to whatever's below that as Varun goes second ball. And that is a textbook Yorker from Anil Aloysius. It's 19 for 5. Prasath, he banged the bat down, but he couldn't get it down in time. No real footwork from Varun. And the Royal Strikers are on fire here in match 26. What a start for them. Unbelievable work. You see it here on the replay. It is just a fantastic piece of bowling. So Aloysius bookends his over with wickets. And big, big trouble. Yeah, in the chat. Marsa in big trouble. That's the chat, and you can understand why. And really just one run off that over. We can't even fit it in the bar. That's how small the over was. And 5 wickets in the power play. Arun Prasath, the latest casualty. Arun McGull left holding the baby. Faisal Morose has joined him. They really just need any sort of partnership here, Marsa. Shades of when they got bowled out for 31 by Gozo last year. Priyan Pushparajan, pretty good guy to come into the attack. He gets it wrong first ball. It's a full toss and it's on leg stump. It's going to be a boundary. Well, Harun McGull, if there's one guy who I think has the kind of temperament to deal with this situation, it's Harun McGull. He's very experienced, the skipper. He'll just play his shots. He's got plenty of time to bat here. Hello to Jay Corduroy. Nice to have you in the chat, watching from Sydney, if I'm not mistaken. Nice to have you back with us. Beautiful sunny Sunday here on the island. Not so beautiful for Marsa so far. They've lost half their wickets in no time at all. McGull goes back and punches. The counter-attack's on. He is able to get through for a single, but no more. Here's Faisal Morose. It's probably a bowler who bats. Can provide some useful contributions down the order. Hello to Luke, and I'm sorry to hear you're isolating at the moment, but hopefully you're feeling better little by little. We're sending you our best wishes here. Not really convincing, but they'll get a single. And that's the thing. I mean, naturally you're going to get a bit more defensive, aren't you? That's already kind of limiting the upper bounds of what you can score now if you're Marsa. What's their best case scenario here? Well, get 8s from here, you probably end up in the 70s, maybe 80 at a pinch. Something to bowl at. We saw Royal Strikers certainly weren't particularly convincing with the bat, but they got it done mainly thanks to Siddhasanan. Nice shot. He muscles this off the back foot, and it will. Oh, he would have stopped that. I think that. Well, this would be an interesting replay. I actually think that he pulls it back fine, and then you saw the follow-up fielder, Sharif Muhammad. Yeah, this would have been fine, and then the fielder just dropped it over the line. It's just off camera there, but there was a fielder with 2 feet inside the boundary that leaned over, and he was going to stop the ball. It was Sharif Muhammad following up, and he ends up dropping it for 4. So, very good shot by Magal. Oh, and he keeps out a very good Yorker from Pushparajan. Oh, I'm sorry, we just missed that piece of fielding, but it was a great piece of fielding by Aloysius first up. He flicked it, but he flicked it super high, and it was coming probably half a metre over the boundary, but the fielder was set inside the boundary, and he was just going to catch it and stop the boundary, but he dropped it. It went for 4. Short. Jerome will do the fielding, keeping it to 1. End of the over, 30 for 5. Much better over for Marsa. I think 11 off that one. Lee Tuck calling the fall of the Roman Empire. Well, there's been a few occupiers, let's say, of Malta over the years. A few different dynasties. I'm not going to call it just yet. Don't forget there's 18 matches for each team in the group stage in this tournament. 11 for Kostler, but he's gone. 11 for Magal, already equal top scorer. But just have a look at those 3 ducks and look who they are as well. And Aurora didn't make a duck, but he didn't make too many more than that either. Aloysius, he took a wicket with his last ball that he bowled. Don't forget Jason Jerome's on a hat-trick when he comes back. Hasn't been used again yet. Well bowled. He's just in rhythm, isn't he? Aloysius is a really exciting player to watch. And that's one thing I always like. Watching new players that I haven't seen before, and he's one of them. Turns 30 this year, Anil Aloysius. And well, something's happened here. It looks like he might have just injured his wrist. I've got any sort of replay from side on. Just took my eyes off the play for a second. But yeah, I think Magal has had some problems historically with this wrist, and it's a tricky one, the wrist, because there's actually a lot of little tendons and there's a lot of things happening in there. We can see his wrist, his forearm is bothering him. The good old magic spray is coming out. Let's see if that helps. But yeah, they don't want to lose Harun Magal at this stage, but also Magal's got to look after his well-being. Obviously, being right-handed, you use that hand all the time in your day-to-day life. So let's hope it's not too serious. It was pretty innocuous, wasn't it? Santosh just questioning the batting order of Marsa. But, I mean, you can't accuse them of not getting a go. The question is, who would you put up there? I think you persisted with it for a little bit. Maybe one day you mix it up. And Kostler certainly looked good while he was there today, didn't he? So Kostler, I think if you're going to bat him, you bat him high. Otherwise, it's tough to bat him in the middle order. You might think about options like Prasath opening up to see if he can get going in the power play. Aurora is another option you could use at the top of the order. He often bats too low for me, Bikram Aurora, but he's at 3, so it's not too low. I'm a bit worried for Harun here. I mean, I'm sure he'll try and keep batting, but you can see him shaking it out. Thumbs up from the umpire. He's communicating that Harun will continue. Yeah, and if they were to lose him to an injury at this stage, it would be even worse. Nice day in Malta. If you don't know where Malta is, it's a little island just off the south of Italy. So if you know Italy is the boot. And then there's kind of there's Sicily down the bottom of Italy, and then a bit of space and get to Malta. Catch the boat to Sicily from here, in fact. Magal's good to continue. And he won't continue for too much longer. He swings away. I think it was hit out or get out, and he's jogging off the field. And Aloysius is just having an absolute heater here. He's got 3 for 1. What a performance. And Malta, they lose their skipper. 30 for 6. Well, he was down, and now he's out. Harun Magal, you can see that's the shot of a guy who probably knows he shouldn't be batting for an extended period of time. And you got to give credit to Aloysius. He's bowling a heavy ball here, and he's getting it on track. This isn't an easy time to bat. 30 for 6, Malta. And Neil Aloysius, I said he's in rhythm. You can just tell he's gliding to the crease. He's not even trying to bowl too fast, but he's getting good pace. This is Arslan Arshad, who is going to come out and try and do a rescue job. Not even halfway through this innings. They've lost 6 wickets. Pretty good one first up. Arshad does his own fielding, which is always dangerous. Royal Strikers, just look at the way they've improved. I mean, this is what I really love about the ECS. And in particular in Malta, you look at certain teams that when we first saw them, they were still kind of in an embryonic stage of their development. And now they're challenging the top dogs more and more consistently. This is well bowled. Aloysius gets a dot. Might be going at the stumps though. That's where he's been doing the damage. No real footwork there from Arshad. Tarek's asking, what are the best figures in ECN cricket? Well, I can tell you that top of my head, 6 for 2. 6 wickets for 2 runs. Stefan Gooch did that in Hungary in 2020. Arshad works Aloysius away for only the 2nd run he's conceded. I can tell you the best figures in Malta by an individual bowler, Ashok Bishnoi of Super Kings. He took 6 wickets for 3. Actually, the 2nd best figures overall on ECN were right here in Malta, and that was in a very memorable game, Gozo CC's first game in ECN cricket, where they were bowled out for just 6. And if you want to know how quick that was, they were bowled out by this stage of the innings. This one cuts back and hits the glove of Morose. It's the end of the over. 5 overs down. It's 31 for 6. Yeah, so just imagine that. They were bowled out in 4.3 overs, so they would have been bowled out by now, Gozo, by only 6 runs. 2 wides in there as well. Let's have a look at what's coming up. The ECL is coming up, and we talked about this a little bit. It's 22 days to go, so just 3 weeks pretty much to go. And we've got 6 groups, so a lot of questions about this. 6 groups of 5. There's the groups in front of you. Each group will play 3 days of the tournament. 2 qualifying days and a finals day. The finals day determines who will continue in the tournament. So, for example, Monday and Tuesday, the teams play each other in Group A, and on Wednesday is Group A Finals Day. Thursday and Friday, Group B teams play each other, and Saturday is Group B Finals Day. The group winners, the 6 of them from those 6 groups, plus the European champions, reigning champions, Pakai Care, will take part in Championship Week starting on the 20th of March. So a 7-team Championship Week. That's going to be great. The Champions League of European Cricket, 3rd edition. First one won by VOC Rotterdam from the Netherlands. Second one won by Pakai Care Badalona from Spain. Here's Jerome. That was a hat-trick ball, by the way. And he missed it. As we were talking about the ECL. Okay, still no hat-tricks. Pangler in the chat saying, yep, the women's is coming up as well. Yes, we have internationals coming up. Firstly, here in Malta, we have the men's T10 internationals, ECI cricket. 18th and 19th of February, just in 2 weeks' time. Then, yeah, the women's starts 2 weeks tomorrow. What a ball from Jerome. It's been real rough for Master so far. That's just a very good piece of bowling. Confidence is everything in cricket. At the moment, they look like a really confident team, particularly with the ball, Royal Strikers. Yeah, so the women's international, start 1 week before the ECL. So 15 days to go until those start. 4-team tournament. First ever women's T10 cricket. That'll be great. I know the boundaries will be a little bit shorter even than you see here. It's basically designed to replicate what has worked so well on ECN cricket over the last few years. And we're really excited that the women will have that kind of an audience, that kind of a platform to show what they can do. And like I said, that Europa Point Stadium, great place to have it as well. So we've got Gibraltar, the hosts, as well as the Netherlands, Sweden and Italy in a 4-way series. In the air, this should be another one. Pushparajan comes in and he takes the catch. So Arshad goes trying to move things along. You can't just pat balls back all day. He tries to drive down the ground, and Jerome has 3. And Master 33 for 7. Just didn't quite time that one up. It was a difficult length to drive. He needed to get it perfectly, and he didn't quite, did he? Contact point a little bit wrong. Pushparajin anticipated it and actually made a fair bit of ground, but he made it look easy. That's good work from the skipper. 33 for 7. Master, at the moment, just searching for answers, and Royal Strikers are asking all the right questions with the ball. Again, where does it start? Well, I think it starts with the ball. Put the ball in dangerous areas. Don't give away 4 balls, 6 balls. Don't give away those boundary balls. Make the batters work really hard and wait for a mistake, and then take your catches. And we've seen some very good catches taken in this innings from Royal Strikers. Jerome has 3 of his own now. So Aloysius with 3 for 2 off his 2 overs. And Jerome 3 for 7 with a couple of balls to go. 2 very, very good performances. They're rolling Master at the moment. Kai saying, Master, this is a disaster. Well, it is. At least they've got the 33 that Pajiba Blasters got yesterday, and they were bowled out. Oh, this could have been an 8th. This is the inside edge of Farhan Masih's bat. He comes to the crease. So, Jerome has one more chance to outdo Aloysius and get a 4th wicket. And he does. He knocks the off stump out of the ground. It's 4 for Jerome. And he looks cool as a cucumber. Master, they are all over the shop. It's 33 for 8. And that's exactly what Jerome tried to do the first time. He missed the stumps on that occasion. But Masih didn't have the answer. He goes for a second ball duck. No real foot movement. He just trusts himself to hit the ball. But yeah, Jerome, chock full of confidence. Over goes the timber. 33 for 8. Very unpredictable ECN cricket. And you got the defending champions 0-3 and now 33 for 8. At least Master have passed their previous worst score in ECN cricket when they were bowled out for 31. But, yeah, that game was memorable for all the wrong reasons for the Master supporters. And Rico will be having a field day with all the ducks in this innings. Waqas Khan, well, he's come into the lineup actually. And Pakalapati missing out with an injury that he picked up in his second over from the last game. And there's still 4 overs to bat, but I mean, you can't really just, you can't push it around. You still need to try and get 10 and over, maybe get up into the 70s, but that could go very wrong. Savio Thomas comes on to bowl. Jerome finishes 4 for 7. What a performance. Yeah, it's a tough one here. Okay, you're not recognised batters, but I still think there's no point, quote unquote, batting out the overs here. Let's say you take 5 and over off each of these overs. You have 53. It's not enough. I think I'd at least be trying to still be attacking. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But maybe 10 and over, like I say, can get you to 73. And we've seen games won with, I think, as little as 64 here in Malta. But it's not looking likely. 60 is the lowest total defended all time on ECN. 64 is the lowest total defended here in Malta when the Southern Crusaders defended that against the Cedar Warriors in previous ECS. Savio Thomas to bowl to Waqas, who just pushes and misses. Yeah, so it's a tough one. Not a great situation. Hello to Jay Sin, who's watching from Gibraltar. Nice to see you, Jay. How's things over there? How are you enjoying it? I know it's getting a bit chilly in Gibraltar this time of year. I was there this time last year, and I will be there for the start of the Women's Internationals in 2 weeks. So I'm going to hit the stumps. Wow. How's it go? I don't mind that. It'll cost him an overthrow, but it was a chance maybe to get Morose napping. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Morose goes on the hit. I think he probably would have just been out, you know. The umpire hadn't moved a muscle. It's too quick for him as well. So Rose gets the strike. He heaves this one. Just a single, though. Got to hand it to the Royal Strikers. I mean, they've really improved a lot. Just to go find their numbers from previous series. I think that they were strugglers. I mean, I don't mind saying that, but you look at some of the players they picked up. They've got Aloysius, they've got Jason Jerome in their lineup now. They've got Pushparajant captaining them and as an all-rounder. They've turned into a pretty formidable unit. Probably still a bit bowling heavy, but I mean, at the moment when you bowl this well, you don't need to bat that well. Roshan Lawrence come in. Sudasana has been a revelation. And it's gotten a bit more out of some of the regular players and allowed them just to kind of play with a bit less pressure, like Savio Thomas that you see on the screen. He was carrying the team a lot before, but now he can just settle in as the fifth bowler and try and do his job. He's doing it well at the moment. Last ball of the seventh. See there, not an expansive stroke. Knew that was right on target. So Thomas only concedes 3. 7 overs down, the score is 36 for 8. You can see there, pretty correct shot, probably the correct shot as well. Not to swing away and try and go for the fences off that kind of delivery. 22 days to go until the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket. And that also means it's 15 days to go until the women's T10 starts in Gibraltar, women's ECI. And that means there's only 13 days to go until the men's ECI starts. So it's all coming up in the lead up to the Champions League of European Cricket. Lots of international action as well coming your way. Rico doing a great job in Gibraltar at the moment. He'll come here for the start of week 3 in Malta, so he'll be here in about a week's time. And I'll be going over to Gibraltar in a couple of weeks for the women's. It's just missing, I think. Joe Wegasani will be taking over from Rico once Rico's basically coming here. I think Joe's first day is Friday. Good to see him. He was the commentator in the Gibraltar series last year. I'll be joining him for the women's. Here's Pushparajant bowling his second over. You might feel that he's been the one that's been a little bit disappointing with the ball. I wouldn't say he's bowled really badly, but he's probably bowled a couple of balls that weren't quite where he wanted them today. He set high standards for himself. Oh, this one's off the glove, and it's almost caught, you know, by Sudasana. It's cut back, and yeah, it just takes all the glove. Does this reach the keeper? Nah, not really. Don't really think you can get under that. It's good effort, though. And Pushparajant, 31 years old. Very good pickup for the Royal Strikers. Waqas Khan faces up. Not a bad shot. Oh no, well, he's run straight past this and it's probably going to cost him a boundary. It does. Well, there's a couple of times that area of the ground. I don't know if there's a few molehills there that I'm not seeing, but we have seen some misfield. Savio Thomas, he just had to do nothing, basically. Over-attacked it. It was always going to be one. Pushparajant, obviously he's a fairly understanding captain. He resists the urge to communicate anything negative. Bonus runs for Marseille. They're into the 40s now. And then digs out a Yorker. Not really what you want when you've been bowling maybe a little bit below your best. And then you have a push to mid-off that nutmegs the fielder in, goes all the way to the boundary. He tries something expansive, but it goes nowhere. In fact, he's lucky it doesn't go to the keeper. There's more leg than anything. Anyway, at the end of the over, it's 41 for 8. Well, Pushparajant finishes none for 16, so if that's you on a bit of an off day, I think it shows you're a pretty good player. This won't be a pretty sight for Marsa. A couple of double-figure overs in there, but also a couple of one-run overs and plenty of cherries. Well, it is Sunday, but that looks a bit like an ice cream sundae. And all the cherries on top, maybe a banana split. And these two are just trying to get anything on the board. Again, 10 and 10 gets you in the 60s. We've seen games won in the 60s. Royal Strikers, I mean, they're the kind of team They might make hard work of a chase, a low chase, but you still got to get to a kind of minimum of 60 to even really be in the frame. When Prague Tigers defended 60, it was their first day in ECN cricket, and they kept the Barbarians to 34. That was in the Czech Republic in 2022. Savio Thomas to bowl over number 9. Strikers, like I said, cricket's confidence game. They look like they've got a lot of confidence. They've still got Just Matthew to come back as well to bowl the last. Hits straight and hits out of the ground. What a shot from Morose, who hasn't had too much that he could get after, but he just backs himself. He just gets the elevation to get over the Strikers skipper, Maximo Massa. That might help them get to that 60-something. Still seems a long way off, but that'll help. Don't judge a game till both teams bat as well. You think of some of the bowling options Massa have at their disposal. Fanya Magal taking 3 earlier. Prasath, haven't seen him bowling yet. Tries again this time. Doesn't make the same contact. There's Manuel Augustine. He played a very important role in that previous chase, hitting a 4 and a 6 just when they needed a boundary or two to get them ahead in the game. Gone. He's caught behind here. It's got to be off the bat. The umpire doesn't think so. Well, I tell you what, unless I'm completely fooled here, I don't think this hits the body. Well, maybe we can slow that down a little bit. It was off the bat of the glove. Sure it was. It was a really good catch. Yeah, that's out. Umpire just had some doubt. And I can understand sometimes he's thinking it might have come off the body and he only gets one look at it, but unless I'm seeing things wrong, I think that was straight off the bat, and I think, oh, there we go. It's been given out. Well, the officials have the ability to overturn clear and obvious errors, and obviously that's what they think with that one. And really, no real complaints from Morose. And maybe the umpire asking for clarification. Sometimes they're a bit unclear about when they do that. I suppose any clear and obvious errors can be overturned, and that's the decision that's made. So I suppose the right decision's made in the end. It was an audacious attempt from Morose, but he's going to be caught behind for 11. Scores 47 for 9. Well, what you will say is they get it right in the end. I don't think that is off the body. I saw it live that way. The umpire, look, he's got some doubt, and I don't mind that because it shows that he's thinking that maybe it's come off the body. You always have to kind of start that way. Am I absolutely sure that's come off the bat? And when they're playing that kind of a shot, sometimes you can be fooled. But I think ultimately the right decision's made, and that's a good result. Not a great result for Morose, though. It becomes the 9th wicket. Still 8 balls remaining in this innings. So, yeah, just getting set. New batter comes to the crease at 11, and it's Johnny G. Well, Johnny G has 1 career run. He's only ever faced 3 balls. Let's see if he can add to his total here. Johnny G turns 64 in a couple of weeks' time. He's not a bad bat either. I suppose this form of the game, though, he's not really expected to do too much. Savio Thomas comes into him. Oh, this one goes straight through him. Well, Johnny, you won't get the runs, but he will get a leg by. He just backed away a little bit. If he got across, then I think he would have got a wide here. There's a big in-swinging Yorker. Look at the footwork here. So he just doesn't get inside it. If he did, he would have had a wide. It would have been a tough take for Sudasana down the leg side. Johnny, he sent over the other side. Wakas becomes the senior batter now. And that'll do it. So they're all out within 9 overs. Bowled out for 48. Savio Thomas finishes with a couple of wickets in the 9th. And Wakas, well, he was brave, wasn't he, while he was out there? Did his best, and he wasn't able to make any contact with this. Savio Thomas finds the target. And Malta, the defending champions, all out for 48. I suppose if you're looking for positives, it dwarfs the 31 they were bowled out for last year. It can happen, but when you look at this team, with Aurora in there, with Prasath in there, you find it hard to believe that this would be possible. But expect the unexpected in ECN cricket. And the Strikers, they'll be going out there very shortly, chasing 49 for victory. And they've had a very, very good morning so far. They'll be hoping to make it 2 out of 2. And they've got every opportunity as we head into the highlights. Noah Kostler, well, he was looking good. It looked like everything was going to come together for Malta in this. But they weren't too worried. Jas Matthew was able to get Fanyan Nugal, dangerous hit at first ball. And then Jerome, he put on a show as well. That was a critical wicket, wasn't it? Just seamed back, and it got Bikram Aurora, LBW, and that sparked a little bit of a collapse. Well, maybe more than a little bit of a collapse. 3 wickets fell in 3 consecutive deliveries across 2 overs, and then Prasath got cleaned up. So, yeah, Aurora and Prasath, you look at those dismissals, they are key dismissals. They probably save you 50, 60, even 70 runs. This is an interesting one. It was flicked up, and then the follow-up fielder dropped it over for 4. McGall seemed to be troubled by a little bit of a wrist injury. He went the very next ball after receiving some treatment. And really, Malta, they fought bravely in the second half of this innings, but the writing was on the wall, wasn't it? Jerome was bang on target as well, as he would eventually take 4. Aloysius with 3. And, well, a few bonus runs there, but it wouldn't cost him too much. That was a handy one in that it got him a 6. This one was flicked straight to the keeper. Eventually, decision was made that it was out. Thomas raises his fist and then finishes the job. All 10 wickets falling. Malta routed for 48 on their home ground. They won't be happy with that. It's a long tournament though. I mean, they're 3 matches into, almost 4 matches into an 18-match schedule, but yeah, I'll be hoping it's bottoming out now. 4 ducks in there, and you look at some of the names, you find it hard to believe. Aurora went for just 5, got a good one from Jason Jerome. Prasath also got a good one, going for a duck. 3 11s in there, but nobody gets past 11. And look, hardly any extras. I think just the 2 wides in there. So giving nothing away. They were ruthless, weren't they? Jerome takes the figures in the end, 4 for 7, but Aloysius 3 for 2. He was a live wire. Matthew got the 1 wicket, and Thomas finished the job 2 for 9. Pushparajan, I said maybe he was a little bit off. I'll tell you what, like I said, if that's your off day, none for 16, most bowlers will take that in this form of the game. We are going to take a break. When we come back, the Strikers trying to make it 2 out of 2, and Malta, well, they'll need a miracle, and they'll need to break a record if they're going to defend this score of 48. We'll take a break. Back soon. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo from Malta, and shortly you'll see the second innings of this match, match 26 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. This is one of over 1,000 matches you'll see this year on European Cricket Network. In fact, it might be close to 1,500 the way things are going in the planning room at the moment. Tell you what, Malta might need more than good planning to get out of this mess. The defending champions bowled out for 48 in the first half of match number 26. Royal Strikers doing a real number on the men in green. Now chasing a target of only 49. We've never seen a target defended in the 40s. We've never even seen a score defended in the 50s. The Mars will be breaking records if they can do this. Having said that, Royal Strikers is certainly a team that can be a bit brittle with the bat. Sudasanan, who was the hero last time, he's facing up. Masi gets us going. And that's good, positive running. Chamkor Singh, the other batter, quick to come through for a single. Yeah, that's the thing. If you're defending 48, it's not going to be easy. If you're chasing it, just get the score ticking. Settle those nerves. Like I say, Royal Strikers probably made lower scores at some point in 48. This one could be close. Oh, oh no, now they'll get at least one overthrow. It'll be two. Yeah, let's maybe see this from side on. I would have thought the bowler's end, that would have been out by more. And went to the keeper's end and got away from the backup fielder. So 2 runs. Martha. In a bit of trouble, like I said. Johnny makes the stop there. It'll be called a wide. I suppose the mindset you have to have is if they can do it to us, we can do it to them. And that's probably what a coach would say to Martha in this situation. Said, look, you know, they executed everything. And they had a bit of luck go their way as well, and they held their catches. We need to do the same, and anything's possible. You just got to believe, and you can see with shots like that, the strikers will give you chances. Hello to Dave, nice to see you. Thinks maybe an early lunch is coming, or potentially. It's pretty well bowled by Masi. So let's just think about it. Marsa, they're trying to replicate what Royal Strikers did. What did the Royal Strikers do well? When they had a lot of balls that hit the stumps, that's number one, or that were going to hit the stumps. That one just bouncing over from Masi. This one would have missed leg. There's no fine leg, and this is going to be tucked away for 4. A neat shot from Chamkor Singh, and the first boundary of the innings. So if they don't have a good start here, Marsa, it could be a bit rough. Bit of a rough time in the field. And it's been a bit of a rough morning. I'll be so disappointed when you consider that they've had Prasath come in this week. They've had Aurora come in today. It does look like they're going to walk away empty-handed. Better ball. It was dug out, I think, from Chamkor Singh, so it wasn't a chance. You know, Lee once again in the chat. To everybody else, what do you think? Any chance for Marsa? Could they engineer a spectacular collapse? Hit straight and hit over the top. 4 runs. And so Chamkor Singh, well, he's up there and he doesn't mind going over the top, doesn't mind going aerial. That's what we've seen so far. And this will be the end of the over. And the strikers, if there were any signs of nerves, I didn't see them there. They're 12 without loss after 1. It looks like we'll be ticking this over again, the way things are going here. Don't forget, 7 matches today on ECN. 113 matches without a golden ball. We've had some close calls. And Malta is a place we've seen a couple of golden balls. One in 2021, so one in 2022. We'd love to have at least one here in 2023. Some people asking how many golden balls do we get a year? On average, probably, yeah, around about 12 to 14. Maybe we can expect 15 this year. You never know. McGall is going to bowl over number 2. And he's got a very good point in the chat, which I'll address in a second. First, Sudasanan is going to face his second ball. He's facing McGall. Again, just can play a little bit more risk averse, can't you, when you're chasing this kind of a target. Here, Lee's saying you can see how a country is developing when games are less predictable. Quote unquote, lesser teams show immense improvement, and teams that are expected to win easily start finding it more difficult. Couldn't agree more, Lee. That's why I think with no Super Kings on the ECN scene at the moment. I think the fact that they sprinkle their players across other teams, it's a very good thing. Oh, it's a good ball from McGarl. Jumps a bit, but still costs him a run. And this is something that I say all the time when I'm addressing players and teams in Europe, all the different countries I go to. I say, you know, you want to play cricket, but you want to play good competitive cricket. And so you actually want to make sure that, you know, every team that enters, you know, has sufficient strength to contribute to the competition and the competitive nature of the competition. Full toss, hit square and 4. So yeah, I want to look at the height of this one. I think it was probably just below. Yeah, borderline. We've seen those called this morning, but that will be 4. Probably a correct call, I think, in the end. And so Sudasanan continuing on where he left off in the last game. I suppose that brings up his 50 because didn't get the opportunity to score a half century in the last game because he won the game too quickly. So driven. They go on the hit. If he hits, he's gone. He doesn't hit. And guess what? We've got overthrows. Probably they'll get 3 here. They may even get more if that doesn't go. They get 3. And they'll be happy with that. It's probably worth taking it on. Any chance you get to take a wicket, but yeah, the backup fielder couldn't quite make the ground to get there comfortably. So Sudasanan gets a triple, a rare triple. Santosh saying finishing off quickly. Well, maybe he's hungry. A question from Luke, why are the Super Kings not playing in this tournament? I just believe there's a few internal issues there. It's keeping them off the park at the moment. Maybe Lee has some updated information with regards to that he can share. But it just shows you, yeah, anything can happen. That's the beauty of it. This format of the game in particular, you have an off 10 overs, well, guess what? You're in this kind of a pickle. Last ball of the over for McGarl. A little uppercut, and this should go to the boundary. Well, maybe not. It really stopped in its tracks, didn't it? And so I think this will just be a long one. And it takes us to the end of the over. 22 without loss after 2. Royal Strikers, like I said, looking fairly assured so far in the chase. Yeah, Malta Super Kings team we saw playing in the ECL last year. American University of Malta will get that opportunity this time. This is the table, and Royal Strikers, well, they've got themselves into a decent position. They're 3-2. It looks like 4-2 the way things are going. The top 8 teams will survive to the finals action. The higher you finish up the ladder, the easier your path through the trophy. I'll explain that in a second. Here's Morose. He goes after this one and he gets it good enough. Maximo! Chamkor Singh, I said he doesn't mind going aerial. That's why he's a bit of a power play specialist. He just shuffles down the pitch a little bit and he helps this one on its way. 6 runs. Good batting. Morose over the wicket now. Gets hit into the gap. And this will go to the fence as well. So good batting from Chamkor. There's 6 and 4. He is hungry for more. Royal Strikers up in the 30s. They've built a really good cricket team here, Strikers. Look at the players that have come in. Aloysius. Pushparajan, the captain, of course. Sudasanan. Chamkor Singh, you're seeing him at the moment. Fouls this one onto his foot. Lee has a good point there, saying Super Kings are mostly made up of multi-international players. They play a lot of cricket during the year. It means they have to get off work a lot. They only get 26 days paid leave a year, so it makes it tough for them to field their regular team. And Lee says, so most players here on work permits, so it becomes a bit of an issue for employers when they continuously are taking leave for cricket. Yeah, very understandable. Wow, this is pretty sweet. Pretty sweet from Chamkor, who just leans on it and he times it into the sky. And when it came down, it was a Maximo. Takes them up to 38. And Time running out very quickly. This has been dominant from the Royal Strikers. I think it's a good thing though when the Super Kings players are kind of spread out a little bit. Makes it a little bit unpredictable. Gozo Zalmi trying to fill the void at the moment. I think they've looked the most impressive side, pound for pound, throughout the first week of this tournament. I tell you, even they've had their moments. They were bowled out by Victoria Lions. It's 38 without loss after 3. And just 11 runs required now. More of what I'd call a regular looking power play down the bottom. 5 wickets falling in the first 3 overs. Set the tone for a rough first innings for Marsa. Santos saying, well done, guys. Talking to the Royal Strikers. This is how you beat the top-rated team. A wake-up call for Marsa. Chamkar, you beauty. Well, Santosh, he loves his ECN cricket. He's not the only one. Thanks to all of our fantastic supporters out there. Might be a rush to get a bowl now before this game's over. Wakas Khan comes in for this game. And he's going to start with a wide that'll turn into, well, 2 wides. Think of a second. If they ran hard from the get-go, I think they probably would have got 2 because there was no fine leg. But anyway, 2 bonus runs to the total. Jamkor Singh has been on a heater so far. Certainly a few more bats in the lineup. Also given the bouncer for the over. Well, this will be a no ball then. Has to be. We'll see it from side on. This is higher than the other one. If they gave the first one a bouncer, this has to be. Look at this. That has definitely gone over the shoulder. I mean, yep, and it's called a no ball. Yeah, so they get that right. A free hit coming up. Yeah, I wasn't sold on the first one being over the shoulder. Didn't really occur to me. But once I saw that signal, that one had to be the second one. So, free hit coming up. Well, welcome, Wakas. Let's just say, I think this morning session is on borrowed time. There's Chamkor, has been the man with the hot hand. Free hit, gets away from the fielder, and this will be a boundary. Takes him up to 45. Now only 4 runs to win. 7 off the first legal delivery. That's a shot. Game, set, and match. Comprehensive. Maximo. Chamkor Singh finishes it with a bit of swagger. Again, the little mosey down the pitch, and he holds the pose. Royal Strikers. That's probably the best morning of cricket they've ever put together as they account for the defending champions twice. That also brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership. Chamkor Singh this time, he is able to get some personal glory. 38 not out of 17. And Royal Strikers win in only 20 balls, only a third of the innings. And they do it with 40 balls to spare. Looking at the highlights, well, it's going to be pretty quick, I'll tell you that much. Marsa can't take a wicket. They lose all 10 of theirs, and it's about as bad as it gets, you have to say. I mean, you have to take everything in this form of the game with a grain of salt. They do have 14 more matches in the tournament, the defending champions, to start putting something together, but this was morning to forget. Well, counterpoint, the Strikers, you got to give them credit. They played well. They executed their skills very well. And the openers, they weren't going to give Marsa a look in, as it only took 3.2 overs to bring up the 49 runs required. This is what's coming up this afternoon. Cedar Warriors versus Victoria Lions. Well, Warriors have to be favourites going into this. Lions still finding their way, but they had some positives against Gozo Zalmi. They took all 10 wickets. The Cedar Warriors are going to be out to improve their record, currently 2-2. And they had a bit of a rough one against Sweet United last time we saw them. As far as the game we've just seen, 38 not out to Chamkor Singh. Very nice display from him. Just 17 deliveries he faced. 4 deliveries for Sudarsana. And he didn't have to do too much. And really, only those 2 were required. As Marsa, they gave up the runs in just 20 balls. As you'd imagine, not much to write home about as far as the bowling figures. Ruckus had a few problems just locating the ball when he came into the lineup, but that's the way it goes, and you have to keep an even keel emotionally, whether you're up or whether you're down. And I hope Malta go away and maybe just work on a few things, but then come back with a fresh mindset next time we see them. We're going to take a break right here, a bit of an extended break. We'll be back in around about 45 minutes to take you into the afternoon session where we'll see the Warriors taking on the Lions. Until then, Smitty Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday. We're halfway through the day in Malta, but still 5, you heard me right, 5 matches still to go on ECN today. We'll see you very shortly right here for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello, welcome back to Malta. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company as we head into the afternoon session. And match 23 is on the way. Let's see, everyone on their way out there. If you want us to know the story so far, I'll tell you, because we have news from the coin toss. And in fact, let's see what happened with the coin toss when Metadab was with the two captains.
Today, between Cedar Warriors and Victoria Lions. Victoria Lions score, that's tails, that's heads. Heads is the core. It is tails. What do you want to do? Go first. They're going to.
Yeah, so there, the Cedar Warriors there. Captain Shijil Joy wins the toss and elects to bowl first. A few people saying as well, Archie Wilson's a bit of a Trevor Noah lookalike. So I can tell you that the Victoria Lions had a bit of a rough start to their ECS career, the 0-4. Just a few late changes, just to give you some information there. Cheryl Peter is not in the lineup in the end. Shibil Palakalapil is in the lineup, and so just a change there. But yeah, looking forward to seeing how the Lions go as far as this series goes. The Warriors 2-2. They started pretty strongly. In fact, they had a good start as they actually accounted for Massa, who've had a rough morning here today. See the Warriors beating Massa in matches 7 and 8, but then they ran into Sweet United in matches 15 and 16. They lost both of those matches, so they're 2-2. Victoria Lions without a win after 4 matches, but they've had a bit of a rough draw. Southern Crusaders have been in good form, and also they ran into Gozo Zalmi last time we saw them, and they fought bravely. The first game they were kind of outclassed. Mebu Bali went crazy as he hit the Lions for 140 off his own bat, eventually 162. The next game though, they bowled Gozo Zalmi out for 106, so they did take some wickets. I suppose the question for the Lions, can they score runs? So far in this series they've scored 63, 46, 54 and 65. It shows you that having a bit of a tough time with the bat and acclimatising. Got some players with experience. Here at the moment, the Lions there averaging 57 with the bat, conceding 135. So particularly with the bat, I mean, even if you can keep them down to something reasonable, you need to be able to make them. But we'll get to see them with the bat right now. Let's get ready. Let's get set. And let's go in the afternoon session. Ajin Soman will be the bowler for the Masita Warriors. And as far as Victoria Lions, they will want a good start. And that's a reasonable start. Push and run. And Devasia hustles through and then has to leapfrog the keeper. Pearstein into the lineup. Akil Pearstein, I see him there. Or Makara, who certainly looks quite accomplished with the bat. He gets off the mark immediately. And yeah, Milton, former Gozo CC player, will get the strike. Soman looks a good cricketer to me for the Warriors. We'll be hoping that he can make some early inroads. Yeah, Milton's very capable of clearing the boundaries, but it's just a matter of doing it for a consistent period of time, I suppose. Good ball. He doesn't really get in line. Soman looks handy with the bat as well. I think look, teams like the Warriors, teams like the Royal Strikers this morning as well that wear similar colours. I mean, they certainly have continued to improve, and part of that is just about attracting players that maybe are a little bit more experienced this level of the game. It takes pressure off the more regular players as well. Derazia turns this one round the corner, finds the fielder. Very good afternoon to those of you who are returning from before. And also to those of you that might be joining us for the first time today. Big day. We're just 2 games down on ECN today. Still 5 to go. That's because there's a double header here and then 3 matches to come from Gibraltar tonight. Oh, trouble. Trouble. Wow. Makara got surprised by that. He just bunts it up in the air. I thought for a second this may go to the keeper, but then I thought it might go on the stumps. It's almost the handle of the bat. Where does it bounce? It just behind the stumps. Where does this, it's very hard to tell from that angle. Yeah, where does this land? Oh, oh, that would have been interesting. Yeah, it's called a wide. Let's have a look at this again. They have been very harsh. I normally don't mind that. But when this passes the crease, for me, I don't think that's inside the... I don't think that's touching the wide line. I think that probably should have been fine. Maybe just a subtle adjustment required. Next one, no chance of this being called a wide. Yeah, Malta International Cricket Ground, beautiful place to play cricket. And looks like Dave in the chat, he said he is lurking. He's lurking with an ECN tattoo. First ever person with an ECN tattoo. Short again. This one should be gone. And he's not going to get lucky. Oh, he will get lucky this time. Wow. How has he misjudged that? Anson Joseph is there at cover. And really, this was a fairly simple catch, but he misjudged it. He just had to take one step back, a single step back, I think. He takes that easily. So, man, can't believe it. Not often you get through the full sentence of he's not going to get lucky this time. I did. Have a look at these teams. You saw it, what I was saying about the Victoria Lions, only averaging 57 with the bat. Despite that, the supercomputer a bit optimistic, predicting 73. Warriors averaging 107 with the stick. Oh, averaging 90, I should say. But they're expected to get 107. So 34 run favourites, I should say, in this game. Second over, Shijil Joy is going to bowl. In the air, but away from the fielder. Bit of foot fielding, keeps it in. They come for a specious two, but they'll get it. Devasia gets a couple. Gotta say, it's not an easy thing to come out 0-4 in the series, but I think Victoria Lions, every game they play together at this level, they'll become a better cricket team. And really, ultimately, that's what it's all about. Pitched up and a bit of an agricultural shot that time from Devasia. Let's see if they can get something going. Makar in particular, I think he drives pretty well. I think the short ball bothered him a little bit then. It's a bit late in a couple. Shijil Joy is a pretty useful player for the Warriors. They tend to turn to their captain when they want something a bit extra. It's a good shot though, straight down the ground, and this will be 6. Maximo! Wow. Wasn't the worst ball in the world. But Devasia, this is what I mean. He's capable of it. And then this one, I think it does carry. Wait for it. Yep, easily. 6 runs. And Shijil Joy, I was going to say he's got nice rhythm to his bowling. He's got a very repeatable action. But Devasia didn't care. He just smacked it down to the ground. Oh, slower ball. Well bowled. Appeal. Well, the umpire is nowhere near the stumps anymore. That's the 6. I don't know if we got that one again from straight down the line. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Oh, let's see that again, if possible. I mean, to be honest, maybe Shijil Joy's arm comes out at the critical moment here because I think that's out. But the umpire's on the move. Wow. Well, they might want to have a look at this one more time. I don't know. I don't really know about whether they'll intervene here. It's an opinion thing. The umpire thought maybe it was sneaking down leg side, but I'd like to see them holding their position a little bit quicker. That's a life, if you ask me. The Lions probably feel like they need a bit of luck. There's nothing lucky about this, though, from Devasia, who launches it over mid-wicket. Maximo! And Devasia As well, when you get a bit of luck, you got to make the most of it, and that's out of here, 6 runs. I got to say, Keanu thinks it's missing. Well, can't say it. I thought it was missing anything. I think that might be what the umpire was thinking, but yeah, you got to hold your position. One of the issues is the bowler's getting in the way. I think that's just, as an umpire, you still don't change your position. You stand there, and if the bowler gets in your way, it's their fault. It's been wide down leg side. Now they're going to take it on extra, and they're going to get away with it. So the Lions getting a hatful of luck first up. Wide down leg side, +1. See, the striker said, okay, let's go. And it was a very late response from Makara. Good zone there from Chidil Joy, but you'll wonder how that worked out because he ends up going for 16. And the Lions, not a bad start from them. It's 19 without loss. And Dave has a very good point. He said you have to remember the umpires only get one look at it. We looked at it several times in slow motion, and that's how I formed my opinion. But, yeah, very good point, Dave. So we'll cut the umpires a bit of a break there. Sweet United lead the table 6-0. Southern Crusaders and Gozo's Army, the other undefeated sides. Victoria Lions, unfortunately for them, they're without a win. 18 chances to get on the board. They'll be hoping they can open their account sooner rather than later. Warriors split the game so far. Soman to bowl the third. This one would have been a wide. Instead, it's going to be caught. So Devasia, well, he had a bit of luck last over maybe. He stayed a bit longer. But then this, he spoils a wide, he spoils it in the worst fashion. As Soman probably says, I deserve that wicket. Waiting a while. So he really has to reach for it, Milton. That was a little bit of catching practice, wasn't it, really? That will be the first wicket. Chidil Joy, we didn't have too much joy with the ball, but he pouches that catch fairly easily. The score 19 for 1. Victoria Lions, let's see how they can recover from that, because 15 of the 19 runs so far did come off the bat of Devasia. Dave says, how many batters play at wides and get caught? Yeah, it happens from time to time. Corey was actually saying he thinks it might be a bit of a tactic there to deliberately bowl balls, maybe balls a bit off pace outside that wide line, hoping batters chase them and spoil them. That is an absolute seed first up that Rajan cops off Soman. This is the extra bounce in this pitch that takes it over the stumps. I don't know how this misses. Well, I do. It bounced over the top, but I found it hard to believe that it did at the time. Rajan survives. So Lions copying a good spell from Soman here. You know, understand why they're a little bit careful against the right-hander. Hello to Tim Reedman as well. Nice to see you. Welcome to the broadcast. And everyone, if you are able, get in the chat. ECN, European Cricket Network. In fact, why don't we do a lurker call out? If you are lurking, drop us a message in the chat. We only ask you once a day. Let us know where you're watching from so we can say hello to you. Gets away from PS for a second. So, you know, a lot of people do watch, sometimes lurking while working, but it's not really a work day, is it? It's a Sunday, so nice to see ECS cricket on a Sunday, which is going to happen this year fairly regularly. The only time you won't have Sunday cricket is when we're in Khartoum for the ECL and also the ECC. Someone digs this in. Worked away for a single. Rajan's off the mark. Pretty relieved to be off the mark. I know we've got viewers from all over the world. We're thrilled that you're spending some of your Sunday with us. Beautiful day here, currently 14 degrees. It's been pretty consistent, the temperature. Had a very slight unexpected shower about 5 minutes before the start of play this morning, but since then the clouds have cleared and there's no clouds that I can see at the moment. Soman pushes him back and he only concedes 4 in his 2 overs. Very good effort from Nasima. And at the end of the power play, it's 20 for 1. Dave, just saying if you're lurking without sound, please give a shout out. Let us know where you're watching from. What a big first week of ECS cricket. Of course, we had a bit of a head start with Gibraltar, the night series starting 10 days earlier. He's 316 and 1. The 3 overs in the power play. But yeah, we had a bit of everything. We had a complete washout essentially day 1 due to a wet outfield. We're still hopeful to reschedule those matches, but no decision made officially yet. We had the Robothon on Friday that raised enough money to get us 2 robot mascot costumes for Kartama, currently either being manufactured or en route. Now there we go. Here's our robots. That's all because of our wonderful viewers. And so time for over number 4. There we go for Tom Thomas. Down to the power play. And you see, a bit of a crowd's come in now. Maybe you can show a bit of the crowd there with being a Sunday, of course. Not as many people working, so we've got quite a few in the peanut gallery. Probably hear some of the noise. This is the home of cricket in Malta. He's inside this. I think Tom Thomas might have brought his own cheer squad today. Really getting behind him. Always nice to see a lot of families down. Really, after all, that's what cricket's all about. Bringing people together, bringing families together. Want it to be an inclusive sport. Goes in and, well, bad throw. It gets away from the backup fielder. They should get a second. I think the batter maybe just got the keeper's way, so he refuses the overthrow. This one played and missed that, but it will be a wide. And so, yeah, you don't want to give too many of those away. Lions having to work hard from their runs. Remember, Devasey went for 15. Only wicket to fall, but he does have most of the runs so far. Big swing and a miss. And yeah, at the moment, Makara does look the good sometimes when he drives, but he's 1 off 7 and yeah, between a rock and a hard place. This one will be a wide again. Makara will take what he can get. Got little Noah here. Glenn Tavilla's son that's popped into the commentary box. I said, why don't you take a seat? Because Corey does have the day off today. And yeah, Glenn, one of our favourites. He brought us some biscuits earlier in the week. Not really biscuits. Barbecue shapes from Australia. I bet Noah's had a few of those. How old are you, Noah? You're 10. Do you want to talk on the microphone? Would you like to? All right. I'll give you a bit. I know you weren't planning to, but you've been giving me some company here in the commentary box. First, I'll wait for the last ball from Thomas. It's been a good over. Now, that's how to do it. Let's have a look at this on the replay on camera 1, because this is all you have to do. Look at the non-striker. He's watching him, and he doesn't go through his action, so he doesn't leave the crease. That is how to not get out that way. And all you have to do is watch. It's that simple. And Thomas, okay, cheeky, call it what you like, but it's not hard to watch. And that's really good awareness. Really good awareness from the non-striker there, Makara. And so, they'll get a single into the over. And that's it. How to avert a crisis. 25 for 1 after 4. Noah is with me, Noah Tavilla. Hello, Noah. My name's Vinny. How are you today?
Good.
That's good. Let me put the microphone here so we can hear you. So, how old were you again?
10.
10. And you're running around with a football there, so you must love to play football. Has your dad taught you a bit of cricket?
Uh-huh.
A little bit of cricket?
We've played a bit.
You've played a bit. Okay.
Even with my brother.
Yeah. Okay. So how many brothers do you have? Just got the one brother?
No, I have 2.
2 brothers. Okay. And what do you like about cricket? Do you like hitting the ball? Do you like bowling, catching?
Bowling.
You like bowling. Okay. Now, I know that your dad originally is from Australia, and that's where I'm from, Noah. So he's originally from Victoria on the east coast. I'm from Perth on the other side of Australia. It's a pretty big country, a bit bigger than Malta. But anyway, I'm really happy to have you here. I haven't actually seen your dad so far. I think he might be sitting there on the wall.
Over there, yeah.
And the big news during the week is that your dad brought us, myself and Corey, who I normally work with, he brought us some barbecue shapes, which are an Australian treat that we hadn't had for ages.
Well, Korea's Australian too.
Yeah, Corey's Australian too. Oh, you know Corey as well. Okay. Obviously you've been watching. This is in the air, but it's going to be safe. It'll just be a single. Okay, Noah. So my big question to you, have you had any of the barbecue shapes so far?
Yes.
You have had the barbecue shapes. And when you had the barbecue shapes, did you have just a couple or did you have almost the whole box?
Almost the whole box.
Almost.
But I don't eat all of them because then I get full.
Yeah. Well, they are the kind of thing that you want to have more of. New over. Deepin Joyce is going to bowl now. Yeah, Keanu saying barbecue shapes are the best. Yeah, well, I think your dad got 48 boxes of barbecue shapes, I think, from your auntie. Is that right? And so, well, I already know that the commentary box has had 2 of them. And, got Noah Tavilla with me at the moment as my special guest commentator. I actually just got you in here to sit down and put the headphones on so you can hear everything I hear. So have you been watching your dad playing cricket? Because he hasn't played cricket here for a little while, and he's been playing again. He took a good catch the other day. Are you proud of your dad playing cricket on TV?
Even though he has a broken hand, but like.
He's got a broken hand. That's right. He's got a broken hand. So he's pretty brave, your dad, isn't he? And so it must be a really nice experience. This is something that we talk about on ECN all the time. It's really nice to be playing on TV. Obviously, as kids, you look up to the people that are playing sports on TV, and they kind of become heroes.
Yep.
So I'm sure your dad's your hero anyway. Okay, so let's give us the dirt here, Noah. What kind of a dad is your dad? Is he a fun dad? Is he strict?
He's
Does
fun.
he get grumpy
He's not
at
strict.
times?
Sometimes he gets grumpy, but not all the time.
Not all the time. And is he quite funny? He seems quite funny to me.
Yeah, he is.
We actually had him doing a little bit of commentating the other day when
He told me.
Corey was eating the barbecue shapes, and so we gave the headphones to your dad. And this will be the end of the 5th over. Jose doing a good job there, Dibbin. He only concedes 3 halfway through this innings. Victoria Lions are 28 for 1. So, have you been to Australia yourself or never?
I have when I was born, but I don't remember anything.
It was a long time ago, was it?
I was 2.5.
2.5, yeah. You probably don't remember too much from then. And, well, I really hope that you stick with the cricket because maybe one day we'll see you here. You never know. All right, Sloggers versus Entertainers tonight. You know, 7 matches today of cricket are going to be on the European Cricket Network. We've got the FanCode European Cricket T10 from Gibraltar later on. Sloggers versus Entertainers. That starts 4:30 p.m. GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, which is where we are right now, and 10 p.m. in India. So what do you think when you grow up? Would you like to play cricket on TV?
I don't mind. Whatever comes, comes.
Well, that's a very good attitude to have in life. Do you think you'd be a bit nervous having all the cameras on you and millions of people sometimes watching around the world? Or
Depends.
Do you think you wouldn't?
Depends if I get older, if I'm shy.
Yeah. Are you a shy person normally?
Uh-huh.
You don't seem too shy to me. I think you're doing a good job. Yeah, so you can imagine for these guys out there, this is what some people don't realise when they're watching. I mean, these guys, they must be a little bit nervous sometimes when so many people are watching.
If I miss, like, imagine dropping a catch online.
Yeah. But you just got to shake it off. Well, this is a high catch, and good luck. Who wants it? Fielder comes in. Divyesh Kumar. It's going to be caught. I can't believe it.
How?
Oh, it's a trilogy. It's one to the other and back to the original. Ternary form. ABA. It's Divyesh Kumar who drops it, and then the fielder next to him basically drops it back to him. Divyesh Kumar, take about what a replay this will be. You know what? I've never seen a catch like this in my whole life, where it goes from one fielder to another and back to the original fielder. Tom Thomas will get the wicket. This was miles into the air. Divyesh Kumar comes in and he drops it. And then it's Rocky. He doesn't have the gloves on. He knocks it up. Oh, count the touches. And Divyesh Kumar in the right place at the right time. ABA catch. How many touches have we got here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4.
5.
5. Yeah, well, how about that? Well, 3 touches to 2. Rocky wins that on points, but Divyesh Kumar takes the catch. What a catch. I was worried they were going to crash into each other there, Noah. But, I mean, that was pretty exciting, wasn't it? Oh, you'll see it all here at the European Cricket Network. I can never remember a catch where it's gone back to the original fielder. We've had a few team catches. Man, that was something else. Oh, time to gather my breath now. So it's back to earth. That was pretty exciting. And meanwhile, Makara, the other end, he's watched it all happen. This is Kumar gets a bit of a promotion. I think that makes sense. And spoils a wide here. Divyesh Kumar, I bet he's never taken a catch like that in his life.
And never will again.
Probably. Well, I've been watching cricket a long time, probably since I was about your age, even maybe a little bit younger. And I've never seen that happen in my whole life. So what a special moment for us to be here together. And so, well, back to the game at hand. Victoria Lions now 30. So tell me, what other sorts of things do you like, Noah, while we've got you with us?
I like watching YouTube a lot. I mean, depends what. Sometimes I watch football. Sometimes I watch like people like doing stuff, experiments or something.
Yeah, I'm just going to watch this ball come down to Rocky. He doesn't have the gloves today because I've got P10 doing the keeping. Okay, so you like watching YouTube. You know, this is something that's quite interesting because kids these days, back in the old days, back when I was a kid, probably when your dad was a kid, so we get to the end of the 6th over.
Just go play football or like just play.
Yeah, we had television, but
like
things would be on at a certain time and you had to watch it. And
at the same time, you can't like replay it.
You can't replay it, you can't rewind it, you can't go forward. But kids these days, I know that when I run into kids, they want to watch this episode of this show at this particular time, this bit of it. And I don't want to get all back in my day with you, but see, when I was a kid, I remember the adults used to say that when they were younger, they didn't have a television. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, Noah?
Always happens to me. Like back in the day, we don't like what you do. We go play outside.
That's right. It's still good to play outside. In fact, you're outside right now and you're holding your football, so I'm super happy that you're here with me. And Charlie Hunt's in the chat. Well, Charlie, he's about your age actually, Noah.
Oh.
He said he's just tuning in briefly for a second. He's not in Malta this time. I know Charlie did do some cricket for us. He's another one of our commentators. And he was in Malta last year for the Letter Cup, which is the internationals.
How many commentators do you have?
We got a few. And, well, speaking of a few...
Nah.
Yeah, Makara, he's going to have to go off the 15th ball he faces. Dibben Joseph's bowled well. And now he cashes in with a wicket. And Victoria Lions, well, they've got plenty of batters in hand, but the trouble has been the run production. You can see here, just kind of hits it inside out. Sloman, no problems for him. He wasn't going to drop that. And so it will be the third wicket to fall. Makara just couldn't get anything going in that innings. He goes for 4. It's 30 for 3. Yeah, so we have a few different commentators. We probably have 4 of us that do it pretty regularly. And you'll get to meet Rico. You might have met Rico last time at the Adams
Corey,
play.
I met.
Corey's there, of course. Corey's here in Malta with us. Rico will be here from next week. Charlie, he's not here this time. He's actually busy. He's actually studying at university. He's studying broadcasting at the moment. So this is why I think commentary ties in really well with what he's doing.
I don't know if this is allowed. What's your favorite team from here? From playing at the Cup?
Oh, I think this is outside leg stump, so it shouldn't be out. Let's have a look at this from straight down the line. I will answer your question in a second. But first, you see, this pitch is just outside leg. I think it's a good decision. Even though that probably was crashing into the stumps. Some doubt there on where that ball bounced. Charlie Hunt appreciating me winding him up. He's a bit older than you. I think Charlie's 20 or 21 now. It's up in the air. Should be gone and caught. Well, they're having a party now. Warriors, as Kumar can't move the needle. Jose gets 2 wickets in his second over. 31 for 4. And now the wicket's starting to tumble and not a lot happening on the scoreboard. Still Devasia, pretty much half the runs off his bat. He left a long time ago. 31 for 4. And yeah, well, it's all about catching. You know, catching in ball sports. It translates across a number of sports. And that was well held. Steban Sharju takes the catch. Okay, so you asked me what's my favourite team from here. Well, see, because of my job, I don't really have favourite teams.
Because then they'll get mad at you.
Yeah, because I'm just happy that all the teams treat me very well and they invite me in. But I will tell you something, okay? In Malta, there is something special that one team gave me. Divin Jose, slower ball.
What is it, Marcel?
It was, I got a Gozo CC shirt. So not Gozo
I
Zalmi.
know. It's
I got given a Gozo CC shirt that hangs up in my wardrobe at my house, which I hardly ever visit.
Is it my dad's team?
It's not your dad's team, it's the other Gozo team. But that was before your dad's team was formed, I think. Here's Dibben, last roll of the dice for him.
Who do you think has the best chance of winning the tournament?
These are really good questions. I think based on what I've seen so far, Gozo Zalmi, your dad's team. I think
But
they've been the most
yeah,
impressive team. But, you know, we're only 1 week in to a 4-week tournament, so anything can happen. Just a reminder, we have the European Cricket League coming up, and this is what I'm talking about as well. Been talking about, Noah, that the best team from 30 different countries get to go. They get all their flights paid for. They get the hotel paid for. They get to go to Spain. This starts in 22 days. And I hope you're watching because American University of Malta from here and quite a few players that we're seeing in this series, they'll be playing.
Dad's watching it every day.
Including Mehboob Ali, who's playing for your dad's team, Gozo Zalmi. He'll be part of the AUM team because he qualified for them by playing last year. And he scored 140 the other day. You must have watched that. That was a huge score.
Marsa lost 4 games.
Marsa have lost 4 games as well. You really know your stuff.
Are they out?
I think that Corey better watch over his shoulder because I think already you've shown more
Are they out, Marsa?
What's that?
Marsa are out.
Well, they're not out yet. Still time to go. Well, I think we'll find out if he's hit this or not because they've gone through for a run. And I think this might have been a drop chance. In fact, it is a drop chance. Pierce team behind the stumps can't handle this. It's Anson Joseph who comes on.
Who do you think has the worst chance of winning the tournament?
That's a nasty question. But I'd say probably there's teams like the Victoria Lions who it's their first time playing. So, you know, they're still kind of getting used to it, I think. So probably think that they'll struggle. But, you know, I hope that every team wins a game at some point, at least one game.
Have Marsa...
Marsa haven't won a game yet, as you just told us. Anyway, this is up.
But who has, lost the most games?
Well, at the moment, Victoria Lions have lost 4. But I tell you what, they might be turning things around. Maximo! Pushpangarden actually has been one of their better batters. I'd like to see maybe batting a bit higher.
26s from
26s from Mehboob Ali and from Lala in 1 innings. Tell you what, I think you should stick with your cricket because I think we could use you as a cricket commentator once you finish school. You're doing a good job. You've stuck around with me for a few overs already. That's a no ball for height. It's gone miles over the waist, so free hit coming up. Here's something that when I was a kid, and even when I was an adult, when I was playing, we didn't have free hits. Do you know what a free hit is? So it's an illegal ball because it didn't bounce and it was way too high.
So like you just throw it and it goes over.
So now the batsman, he can't get out this ball except for run out. So even if he's caught or even if the ball hits the stumps, he cannot be out. So that must be a really cool feeling. I've never actually experienced it. But to note that you cannot get out this ball. So he's just going to try and hit a 6. And he misses. It's called a wide though. So because it's a wide, it's still a free hit. So this is one of the exciting things that come into cricket. The free hit rule's only about, I'd say about 10 to 15 years old.
So it doesn't matter if he gets caught now?
Doesn't matter if he gets caught. I'm loving your questions. Very rarely people ask me questions when they're with me. So yeah, any other questions you've got, Noah, fire away. Any questions for Noah in the chat as well, let us know. Noah Tavilla here with us. Special guest commentator. And Keanu had a question. I'm going to come back to that. Slip my mind for a second. Free hit though. So he's in the air. So this will probably be caught, but he's not out.
That's good.
So they get 1. So yeah. So the question from Keanu was, do they speak English or Maltese in Malta? And I know that English and Maltese, they're both official languages of Malta, right?
But Maltese is the most.
Yeah, Maltese is the native language here.
The national
language. But 88% of people, I think, speak
English.
Is that right? That's what I've read anyway. And
But
some
if you
Joes-
go to public places like football pitches, public places in Malta, they'll be Maltese only.
Yeah, so obviously, so you living here, you speak Maltese, right?
Not really.
Not
sometimes.
really, a little bit. I mean, I know kids are sponges, right? Can you say anything in Maltese for us?
Ada.
Arta means what?
Tomorrow.
Okay,
Pitada means the day after tomorrow.
okay. That's good.
Do you know a bit of Maltese?
My Maltese isn't very good, I got to admit, probably because so many people speak English here.
Especially cricket, only English or like Indian.
Yeah,
Pakistan.
that's true. Yeah, you hear lots of languages around cricket because of the demographics of who's playing. We were talking about this earlier, that these days so many people, more people than ever before, are moving around the world to other countries. So, you know, the idea of what it is to be European or to be Maltese is kind of changing over time. Joseph.
Have you ever played cricket?
I have played cricket, yeah. I love these questions. I actually started playing cricket when I was about 7 or 8. So it looks like that could
Did you
be
play
over.
like when you were older, like 18?
I did, yeah. I played all the way up till I was about 30 or 31.
What team did you used to play for?
So yeah, I used to play. I love these questions. So I used to play. I actually played indoor cricket, which is a version of cricket.
It's like baseball.
I played indoor cricket for Australia back when I was playing down in Australia. But I've also played. I used to be in the Western Australian squad, and my local team, with the grade cricket we used to call it, it's called Subiaco. So I actually played with some of the guys that they're still playing for Australia in the international matches, and a lot of guys that play for Western Australia.
What was your favorite thing to do in cricket? Bowling, catching, or?
Growing up, I was a bowler
Uh,
mostly, and I batted okay, but I was mostly a bowler. But then when I was 18, actually when I was in my teens, I actually started doing a bit of wicket keeping, mostly just for fun in some less serious matches first. But I found that I was actually quite good at it, and I was quite good at catching.
is my dad good at fielding?
Yeah, he's a very good fielder too. He catch the other day. So actually, your dad played indoor cricket for Victoria back in the day, and I've played for Western Australia and a little bit for Australia. So yeah,
Did you ever go against each other?
No, unfortunately, because of the age difference. But I'm a little bit younger than your dad. But wicket keeping became my speciality. So when I was 18, I ended up wicket keeping and doing that professionally. So that was what I used to love doing. I used to love catching. I still do. I love catching. If you saw during the week, I had to catch one to raise some money
I like to
for
catch
the
too.
robot. So I did some catching without my gloves though.
Catching is fun.
Catching is fun.
I do it with my brother.
Yeah,
Ping pong ball.
Yeah, ping pong ball is probably safer. The golf ball wasn't a very good idea
No.
in the house because it did lead to a couple of broken windows. Here we go in the ninth. This is in the air.
That's a 6.
It could be gone though. It is. Well, Rocky, he dropped it again, but this time there was no one to pick up the rebound. And remember earlier,
Only once in a lifetime.
yeah, once in a lifetime moment it was. Well, Tim is enjoying your commentary actually, Noah. I'm loving the question. So yeah, so I did play cricket, and now I'm lucky enough to have this job where I go around. I go to lots of different countries, probably 20 countries a year or so, and I'm
Lucky.
commentating cricket. So yeah, I'm very, very lucky the way
I
things
think
have
one of
worked
your
out.
countries is Pakistan, right?
Almost.
India.
Yeah, so yeah, one of my cultures. So actually my father, he was born in the Punjab, which is kind of on the Indian
Side.
bit of India. It's the Indian-Pakistan border up the north actually, near Amritsar. That was his heritage. And my mum's actually born in the UK, but I was born in Australia, so I spent my whole life there until
That was going to be my
Last few years.
question.
Yeah.
Where were you born? Australia.
I was born in Australia. I lived there for most of my life, actually. End of the over coming up. Well, this should be a run out, but it's not. And that's why you push it, I suppose. And it'll bring up the 50. As Polite gets a couple. It's 51 for 4 after 9.
What is the best catch you've seen so far?
The best catch I've seen in this tournament, I think we just saw it. I think it was that catch where Divyesh Kumar basically bounced one off Rocky and then back to him. I think they will go on Facebook and these kind of things, and actually a lot of people, probably hundreds of thousands of people, will watch that and share that, because for some reason these things tend to happen on ECN, the European Cricket Network, because we have so much cricket. So before European Cricket Network,
You have cricket every day.
We have cricket every day. That's the thing.
How much games a day?
So today we have 7 games. We have
7.
4 games here. We have 3 games in Gibraltar. On a normal day at the moment, we have 6 games. And games of cricket used to take a whole day or even more than one day. And it's steadily been getting shorter. So we're kind of the first people to do a lot of this T10 cricket, which is just 10 overs a side. It basically means you got to play your shots a bit like this. And yeah, normal cricket when I was growing up, you had to really try and bat for a long time. It looks like we just have we had a white screen there for a second. I want to ask you some more questions though. You've asked me plenty of questions. Let me go back to the chat for a second. This is down the ground for 1. Manus is surprised. I'm half Punjabi. Question. And this is all the way from Thunder, who's watching from Bangladesh. Do you have a favourite cricketer?
Well, I haven't watched it that much, so I wouldn't know that much cricket players. But what I watched is yesterday that in Australia they did the final.
Yeah, the final. I actually have a couple of players that I used to play with that won the Big Bash.
The Heat lost.
Yeah, the Heat lost. Scorchers, that's a team from my city. And
no,
Jason
they won.
Berendorf for them. He had a.
That's their 5th one, I think.
It is. You know your stuff. Oh, this could be gone, you know. They'll have a look at this. Now, what do you call this? In or out?
I'm going to call out.
You're going to call out? I'm going to call out as well. But we'll have to have a look. They're going to limited review system as Pushpangaran comes back on the second run here. So it's a really good effort from the batter. He dives for his crease. I just find it hard to believe he's made it.
He's out.
Yeah, he's just out. You've called it there. Very good umpiring. I tell you what, you could be a commentator. You could be an umpire. Noah, you've called that perfectly. So it'll be 1 and a wicket. So it'll be 53 for 5.
Wait, do you have like something that sends it to the umpire?
Yeah, that's exactly what just happened. So the third umpire and the tournament referee will have a look at that. And there's the decision. Pradeep has to go. Good effort, though. I like the way he tried his hardest to get in. He even dived. But it was always going to be tough. And towards the end of the innings, now there's only 4 balls left when that happened. You know you kind of have to try for these extra runs, right? So maybe, yeah, your favourite cricketer could be your dad until you find someone else. And this is something that I think not everyone understands if you're watching from another country where cricket is quite famous. A lot of kids in Europe, when they're watching, this is the only cricket they watch. So they wouldn't really have an idea of...
like what players there are.
Yeah, in the more regular cricket playing countries. So this is what you have to look at it from a different perspective. All right, Noah, we got 3 balls to go. Pillai gets the strike back. He's on 7. And he hits this straight. Hits it pretty well. Well, they try for 2 this time. Dibben Jose horns it into the keeper's end. Pretty good throw, so they only get 1. And
that's good.
Yeah, that'll do. Miman Pillai decides he's going to have a chat. Very early chat with his partner. And that looks like Alwyn John who's going out there.
Random question, what is your favourite food?
Oh, random question. What's my favourite food? Good question. I quite like carbonara pasta.
My brother likes it.
Also like nachos. I love these random questions you're giving me. I'm going to say random question for you. What's something you like to do that isn't sport? Something else?
We usually like to play with my brother. We usually play we have tennis ball and we we throw it and then we have to bicycle kick it. It's like a football. It's like a football or something.
That sounds fun. Well, guess what? That one wasn't caught. Rocky's dropped another catch.
Not too good.
It'll be 2 runs and that'll do it. So the Lions, they're going to make 56 off their 10 overs. I tell you what, Ashram says that kid is very brave and very smart. You are very smart. Do you want to do the highlights with me?
Okay.
And let's talk about what happened in this first innings. The Lions, well, they were kind of in the Lions' 10, weren't they? That could have easily gone onto the stumps.
The catch?
Catch. That should have been caught. It wasn't caught, so they weren't perfect, the Warriors. But there were some crazy things that happened in this innings.
And the catch?
The Lions ended up with 56. Well, how did you see this innings?
They did not bad. The fielders dropped some catches. They did some good catches. American?
Yeah, it was probably a bit of both. I think you're right, Noah. This one went super high, and this is the moment I think this innings will be remembered for. A bit of teamwork there. It was Divyesh Kumar to Rocky Dianish, back to Divyesh Kumar for an unlikely 1-2
Good
punch.
catch, good catch.
Yeah, some good catches in there. I mean, they're trying their hardest, I think, to advance the score. But when you're trying to hit those big shots, there's always risks as well.
Risks. That's why I like to, you have to like try to it low, hit it the ground.
Yeah, I mean, that's a sensible option. And I suppose if you hit it low, you can't get a 6. This is late in the piece, and Noah called this one perfectly. As unfortunately,
But technically, the batter has to be looking where the ball is going because he can hit it very good then.
Yeah, keeping your eye on the ball is important. Looking at the scorecard, it was Devasia still retained the top scorer status.
56.
Is 15, and they score 56 in total. 56. Do you think that's enough, or probably not?
I don't think it will be enough.
Well, I'll tell you what, if 56 is defended, it'll be a new record because the lowest score we've ever seen win a match in a 10-over match previously is 60. And, well, as far as the bowlers went, it was a pretty good effort from most of them. 2 for 4, Div and Joyce didn't give
Unless
too
they
much
catch
away.
unless they catch all of them and they do good. But I mean,
It would be a
Gross.
miracle. Yeah, a wicket each for Soman and Tom Thomas. But we'll have to see something we've never seen before if 56 wins a game. But we've already seen something that we haven't seen before already in this game. Noah, I want to say a big thank you. Give me a high five. You have been a wonderful commentator. And who knows, we might have to have you back at some stage. I want to say a big thank you to you. And we'll hopefully enjoy the rest of the tournament.
okay.
All right, thanks everyone. And we'll be back in a few minutes with the second half of match 27. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Noah Tavilla. And back just after this break with more ECN Cricket. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. And we are ready for the second half now. I was here. I must have just missed the intro, so I didn't think we were on yet. But I'm back just in time. If you're wondering why I'm out of breath, then Noah had me kicking the football around, and so I've got my steps in. But don't worry, I was here. Here we go with the first ball coming up. It's going to be Alwyn John to bowl. 57 the target for the Warriors. It starts with a full toss. It almost gets chopped onto the stumps. Rocky Dinesh, who was he was the turkey in the turkey sandwich of a pretty interesting catch. The sandwich catch, we could call that. And that was when it went from Divyesh Kumar to Rocky and then back to him. Pretty unusual stuff. Wow, this one gets up. And the Lions, they've, like a lot of teams that are new to the format, they often find their feet with the ball a bit before they do with the bat. So, I've had a lot of good feedback about Noah. Corey might have to be a bit nervous. But they have to be competitive, always looking out for good commentary talent. This is knocked away. And Soman gets off the mark. So the young man's in here with me again. So I'll give him an over just to get his breath back. And by popular demand, I think we might need to hear more from Noah Tavilla. The word has spread. Hit. Gone. And so Rocky's gone. And well, his day will be his most famous for a drop that he made that turned into a catch because he doesn't do too much with the bat. And John takes the first catch. Well, the Lions, they'll believe maybe they can do this. I mean, we've never seen a score in the 50s defended. The Warriors, well, they actually are responsible for not chasing down the lowest target not to be achieved ever in Malta. So against Southern Crusaders, they couldn't chase 65. That was in a previous European cricket series. So they wouldn't want to be on the wrong side of that again. It's a perfect start for the Lions. Score is 2 for 1. So Dave's saying, yeah, Noah showed no nerves at all. He doesn't, I've really enjoyed getting to know him. I found out a few things, like he's a Western Bulldog supporter in the AFL. I found out, what else? Found out that they watch the Australian football quite a lot in the Tavilla household. Divyesh Kumar comes out. This is the first one. I don't think I can hold you back till the start of the over because you're already talking back to me. So I'm going to put that there. You've got to keep it there so people can hear you nice and clear. Okay? Finny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me in the commentary box, 10-year-old commentary thunderbolt. It's it's Noah Tavilla. Nothing seems to faze you. So I just told you something, that 60 is the lowest score we've ever seen a team win a game with. In this game, the Lions have 56. Do you think there's any chance to do it, or probably not?
I mean, they have. If they catch, then they might have a chance. But for now, it's like low.
Your facial expression mirrors mine.
Just very low.
They're going to have to take every single chance, and they're probably going to need some luck as well. There's no luck here. Now, Divyesh Kumar, he's a guy who scored 70 earlier in the series and looked very, very good. And it just looks in control. He just kind of knocks that one on the head, doesn't he? And
4.
deflects it away. 4 runs. Your knowledge of cricket is very good, Noah. End of the over. It's 7 for 1. Now, do you know what a golden ball is?
I saw it, it came up. Neither dad knows. I think it's like when they get a draw.
When they get a draw, yeah. So if scores are tied at the end of the 10 overs for each team, then the batting team gets a golden ball. And for the batting team to win the game, they get one chance. They need to score 2 or higher. If they do that, the batting team wins the game. If they don't do that, then they lose the game. The bowling team wins the game. So it's probably the most exciting thing that can happen.
Have you ever got a golden ball in it?
We have had 37 golden balls.
In this tournament?
Well, not in this tournament so far, as we're only into match 27. But in the history of the world, there's only been 37 golden balls. And you know what? All of them have been here on ECN.
It's very rare.
It is rare. You probably get one golden ball every 75 matches or so. Every 75 or 80 matches.
Now we'll see.
So about 1% of matches, let's say, a golden ball. So that's why when they happen, it's very special, and you never know when it's going to be a golden ball. So whenever it gets close, people do get
Nervous.
a bit excited. Yeah. We call it the tingle because, you know, sometimes you get a tingle inside your body.
Shake.
Exactly. You got a bit of the tingle. It means you're thinking it could be a golden ball. Can't say I've got the tingle in this one, but, well, that's one way to do it. He throws to the stumps, almost hits Kumar in the back. Yeah, Dave saying that your commentary is a bit like Corey's. Absolutely no holding back on your answers. Yeah, that's true. Keanu's saying they'll have to bowl them out to win. Yeah, probably. You can't see the Warriors not making the run a ball. Wait for this ball for Wilson. Soman looks a good player to me. He's facing up. And he almost chops back onto his stumps. And he survives. He gets one. So Marnus was asking, who is your favourite cricketer? Now, we had this question in the first innings. So who did you say it was? Because, but you said because you're in Malta, you don't get to see a lot of cricket except for the cricket you see here. So do you have a favourite cricketer in Malta?
My dad.
Yeah, your dad. That's a good answer. Well, now you've met me. And so maybe I'm your second favourite cricketer. Anyway, here we go. It's down and it's up.
Out.
And
no, it's not.
he's going to cut this off. They'll just get one. To be honest, though, we haven't really played cricket together. We just played a bit of football.
Football.
Now, do you call this football or do you call this soccer?
Americans call it soccer because football for them is rugby.
Yeah, well, football in America is another one. Australians tend to call Australian football, or sometimes they'll call rugby football. Yeah, I have started calling it football because in Europe that's kind of what they call it, but it does get a bit confusing. Good game, doesn't matter what you call it. Yeah, Dave said, good answer. Yeah, I think it's smart to call your dad, the favourite cricketer. I think maybe one day you'll be my favourite cricketer because I saw your skills. I hope you stick with your cricket. Here's Ajay Wilson.
I have played cricket, but because once my brother jumped on a bed and broke the wooden underneath.
Is that right? Oh, is that taking a catch on the bed?
He tried to kick it on the bed, but he just jumped and just fell on his back and just snapped.
So when I was young, we always used to take classic catches and land on the bed, but yeah, it's not great for the bed. I
know, but then we had the wooden pieces. We would throw a tennis ball and we'd have to hit it.
Oh, that's clever.
And then there's something behind it. If you hit it, you're out.
Well, how do you like that for a hit? That was hit pretty hard. And how many runs do you get for this? I want you to watch this.
Wait, I want to see.
Show you the shot. That's a pretty good shot. It is
4
runs. Nothing wrong with your eyes. And Andy Nowdy, who's one of the umpires here in Malta, one of the top umpires, he said that you're going to take his umpire's job because your eyes are very, very good. It's 16 for 1 after 2 overs.
But I'm younger, that's why.
You are very much younger. In fact, you're right up there with the youngest commentators we've had. I think the record is 5.
5?
Yeah, we had a 5-year-old commentator. That was Taranjeet's son, Prabjeet, who wasn't meant to commentate, but he learnt how to use the buttons because he was next to me so long that he started turning himself on. Anyway, this is the table. 10 teams here. And you can see the Lions without a win so far. I see the Warriors 2-2, hoping to make it 3-2, and maybe 4-2 by the end of the afternoon, which would put them level with the Royal Strikers.
Sweet United first.
Sweet United have played some good cricket, but they have played a couple more matches than some of the other teams. Anyway, here's Alwyn John. He goes short as well, hanging in the air and caught. Well, you said it, Noah. They've got to hold their catches to have any chance. And Soman, who's a good player.
You can't be dropping catches.
You can't be dropping catches because it'll cost you. Right now, the Lions have held on to their chances, 16 for 2. The short ball works out that time for the Victoria Lions.
They're doing good.
It's a similar shot to the one that went for 4, wasn't it? This time, Alwyn John has the protection of the fielder in
this
that.
Time there's no one there.
Yeah. So, I mean, they've made a good start. And here's the thing, the Lions, I know they haven't had a lot of success so far putting a whole game together, but they did take all 10 wickets against your dad's team, Gozo Zalmi. Held them to, I think it was 106.
106, I think it was.
106, but unfortunately they couldn't chase it down. The issues have been with the bat. I mean, they haven't really
done well.
Their scores so far are 63, 46, 54, 65, and then in this game 56. So
they're not doing too good in the batting.
Yeah, but I mean, often, sometimes I think when you're bowling compared to when you're batting, when you're bowling, it's okay to make mistakes because you still get another ball and you can still come back.
When you're batting, you only have one chance because you can get out straight away.
You know your stuff. I'm loving this. Dave says, give this boy a job. Lee Tuck saying, if they can get Divya Shirley, it's game on. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. And another wicket.
That's
Can you
good.
believe it? 2 and 2. Alwyn John goes bang, bang. And what are we watching here? Could we see something special? It's early days. But Alwyn John starts the third over with back-to-back wickets. Stephen Joyce goes for a golden duck. He's 16 for 3.
Miracle.
Are you feeling a miracle yet?
I am feeling it now.
Look at the footwork there from Joyce. He just never gets in line with it. And
They're
I
doing
mentioned-
well.
Yeah, their bowling and their fielding, I think, is a bit more
Efficient.
up to the mark. Yeah, a bit more efficient. That's a good word. Santosh saying pretty good knowledge from Noah at this age. Corey's job is in danger. Biggest thing, when you're going to be famous, when you're going to be a famous commentator, don't change as a person. Don't get too big for your boots. You just have to keep a level head. All right? So one day, when I work for you, just remember how it all started.
I was just sitting here.
Hey, so what job do you want to do when you grow up? Do you have an idea of what you'd like to do when you grow up?
Well, my family tells me I should be a lawyer.
You should be a lawyer.
Because I always catch something, like they say something, and I was like, but don't you like say that sometimes?
So that is interesting. So you told me you were shy at the beginning, but you don't seem that shy. You seem very confident. And your family say that you should be a lawyer. Well, I might take your business card because I might need a good lawyer. The way that I roll sometimes. That's very interesting. And by the way, one thing we haven't had yet is a hat trick, which is a bowler taking 3 wickets in 3 consecutive balls. And right now, Alwyn John is on a hat trick. He's got Tony Lewis facing up.
That's good.
This could be the first hat trick of 2023. We had 40 hat tricks last year, 4-0. 40 hat tricks.
So if he hits the wicket or
hits the wicket,
he
gets
gets
caught, maybe
caught.
an LBW.
hat trick.
Let's have a look. Here we go. Hat trick ball for John. And ices the clock for a second.
What happened?
Yeah, Mana's saying John was doing this 2 days ago. No surprise, he's back at it again. Well, we see history made here. Hat trick ball.
Hat trick.
Oh, and that's what we call a Danny. So Danny Hudacek, he's one of my friends. He commentates when we're in the Czech Republic and a couple of other tournaments. And whenever a hat trick ball goes for a wide, we call that a Danny because he seems when he's commentating that always happens. So
Is that wide?
that is a wide. So anything that goes behind the batter to the right of the stumps, it's going to be a wide. Oh, probably a bit high, but not too far away. It's a really good over. Look at John.
The
He's
shot
got,
out.
he's got 3 for 8. I think actually there's a bit of bat in that, so maybe we'll go 3 for 9 now. Yeah. Family plans saying beer avoidance. Yeah, sometimes you have to buy the beers if you get a hat trick. There's a way to celebrate.
Have you ever played billiards before?
Have I ever played what? Billiards? Oh, okay. Yeah. I have played a bit, but I'm not very good. Well, speaking of not very good,
That's a 4.
that is going to be 4. And probably should have stopped that. Saji Wilson.
You can't make those mistakes when you have low points.
You're exactly right. That's a very astute observation.
There was many catches that were missed yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday there were a lot of drop catches. The day before, we hardly had any. That's when my friend Corey, he said he would put €1 in for every drop catch because we're trying to save money for a robot costume. And then there were no, there
I
were no
saw
drop
it. It was on the thing.
Yeah, and then there's
What's the robot
there were
costume
no drop
for?
catches. There's like 1 in the whole morning.
What's the robot costume for?
It's for our big tournament in Spain. The big tournament we're talking about. We've got 2 robot costumes now.
That's good.
Short. It's just going to get over the fielder. And it
That's
might
4.
plug, but it'll still go for 4. Yeah, it goes all the way. So you have to still be brave. Yeah, Kumar gets more responsibility now in this chase. Could be closer than you think, but not if Divyesh sticks around 4 runs. And yeah, so the robot. So there we go. That's the robots that we've bought, and that's actually the order. It's going to go to Sunset Beach in Spain. And we've got 2 different sizes. Probably wouldn't fit you in it. Maybe if you went on one of your brother's shoulders, you could probably fit in there. But yeah, these robots are going to go around the ground, and it's going to be really cool, we think. But that's if the robots
Would you
arrive.
order one for yourself?
Well, it's not technically for me, but I suppose I could go in it. Oh, this is off the glove. It's a look-away deflection. And I think
Is that
this
4?
it's kind of semi-deliberate. Have a look at this. So he sways out the way, and he just kind of leaves his gloves there.
That's it. Is
It's hit his bat. Yeah. Now look at this one more time. I think he's trying to leave it, Divyesh Kumar. You see, he actually tries to pull the bat out the way, and
I don't think it hit his
it.
bat
I think it just hit the bat and went over the keeper.
because it hit the.
I don't think it hit him in the face, otherwise
No, there's like a mosque there.
Oh, like the grill, yeah. I think that's off the bat. It'll be 4 runs. So 30 for 3 after 3. Tim Reedman's just donated £1 to ECN. Thank you very much.
That's good.
And Santosh saying your commentary about the misfield was good. Now, my job's in danger. Says that you can't be missing those when you're defending a score like this. So you've obviously listened to a bit of the ECN when you've been watching the cricket here. So
Many times.
many times. So really, most of commentary is if you've watched it, you just say what you think they'd say.
I've watched mostly every game because Dad puts it on.
Dad puts it on, yeah. Well, that's good to hear that Glenn's been watching it.
There it goes.
There goes your football. Bye-bye. You got a new job now. This is Rajan who's coming to attack in over number 4. We might need to call the late.
I know he's not out.
I think, yeah, he's not out. You see everything. I was going to say it's not out. I thought they might look at it, but I think he's fairly comfortably in. There comes the bat.
He's in.
Yeah. We might need to call a lawyer about child labour laws, actually, because with you being 10, I don't know if we're allowed to employ you yet. We might find out. Tarek saying now you just need a loud or unusual outfit. Have you seen how I normally wear a different coloured suit every day?
You wear green.
Yeah, green one day. I've got lots of different colours. Do you have a favourite colour?
Orange.
Okay. So for you then, I'll wear something orange. Yep,
You're wearing
next
a
time you
green
see me.
NFL t-shirt.
Yep, today I am.
Everything in green.
Green's good. I like to change my colour every day. But now, if your favourite colour is orange, I'll try to have a bit of an orange theme. Anyway, here we go with Rajan. Bites back. I mean, for the highlights the Lions have had so far, they just don't have enough runs to play with, do they? They've already conceded 33. And this guy, Divyash Kumar, number 17, who's facing up now, he's been batting really well. So cricket's a funny game because when you're playing well, it seems like a really easy game. And when you're not,
it seems very
impossible.
hard.
Yeah.
It's out. Out. He hit his leg.
Yeah, hit his leg. I have a feeling this might have just been going over the top. It certainly was close. But I think on this pitch,
It might
have just been going over. Hit him pretty high and it was still on the way up. I think it's a good call. But yeah.
I might have hit him. I think it's out.
I think hit him a bit high. But anyway, if hit you that high, it probably was hitting with something. In the air.
Out.
Oh, it had to be caught. Divyash Kumar gives a genuine chance. He dives parallel to the ball. He'll get 2. But really, last roll of the dice time. Kumar gave the chance. Krishna Kumar couldn't hold on.
Ooh.
He didn't really have to move that much. He probably could have taken
He
half
moved
a
too
step
much.
left. He was on the move. And when you're moving, your eyes
You can't
move.
stop. You can't stop.
Yeah, your eyes are moving and it's pretty hard to focus on the ball, so that hurts. Santos said going down leg side. Yeah, for me it was probably missing the top right corner of the stumps, but
He's not out.
it's a pretty tough one. They're not out. I think maybe we have to get you umpiring as well. But I think the first thing you should do while you're young, you should be playing. Play as much cricket as you can. I'll give you a little tip. I used to love making up games with my brothers when I was a kid, as we get to the end of
We really like making up games. 7 balls.
36 for 3. So, one I used to do is I never used to bat with we never used to bat with a cricket bat. We would use, say, like a hockey stick, and we would cut it in half. So we only had something thinner to bat with. So that's what we would do when we were playing, which is, it's a little bit tough, but the more you practice,
The better you get.
And then when you've got a real bat, it seems easy. And then we also used to have a game where, so how I got actually quite good at keeping, especially up to the stumps, we would have a wall, we called it wall cricket, and the keeper would also be the bowler. So they'd bowl or throw the ball into the wall, it would bounce, and then the batter would have to watch the wall, and the ball would bounce off it, and then they'd have to play it.
Oh, that seems fun.
That's how we get stumped and bowled dismissals. Yeah, it's pretty fun. But the main thing is you want to have fun, because then you want to keep doing it. Palaka Lapil comes in to bowl.
Save it for 4.
Yeah, good save. Yeah, so fielding's also a really fun bit of the game. I think sometimes people think fielding can be a bit boring, but if you work on it, then it makes it extra special when you do get opportunities and you take them.
Because if you have opportunities, then you never know.
You
could save.
Yeah, it was a good save. You know what? You're getting more fans from all over the world, and I just noticed someone popping into the chat. I'll tell you after this ball from Palaka Lapil. It's cut away into the gap. This will be 4.
Not before.
Yeah, Lewis. He just uses the pace of the bowler, then he gets 4, and so
16 runs.
the only thing I'm worried about, 16 runs. Geez, your maths is good as well. So they're up to 41. Auntie Raylene is in the chat saying, that's my nephew, Noah. I'm his auntie in Australia. Hello, Auntie Raylene. How are you today?
Box of shapes, barbecue shapes.
Is she the one that brings the barbecue shapes? Thank you, Raylene. Request for pizza shapes next time as well. Because pizza shapes are pretty good as well. Lewis tries the same shot again, but he doesn't have as much room, so no run. So Auntie Raylene says, I love you, Noah. That's nice. What do you want to say back to Auntie Raylene?
Thank you. Thank you.
You're going to have to get used to, people telling you they love you, especially girls in the chat. Happens.
Bang.
If you're going to have a job here at ECN, we've definitely got you on the short list already.
Short list.
Yeah, I think we're always looking out for new commentary talent. Maybe you can mix it with your cricket playing and umpiring and your lawyering as well. So what do you think? So what do you think a lawyer does? You said that your family said that you'd be a good lawyer.
Lawyer, I think like it helps people like they tell them what happened and then the lawyer helps them.
Well,
6.
helping
6.
yourself to 6. And you know what I call a 6, right? That is a Maximo. And this game might not have too long to go.
Any chance.
Now, Noah, what I'm going to get you to do in a minute is we might have a look at you on the camera after 5 overs. I'll get you to stand. Why don't you stand on that chair? So we're almost the same height. All right. And we'll wait for this ball, though. Last ball of the over coming up. Well, it won't be.
That's wide.
That's a wide. Hey, you're spot on with your eyes. Yeah, Dave's saying Noah fangirl comes out. I have a bit of a low-key day here today in the commentary box without Corey, but I'd be happy to invite our viewers in after.
Corey's coming tomorrow.
Ball. Yeah, Corey should be here tomorrow. We'll see. Well, this chases a wide, but he gets plenty of it. It is going to plug, though. Just to bring up the 50 for the Warriors. And now they're one swing of the bat away from victory. 51 for 3 after 5. And, well, it's Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo in the commentary box. And I am here with Noah Tavilla. Look straight there. Don't look at yourself. Look at that's what you're looking at. And I want you to say a big hello to Auntie Raylene and everyone. And all your family and friends. They can be very proud of you. I'm going to say give me a high five because Noah is something quite special for a 10-year-old. You're very good with whatever you do. I think whatever you do in life, you'll do very good. Just be confident and believe in yourself. And I really hope that you want to stick with some cricket because we'd love to see you out there. Maybe, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years, you could be out there. Noah.
Would you still commentate?
You could be commentating with me, I think, already. Sorry, Corey. That's Noah. He is certainly doing a fantastic job today. And you know what? There's probably room for you and Corey. There you go. Grab a seat.
And now Corey is coming tomorrow.
Corey, he should be back tomorrow, but tell you what, I might tell him to take another day off. Anyway.
I'll be at school.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Well, we can write a note. That's 2 to come. And, yeah, you got a lot of fans out there. But remember, stay humble. It's good advice. So it looks like the 56 wasn't enough, Noah. I think you're spot on there. They only need 4 more to win. And Lewis. Well, now have a look at this from side on. I think
he's out. I don't think he's out.
I don't think he's out either. I think that foot
We'll
stays behind the line.
Yes, it does.
It had a little bit of a shuffle. That's why they thought maybe it's in the air, but there was always something that was grounded. Well, last question from Marnus. What's it like living in Malta? How do you like it here?
I mean, the weather's very nice. It's most of the time very sunny.
Yeah.
Winter never really rains.
Winter's not really
Cold.
proper winter.
No.
If you go to some place.
Australia.
There's worse than Australia. Have you ever been anywhere where it snows? Have you seen snow before?
No.
Never. Yeah. Some people in Europe would find that hard to believe. But yeah, snow is a bit of a phenomenon that's foreign to me until recently. Wow, this would have been an amazing stumping. Instead, it's the bouncer that will be a bye.
Oh, no.
It's a bit of a tough one for the keeper. It's Pushpanganan who's behind the stumps. It's clever bowling, actually, from Devasia. Maybe it's surprised they waited so long to bring Milton into the attack.
3 more runs.
3 more runs. And then we're back to playing football, I think.
Yeah, they're going to win.
I think they will. Probably in a second we'll have a look at what's coming up this afternoon because we've still 1 more game to go here in Malta. Then on the channel. We'll have 3 more matches from Gibraltar tonight, starting in about an hour and
30
10.
minutes.
Milton just keeps him honest there, and there was one in the first innings. That's a classic how not to do it, because Lewis could have been gone there. You just have to watch the bowler. Simple as that. Out.
Out.
Yeah, you called it. And Kumar goes with the victory
Good
target
ball.
in sight. Was a good ball, wasn't it? And I think this is always a bit of a risk when you're batting. If you don't play the ball with a straight bat, he tries to whip this away sideways, you see. And it just means if you don't get the timing exactly right, then you risk getting out. And know what are you giving that? Good decision?
Good decision.
Good decision. Very matter of fact. But it does give someone else the opportunity to have a chance to hit the winning runs. This is what's coming up tonight. Now, that's weird, isn't it?
If they could draw, man.
Match 33, match 34, match 10. That's a bit strange, isn't it? Do you want me to tell you why it's like that? Match 10 was meant to be played back, I think...
oh, yeah, because my dad's game was postponed.
Yeah, so this is actually this is Gibraltar tonight. They had a game that has been rescheduled. So instead of playing just the 2 games, they'll play the 3 games tonight in Gibraltar.
As my dad played the game that was postponed.
Yeah, so they will be rescheduled. We don't know exactly when they will be. But this is tonight. So straight away after we leave Malta, you can go to Gibraltar. And that starts 4:30 p.m. GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. Anyway, looks like Chisel Joy is out there, but he's watching because it's the end of the over. And he will be watching the last ball of the match.
And that is game over.
Would you say Maximo?
Maximo.
A bit louder than that.
Maximo!
That's
think
how
that's
to
what I
do
said.
it. That's
Yeah.
Maximo time. So Lewis finishes things with a bang, and they do get there with the first ball of the 7th. And they're going to do this with 23 balls to spare. And the Warriors, pretty impressive. I mean, I think...
And the Lions have lost.
The Lions have lost. You know, the Lions have had some good moments in that game. I think the start of their bowling innings was okay. I just think they need to find a way to score more runs. I think the news in the next game is that the Lions, once again, they'll be batting first. Let's have a look at the highlights. We'll take us through it, Noah. It was going to be 57 to win. But they had some good moments early, the Lions.
Earlier they had some good highlights.
Yeah, you told me that they had to hold their catches and they had to kind of field really well. I said they probably need some luck as well.
But they didn't have enough chances to get catches.
Yeah,
So
I think you're exactly right. And that was a nice catch that was taken down at deep square leg. But this was an exciting moment in the game, wasn't it? Because 2 people got out in 2 balls.
For the hat trick, but they didn't have.
Yeah, hat trick was a wide. But yeah, that's one.
Oh, that was
Yeah, you mentioned that.
that costed you 2 points.
And what about costing 2 points? I tell you what, that was my highlight, commentating with you that game. And you called this one out as well. Devasia was able to get Divyesh Kumar, but the game just only had one more ball left in it. Yeah, so it will be a fairly comfortable victory for the Warriors. And we'll have more games coming your way. About an hour and 5 minutes away from that. Well, Noah, I'm going to sign off with the scorecards. Do you want to say goodbye to everyone out there?
Goodbye.
Anything else you want to say before we finish this game?
No.
Well, he said it all. I can't believe he was lost for words. Finished down to here, Mr. Maximo, with Noah Tavilla. Check out the scorecards of this game just before we go. And well, with only 57 to get, it was fairly comfortable for the Masita Warriors. You can see Divyesh Kumar with 35 and Tony Lewis 16 on out, the main instigators, as no one else really had to do too much. They got there off the first ball of the 7th over. Divyesh Kumar continuing his good form. He was a late consolation wicket. As far as the bowling went, well, the Lions, they have shown a bit more of a roar with the ball rather than the bat so far in this series. And you can see here that 3 for 21, Alwyn John, he had a couple of overs to remember. The other wicket went to Devasia late in the piece. I think he's probably have to bowl a little bit earlier the way things are going. We'll take a break. We'll be back in 1 hour's time with the last game of the day from Malta. Don't forget, 3 more to come in Gibraltar tonight. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, and big thank you to Noah for his commentary this game as well. We'll see you just after this break for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground in Malta. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, and we're almost ready for the last game of the day. Got to say, had a pretty good run around. It was a pretty fun day we've had here. It's a Sunday, so we're just getting ready for the last game of official cricket. We had a bit of unofficial cricket. We had a bit of football, Australian football, a bit of everything actually. Nice active break for us, and a big thank you to Isaac and to Noah, who are helping me get a bit fit, working me around in the break. And now let's get back to the serious stuff and serious issues for the Victoria Lions, who just having a few problems with the bat. They're going to go out there after they have elected to bat. So yeah, I don't mind that. They're at least putting themselves under pressure to get a more defendable score. I do think they've kind of got the bowling to defend scores, but they just need to get even 70 on the board, and maybe they can make some inroads. But the Cedar Warriors, they were pretty impressive in the last game. They were able to keep the Victoria Lions to 56 for 5 and then chased it down off 6.1 overs. So looking forward to seeing exactly how the last game in Malta pans out. And I know that in Gibraltar, Rico Full standing by. We're 2 hours away from a start there. So the first game in Gibraltar starts 2 hours from now. So pretty much a continuation coming up. And 3 games in Gibraltar tonight because they're making up the game that was lost to rain a little bit earlier in that series. So welcoming you back into the chat as well. If you'd like to join us, you can interact with us live on the air. It's one of the special things about ECN. You can really have a chat with me. Corey's off today, so it's just me. This is what's coming up in front of us now. Cedar Warriors, they're 3-2 after that last win, and Lions have lost 5 straight. But the Lions had some good performers. I think Rajan, you see, he has made a difference. Owen John was on fire earlier. Bristow Baby comes in for Cedar Warriors, one of the top 3 names we've ever had on ECN. He's a bargain at 5.5. Dream 11 points as well. Bristow Baby, probably get a bowl, I'd imagine. But first, they're going to open with Arjun Soman. Here we go with match 28. Last match of week 1. First one's right on target from Soman. Defended away at the middle stump. And decided not to persist with Varun Makara at the top of the order. They're going to go with Alwyn John. And so negotiated first ball. And well, they didn't actually take a run there. First ball, so it's a dot. And well, if you want to know what John's approach is going to be, just have a look at this. I see this from side on. This is a proper swing and a half. He throws himself off his feet. He must have chopped it into the ground. Slow this down if you can. Oh, he might have hit it onto his pads and it's bounced that far. No, he's bounced into the ground. Well, John's doing everything. He's been good with the ball, so he said, you know what? Grab a bat, march into the middle of the Malta International Cricket Ground and see if you can get us some runs. So, power play batting. Soman, he doesn't know what to think. Now, more of a circumspect slashing cut. Doesn't hit this at all. Yeah, looking back at the last game, I mentioned the Victoria Lions 56 for 5. Alwyn John only faced 2 balls at the very end. He came out batting 7, so I suppose the thinking is, let's get someone else up there. Makara looks like he's got a good technique, but he made 4 off 15. So it wasn't really going fast enough to really warrant holding his spot at the moment. I suppose you've got to try things if you're the Lions. You've got to try things, and I don't mind that move. Hello to James Stewart. And hello to James, and says, has Corey lost another rank on the ECN comms rankings? Well, I try not to have rankings because we are a team, but we had a newest member of the team. We had Noah Tavilla, only 10 years old, who did most of game 3 with me and actually did a really good job. Maybe one day Jacob will get in the box with me, James. If we can make it to Estonia. Driven away. John will get off the mark this time. The conditions at the moment, still 14 degrees, still a bit of wind, so it hasn't changed too much. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. When you consider we're still in the first week of February, and this is Europe, it's pretty good weather. Milton Devasia will get the chance to have a hit here. So yeah, it's not ideal. Makara has been kind of dumped as opener because he couldn't score quick enough, and John's shown intent, but he's 1 off 5. Sometimes it's tough to find the right combination. Soman. I still think he is going to come good. We've got a replay of him marking with the chalk then. Look at him marking centre and then marking a random mark about 2.5 stumps outside off. Deracia setting his teammates up for failure with that chalk mark. Anyway, does take centre. Last ball of the over. It's a long way across. It's pretty close, you know. Let's have a look at this on the replay from front on. He gets a long way across here, Milton Deracia. Oh, pitches on. Oh my, oh. That's out. I don't see that missing. I think I can understand the umpire thinking that it might have just been missing, but you could see it's kind of sliver of leg stump there. He's lucky to get away with that. Someone had a good shout on that. 106-70 the expected scores. And yeah, you can understand why the Warriors are pretty big favourites. And yeah, the Lions only averaging 57 with the bat. They got 56 last game. What do you think about that LBW? Whole ball missing the stumps? Don't know. Umpire gets one look at it, had some doubt. That's fair enough. Not criticising the ups at all. I think fair enough. You can get ready for the second over. Tom Thomas going to start, and he's going to start with a wicket. It's Pierce Dean that takes the catch, so the promotion to the top of the order doesn't really work out for Alwyn John. Just a little regulation outside edge and well held by the keeper. And so the first wicket falls. It's 1 for 1, the Lions. Once again, having a few issues, and that's a good ball from Thomas because actually does cut back, and that's why it hits the batter high up on the bat, nowhere near the middle. It was that high up outside edge. So John has to track back. And hello to Michael Daub, who has joined us, saying hello to dear friends of entertaining cricket. Well, we'll be entertaining. I tell you what might be entertaining is if we start the European paddle network, because we've been playing a bit of paddle internally in the crew. And I've got to tell you, Michael, Meter is an absolute natural at that game. None of us have played too much. New batter out there is Jithan Janesh coming out at 3. Yeah, Meter's really put on a bit of a show on the paddle court last couple of times. So I don't know how much paddle there is in Germany. I know it's really big in Spain. It seems to be taking off. It's kind of a mixture between tennis and squash, really. This time, swing and a miss. And it will be no run. So yeah, if you've heard of paddle, it's well, it's going to be another wicket, and Janesh plays all the way over the top of this one. And so Tom Thomas with a double strike, he's got 2 for none. And the Lions, well, unfortunately, they're still Cubs, aren't they, really? It's 1 for 2. Really, it's smart bowling. You've got a new batter there, get some balls that hit the stumps. And that's exactly what happens. So 2 wickets down already. And Thomas, well, he kisses the sky, and why not? So it's going to be a tough road ahead for the Lions. Who can stand up for them? Michael said he's never heard of the sport before. Well, I hadn't heard of it too much, but yeah, in Barcelona we started playing. Yeah, we're having quite a good time. Good fitness, runs us around. I tell you what, who also ran us around? The kids at the ground here had been running ragged. We had cricket, we had football, we had everything during the break. Kumar comes out and he pops one into the sky, and he's lucky to get away with it. Well, that was almost 3 wickets. There's Rocky Dinesh. There's a crazy catch earlier. It was a sandwich catch where Rocky was the meat in the sandwich, really, because Divyesh Kumar dropped it, and then Kumar dropped it back to... Sorry, he can't. Dinesh dropped it back to Kumar. That was one of the crazy bits of cricket you'll see this year. Michael saying the bowler obviously doesn't want to depend on umpire decisions. That's true. Into the over. It's all the 2s. 2 for 2 off 2. And Tom Thomas with 2 for 1 off that over. So having a look at the standings. You can see it's Sweet United 6-0, looking pretty good at the moment. Victoria Lions without a win yet. And Southern Crusaders and Goza's Army and Royal Strikers, in fact, on 8 points. And that's where the Warriors want to be at the end of this game. Lions, though, let's see what they can pull out of the fire. And the Blasters had a struggle in the 7th innings of the day yesterday. Just getting bowled out for 33, I should say. Here's Soman. That's the ball that would have hit the stumps. And Krishna Kumar swings all across it. Yeah, got to say the Lions to bat first. Let's just say sometimes it's hard to know the difference between brave and foolish. I mean, they're hoping they're batting clicks. They don't have target pressure. They're hoping to go out there and hopefully someone clicking and getting them something competitive, maybe 75, 80, something like that. Not the greatest ball from Soman this time. Came close to getting a wicket last over. This will be a leg bye. So, runs pulls ahead of wickets. That's good. And the Warriors feel like they're going in for the kill. Yeah, James. Noah's very good. Just come in. Noah's with me again now, actually. So maybe we can pull him in. Maybe around the halfway point of the innings, we can pull him in a little bit more. I know we had a lot of fans. There's Auntie Raylene down in Australia. He was enjoying that. And Michael saying he enjoyed listening to me and my talented comms partner. So much fun to listen to that conversation. Maybe at the end of this over. Noah, you feel like commentating again? He just shrugs his shoulders like, yeah, if you want. He's very low key. Slower ball. It's been an effective weapon for Soman. Looks like a good player to me. Picked up a few, haven't they, the Warriors? It'll just be a single. And Corey got today off. He probably wasn't feeling the best, actually, Corey. So, plan is for him to come back tomorrow, but we'll have to see. Hopefully, he's feeling a little bit better. Soman gets another slower ball. He just needs to find a ball that's going to hit the stumps. This is called a wide. Maybe we'll see that one again. Yeah, just kind of floats it out there. It's basically, I think, a fast off cutter. Yeah, and it does drift wide of the wide line. It's good umpiring. Michael has a good comment, which I'll read out in a second. This one's a dot ball. Yeah, Michael said he got nervous when I asked Noah, what kind of dad is your dad? And that's because Michael, who is in the chat, he is actually the dad of Mita, who is our project manager here, a part of the ECN Blue Crew. I think you're a pretty good dad as well, Michael. Still looking forward to meeting you in person, actually. Maybe this is the year. In the air. Should be caught. Rocky, he's dropped a few, and he's dropped this one. Well, gloves on, gloves off. Rocky's having a bit of a Barry Crocker in the field. And this one goes straight through his hands. Oh, don't look now. If you're from the Dinesh family, because that one goes straight through his mitts into terra firma. And poor Soman, he can't buy a wicket at the moment. He's got none for 6. He's got one more chance with this delivery. And now he gets pumped out of the ground. Well, some days it's not your day. That one's out of the ground completely and bounces back off some sort of tree. Maximo! Big hit. Krishna Kumar, it does look like one guy. When he hits in the middle, they stay hit. End of the over. It's 14 for 2 after 3. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again in the commentary box is Noah Tavilla. Noah, I can't keep you away. You're here. Let's talk. It's last game of the day, Noah, and you actually asked me a random question before, and I know you've been watching a lot of ECN cricket, so let's ask the viewers for some random questions, and maybe you've got some random questions as well. What do you think? Okay. You asked me some really good ones earlier. Now, did you enjoy the break? We played some cricket, didn't we?
And some football.
Yeah, got some tips.
And then NFL.
Yeah, we talked NFL as well. Super Bowl next week. I gave you some fielding drills that you had to... That wore you out, didn't it? You needed some water after that, didn't you? Took some good catches, though. Here's Tom Thomas. He took 2 for 1 in his first over, and he almost has 3 for 1. So throw some random questions in. I'm here with Noah. James says welcome back. Michael's happy to hear you live. A lot of people have been going back, listening to the last game.
Wow.
And I don't like to compare commentators because I think
mean.
commentators are a bit like foods. You know, you don't need a favourite. You probably
Or
like
drinks.
a variety of them. Yeah, and drinks. Yeah, we know a lot about drinks on the job. In the air, away from the fielder. Does well to knock it down. This will just be a single. Guys, come this way. You can't go that way. Come this way. Probably heard me a little bit through Noah's mic there. I just got to make sure everyone stays where they need to be. It doesn't go behind the bowler.
And they don't get hit.
Do you know why that is? You're not meant to go right
Because
behind
if they
the bowler.
get a 6 and they hit you.
That's one reason. And like this, but this isn't a 6. It's probably going to
That's
fall
out.
safely.
Oh.
I like that you're calling it early. I'll give you a little bit of commentary advice. Unless you're sure, don't say it. Because sometimes it doesn't work out the way that you think. Yeah, so the reason that people aren't meant to walk behind where the bowler's bowling is it can be distracting if you're batting. Because you're watching the bowler and you're
And then
trying
you
to
don't
watch
want
the
to hit
ball.
them.
Yeah, and you don't want, well, you probably do want to hit them because that would be a 6. But it's, yeah, that's why we try not to get people walking behind. It's a pretty good shot
It's
from
4.
Devasia. And there you go, 2 balls in a row.
And
Noah,
it
don't
was
call
a
it
4.
too early. It was only 1.
Oh, but
Let's have a replay, please. Let's make sure. Noah calls it 4.
it wasn't 4.
It wasn't?
No.
You're changing your mind?
Yes, I'm changing my mind. I am changing my mind.
You do have good knowledge of the game. Yeah. I'll tell you what, if his foot hit the rope there, you'd be some sort of genius. You already are a genius. Michael's got a question for you in the chat.
What?
And I'll wait for this ball from Tom Thomas. Pretty high. I don't think it's no ball. Might see it from side on. But I think that Kumar's upset he's missed out on it because it's probably...
A bit too high.
Yeah, it's high-ish. Maybe just below the waist. He wants to know, what are the favourite sports you and your classmates like the most? That's a good question.
Football.
Football comes
Then
in number 1.
basketball.
Basketball.
I don't, that's all the main 2.
Yeah.
If you had to say 3, I would go for athletics.
Athletics, okay. I think what we need to do, because we had a bit of fun out there and you were pretty good with the bat and you were even running between the wickets when you were hitting me all over the park. I think we need to get you a bat and a ball, take it to school and maybe try and convince some of your friends to play that in the lunch break.
Oh my god.
Well, you heard it, and OMG, it is out. Bristow Baby takes the catch. Not only one of the best names in European cricket, but also he's got a pretty good pair of hands, and the Lions, well, hit out through Kumar, but now he's gotten out, and it's 18 for 3.
Bang.
Yeah, okay. So one thing we're trying to do is all those sports that you're talking about, football, basketball.
Athletics.
Yeah, they're big ball sports, or in athletics, not even a ball sport. Want some small ball sports? I think we want to see some more cricketers, and we'd love to start.
I mean, there's baseball.
Yeah, baseball's a sport that I've actually played quite a lot of.
There's golf.
Yeah, golf is a
There's
good sport.
hockey.
Hockey. You know a lot of sports.
What else?
Now I like this question as well, and okay, got a couple of questions for you. First, here's Bristow Baby. He holds onto the ball and gets ready to bowl the 5th over.
Oh,
he
nice.
does well to actually stop that. It's a bit of football from Bristow. So I asked Bristow, is that really your last name? He said yes. He said, my dad's name is Mr. Baby. So it's a pretty cool name. Imagine having your name as Baby. He's going to be a baby his whole life. Bristow.
He won't
See, look
grow
there.
up.
Bristow Baby. It's
He
his
won't
name.
grow up.
Even when he grows up. Yeah, true.
He's staying like that.
So, question from Santosh in the chat. I'll just wait for Bristow to bowl this ball. And you can give me an answer.
I'm guessing it's going for 6.
So you're calling a 6 here, are you? Victoria Lions fans will be very happy if you're right, Noah.
I'm calling a 6.
James liked your commentary in that
I'm calling
previous
6.
wicket.
I'm calling 6.
Well, it's not a 6,
It's
Noah,
a 4.
but it's the next best thing. That's a 4. And well, it wasn't a good ball, was it? Yeah. Baby gets it wrong. Baby's put into the corner. 4 runs. Okay, so here's the question from Santosh. He says that Noah is the best commentator ever. Don't let it go to your head.
Took your spot.
Yeah, it took my... Oh, well, if you took my spot, that means I had a time at the top. I don't mind that. The question for you how do you like your studies? Do you have any favourite subjects at school? So is there one particular thing at school you like? Don't think so.
Maths.
Maths? You did seem pretty good at maths because you worked out how many runs they needed to win earlier all on your own.
There's science.
You like science? What sort of things do you like in science?
Experiments.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait till you get to high school. There's going to be some awesome science experiments.
I know. I didn't know that.
Where things are exploding and it's going to be pretty.
Science practical, yes.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. I remember one science experiment that I've heard of at my school.
Cocomentos.
There's an element now, not the Cocomentos. This was in a second after baby bowls this and dots up. That actually they threw this bit of metal. It's called cesium, and it's highly reactive. They threw it in water, and it made a big explosion.
Well, that sounds cool.
Yeah, but it was in the middle of the oval. Everyone else had to stay back about 50 metres. Last ball of the over. Missed out, and it's the end of 5, halfway through the innings. The Lions not too many wickets, but haven't got too many runs either. 23 for 3 after 5. Coming up tonight, there's more cricket coming your way from Gibraltar, which is where I'll be in a couple of weeks, because we'll have the first ever women's ECI. But before that, we have the men's series there. The T10 Gibraltar, matches 33 and 34, and match 10 being made up tonight. So join us 4:30 p.m. GMT, 5:30 in Central Europe, 10 p.m. in India. And actually straight after this game, we'll be heading to Gibraltar. It'll be another stream on our ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. But Rico is standing by for more cricket. Okay, so maths and science, they're pretty good choices. I love maths as well. And you know what? If you like maths, you love cricket, because there's so many numbers to work out.
Commentators as well.
So
You're just saying what's there.
yes, yeah, commentating's cool. I don't know if you can do that as a subject at primary school.
No, you wouldn't.
There's a little bit of a noise there, but I don't think it's bad. Yeah, so I'm going to tell you now how maths gets used in cricket. So there's adding up. So if you add up all the batsman scores and the extras, you get team total. There's subtraction. So right now,
Like how many runs?
yeah, or you could say there's 10 overs in an innings and 5 are gone. So how many are left?
5.
5, exactly. Here's the captain, Chinchilla Joy on. In
Out.
the air. And, well,
4.
it's not out.
4,
it's going to be
4.
4. Yeah, you changed your mind just in time, but we'll have to take your first
Because
answer.
I looked out. I was
Yeah.
just like,
Well, you said it's easy. You just call what you see. But I told you, my bit of advice. Don't call it until you're sure. Anyway.
because I jinxed it.
Maybe you did jinx it.
Okay, I
James
just want to
says
say
he's
anything.
a physical chemist. Basically, maths and science. He knew he'd like Noah. Yeah, so there's addition, there's subtraction. Multiplication as well is quite
Division.
important. Yeah, I'll show you how you use multiplication in a minute.
Oh.
Well, in the air. It's going to fall safely. It's going to fall between 3 fielders. There they go. Bermuda Triangle. And it'll be 1. So multiplication is, okay, you get the amount of overs times the run rate, and you'll get the final score.
Skyrocket.
And division, well, when we see the required run rate, that's basically division. It's the amount of runs required divided by the amount of overs. So you use it in real life.
Yep.
Good skills to have. Enumerate. Jill. Tries out a short
That's
ball.
wide.
I don't think it is wide. Let's have a look at it again. Tell you what, no, you got a bit of the old second game blues here. Everything was right the first game. I think it's just inside. It's a good call. Yeah, Dave knows that Noah's back. It couldn't keep him away, actually. And there's a question I want to ask you in a second, okay? Here's your Jill Joy. And
I think it's out. I heard the
no,
buzz.
I heard something too, but I don't think it was out. I think we both got done by that one. Certainly was a little noise there,
There was like a noise.
but I think it could have been something else.
Yeah, and it
Just the
wasn't.
back clicking or the gloves. They're kind of shifting. No real appeal out there. So
No, he didn't hit it.
Michael has a question.
Mm.
I'm very curious to hear your answer about this. After Shishil Joy finishes this over, which will be, it'll be a dot. It got through the keeper. No one noticed. Now they're going to go, and there's a chance for a run out. And he's fumbled it,
Oh
so
my
Devasia
God.
gets in.
Unlucky.
And, well, that's the old 3-card trick here. I mean, there was a bye here if they'd noticed. But you see, Devasia was snoozing. The batter never looked behind him. And by the time they decided to go, he would have been
He
out.
folded it.
Pierce team with a double fumble. End of the over, 29 for 3. So here's a question from Michael. Do you think that Vinny, that's me, would be a good teacher? Firstly, do you think I'd be a good teacher? Or not? Imagine me teaching at your school. Do you think would I be good at that?
Yeah,
You can be honest.
at some subjects.
So,
Like-
okay, yeah, that's his next question. Which subject would I be good at teaching?
I would say music, because you have a bunch of stuff here.
That is unbelievable.
Music or drama.
What if I told you that I have done some music teaching when I was much younger? That's incredible, actually. This one bites back. Tony Lewis into.
Is he gonna get out? No, he's not.
We'll just get one. Yeah. So I actually really like music, and I play piano. I still play sometimes. I started playing when I was quite young. I also used to play trumpet. I can play recorder, although no one really ever asks me to do that. No one
Do you have
really.
it here?
I don't have it here. I can play. Do you know recorder? Do you know what I mean by that instrument? It's kind of like a vertical flute. My trumpet is average. My piano is okay. I still play piano sometimes. I think when you learn young.
When you're like bored.
I was about 3 or 4. Yeah, when I'm bored. It doesn't happen very often. When I'm behind the microphone. Certainly not bored today.
Because you're commentating.
I'm commentating. It keeps me busy. It's hard to do both those things at once. Auntie Ray's back saying great job, Noah. Hello, Auntie Ray. And I should mention that there was a big box of pizza shapes in the commentary box.
Yeah,
when we
you're
started
gonna
this
get
game.
some. Out.
Yeah, he is out.
He dropped it. No,
he dropped it after he caught it. I think
Okay.
he's pretty happy with himself there. And that's Rajkumar Potula, who takes the catch. He comes into the lineup for the last game of the day. It just hung in the air, didn't it? So Devasia, the captain, trying to move things along, but he'll have to go for just 9. And the Lions are being tamed again in this
Now
ECS.
he is out.
He is out, but Devasia gets a pat in the back. 30 for 4 now. Ashram is watching from Trinidad and Tobago, so that's all the way in the Caribbean, which is kind of Central America. That's where he's watching from. So there's people watching from so far away. You got your Auntie Ray, she's watching from Melbourne, and said they're all saying they're loving the work that
Who do you
you're
think
doing,
will
Noah.
win? Who do you think will win this game?
Gotta say, based on what I'm seeing, the Warriors are looking pretty good. I just hope the Lions can get something positive out of the game. And sometimes when I see matches where one team is beating the other by quite a bit, I just hope that the other team can get something positive out of it. So maybe someone here can play a good innings. Tony Lewis.
Oh, it's in the air. No one got it.
Yeah. I don't mind if when the ball gets bowled, you can just say what you think, because most of the time you're doing a good job. Okay, for the rest of this over, when you see the ball bowled, I'm going to keep quiet. Okay. Tim Reedman's donated some more pocket money for you, £2.
At the end of this, you're giving me. I'm just kidding.
So tell me what's happening here. This is Lewis. Tell me what happens this ball.
He's gonna get to 1-1-1.
Yeah. Well, you're predicting. You can also just tell me what actually happens. But you were right.
Oh, okay.
He just gets 1. You have some sort of superpower.
Okay, now I'm predicting.
Okay, prediction, and then I want you to tell me what actually happens.
He's getting 4.
So you're thinking of 4. Well, I tell you what, he's one guy that can hit a boundary. Push
He's
from
gonna
out.
get 4.
All right.
I'm calling it.
You call it now.
Oh.
In the air and dropped. Well, I thought he might drop it for 4. But that's a rare mishap in the field today. To be fair to the fielder, he's looking straight into the sun.
Is that a single?
Yeah, it's just a single. Look at the shadows. So there's a bit of science for you. The sun moves in the sky, and now it's over that side of the field. So
Because whenever you're looking up, it's going that way and it just comes the other way.
7 overs down, 33 for 4. Well, coming up tomorrow here in Malta, we're going straight into week 2. Gone are the days where we had a rest on Sunday. So tomorrow is going to be day 8, and we're going to start with matches 29 and 30 in the morning session. And then in the afternoon, 31 and 32. Marsa versus Southern Crusaders in the morning session. Marsa desperately needs some wins. Gozo Zalmi, that's your dad's team in the afternoon against Sweetie United.
Oh, that's going to be hard.
That's going to be a really good matchup. This
That's
is a
us
new
wide.
over.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You know he's going to get out.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Here comes another one. Go on, throw it. He does throw it. Oh, we
Oh
got
my
triple
God.
overthrows. Well, I think this is, well, we might have more. Oh, let's have all of this. We might need it in fast motion. I think this is a rare triple overthrows.
4.
I think they've
Almost
run
4.
3 here. So here we go. That's 1. And then they get 1 overthrow. And then 2 overthrows. And they almost get triple overthrows. So, well, I suppose it's two runs and overthrows plus the original run. 3 wides plus 1 is 4 wides. I told you the math is important, Noah. And eventually,
That was not
that's
good.
4 runs for free. I like they kept throwing it hard. Eventually, they normally get sensible. In the air.
Out,
Chance.
out.
Oh, what a good catch. Really good catch by Anson Joseph. And he was grappling with the sun as well. So the double overthrows comes back to bite the Lions, who just cannot take a trick. And
There's been 1-6.
yeah, there's been 1-6 in the whole innings. And that was off the bat of Krishna Kumar. They've hit 2 4s. And things going from bad to worse, really. As Rajan, he's going to have to go for 6. The score is 37 for 5.
I want to see a 6.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, Victoria Lions, they want to see some 6s too. But it's not easy, you know.
It's not easy. It's
especially if
I
you...
have like a cricket ball. It's so hard.
Cricket balls are hard for sure. I think it's quite windy here.
And while you're live.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about how hard real cricket balls are? You felt a real cricket ball, right? Pretty hard, aren't they?
And to hit it with a bat or wooden bat, and it's going like very fast.
Yeah. Well, these guys, they can hurl it down. They're pretty quick. Some of the fastest bowlers in the cricket world, they're even faster. They can get up to around about 150 kilometres an hour.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's pretty fast.
Not for me. I
Well,
don't think I would even touch it. I
you
would
know,
run.
if you practice enough, you'll be able to do it.
I'll be running.
I like the honesty.
you look for the ball, and then you'll see me on the other side.
Well, guess what? I reckon you're brave enough to do it. Here's Archie Wilson coming in at number 7. And he glances
6.
this one away. Well, it won't be
No,
6,
4.
but it'll be 4. Quinny's down to do the fielding. And, well, Quinny's joined our blue crew in the players and match officials area. And
4 is still good.
yeah, 4's still good. Hey, they'll take boundaries however they can get them.
They can take whatever they get, except out.
So, I want to say, that's that one. Appreciating all the positive feedback at the moment. This is going to be down to deep square leg for 1. Well, Judith has called in as well. She's left me a message and she said, well, Judith is now our new head of administration. Big welcome to Judith, by the way. She said, fantastic job commentating today with Noah. And she still doesn't quite understand cricket, but it's been a lot of fun listening to us both. Well, that's nice, isn't it? How about some random questions? I'm going to think of some more random questions for you as well.
I don't have any more. I asked you all of them.
Well, yeah, you asked me one. How about in the chat? Random questions for Noah or myself? Chidul Joy. Attempted pull shot underneath edge from Pushpangan and he gets
Who's
1.
going to throw it?
So how about you? So you're a bit of a bowler. We worked on your action a little bit. I told you try that seesaw thing to start with the ball down there and then you just switch it over. Keep that arm nice and straight. Doesn't matter how fast it is. When you get older, it'll get faster, but you need to bowl correctly. That's the most important thing.
Because then it won't count.
Oh, here's a maths-related question. I like this. It's come in.
Oh,
In the air, but I think it's going to fall safely. It does. I think a 2 because the ball really holds up. And I think they're going to get away with it.
good shot.
Yeah, and good running as well from Archie Wilson. So this is a maths question. Noah, Malta is a pretty small country. You know, that's
One of
just
the
an island.
smallest.
It's small. It's actually multiple islands. Australia is also an island, and
But it's
Australia is
much
a
bigger.
country. It's the biggest island in the world.
And
But
do I
how much bigger, this is a question for you to think before you answer, okay? Don't say anything until the end of this is over. How much bigger is Australia than Malta? It's a slower ball. This will be 1.
It's
I
bigger
imagine.
than...
It is bigger, but is it twice as big? Is it 10 times as big? Is it 100 times as big? That's something for you to think about as we get to the end of the over. It's 46 for 5. I'm going to look up the answer. That's Michael's question to you. Is it 1,000 times bigger? 25,000 times bigger?
25,000 bigger.
These aren't multiple choice. I'm asking you, what do you think? And I'm
20
going to look
times
it up.
bigger. 20 to 25,000.
Okay, so I think it's quite a big number.
I think
Okay.
it's going to go 20 times bigger.
Oh, it is a really big number. Do you want to know how many times bigger Australia is?
How many?
Okay, I'll have to work it out. Oh, I think you were right the first time. It's about 25,000 times bigger. Noah. You came up with the goods.
Definitely, I guessed.
Fantastic.
But it was either 20 or 25.
Yeah, well, it is. Australia is 7.7 million kilometres squared. Malta, 316 kilometres squared. And where we are, in Gibraltar. So you might say that Malta's a pretty small country, and it is. But Gibraltar, where our cricket is tonight, is even smaller. So Malta's 388. Yeah, Gibraltar is 6.8 square kilometres, or 7 square kilometres.
That's so small.
So how about that?
What about Vatican City?
Oh, good question. Knocked into the ground.
Oh my God, his glove
Oh,
came
you
off.
know what? Let's have a look at this. We'll need 2 replays here. We'll need the front on, because I actually think his glove might have hit the ball. He discards his glove, and then we'll have a look at the side on. But just have a look at this first up. You see how he takes his glove off? If this ball comes into contact, the ball's dead. Look, there. Oh. And then,
He's out.
well, let's have a look from side, and then we might
He's
have to go
out.
back. We'll look once more slowly at this one. Let's just see if we're talking about.
He's out.
Oh, there, he's just out. Look, there, we'll have a look.
Out.
Yeah, okay. Now maybe one more
Out.
time from front on, because I want to see if this glove makes contact with the ball.
Look it.
I think he's going to give him his marching orders. Slow it down here. Okay, look. He throws his glove away. All right. Which you can do. But if that ball hits it, then I think it just misses
I
it.
think it missed
But then look.
it.
Oh,
But then it hits it.
hard to say. It probably, yeah, then
But it did counted it.
it's a bit of a mess. Yeah, but no, it's been given out now. And looks probably the right decision. It's just one of those interesting ones. So, yeah.
Going one of the day.
We've had a lot of interesting things happen, haven't we?
The
Anyway, it
catch
is
over
out.
there was cool.
47 for 6. Yeah, the catch of the day. The sandwich catch. I'm calling it sandwich catch. You know why it's called a sandwich catch?
It's inside the sandwich.
Yeah, because Divyesh Kumar was like the bread, because he touched it, and then Rocky touched it. He's the meat in the sandwich, and went back to Divyesh Kumar.
And then there's the lettuce because he touched it 3 times.
Yeah, I guess so. Bowled him.
Out.
And so 47
Ciao,
for 7.
ciao.
Yeah, Tony Lewis says ciao.
Go
And,
home.
yeah, right now, all over them like a rash, aren't they? Cedar Warriors.
That was his first
First ball.
oh.
Do you know what we call that? So if you get out for 0, you know what that's called in cricket?
No.
It's called a duck. So you say you're out for a duck. And if you
Unlucky.
get out very first ball, that's called a golden duck.
Well, he got out first ball.
He did. So
So that's a golden duck.
it's a golden duck for
That's very
Rajan.
sad.
And so, yeah, new batter is going to come in. Hello to Kitty Hundley. I'm here with Noah Tavilla, Glenn Tavilla's son, who has stepped up just to listen originally. We got you on for
Listening.
for 5 minutes, and now you're into your second game. And actually, Judith, she's the one that organises the pay. So actually, might have to send her an invoice. Some more pocket money.
Oh,
Tony Lewis has bowled well.
one, that's one.
He's bowled at the stumps. Yeah, so hello, Kitty. Kitty's watching from the USA. She lives in Virginia. So another
Far
nice.
out placed.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was an interesting one with the glove.
Wait,
almost.
did you check out Vatican City?
Yeah, we were about to do that, weren't we? So I was going to say that, so Malta is actually 57 times as big as Gibraltar. So, okay, so that's quite a lot, because Malta's not too big, as you
Mala.
know, for a country. Wait for Lewis here.
Might have to be like around 80 times smaller than Australia.
Yeah, let's have a look at Vatican City, the area. The area of Vatican City, 44 hectares or 0.44 square kilometres.
God.
Yeah, it's a lot. So do you want to know how many times bigger Australia is?
Oh my God.
It's going to be a lot.
It's gonna be around 100 something. No, or something 90 or 100.
Right. So Australia, I'll tell you how many times Vatican City. I like these questions. Let's get to the ninth, end of the ninth. It's 49-7. Australia is about
Oh,
17.5 million times as big as Vatican City. That's how many times it would fit in. Good news. Good questions. Anyway, random questions. We want yours. We're into the last over. Here's the thing for the Victoria Lions. You can kind of see that their batting is consistent.
They have
but
54 points.
consistently below par, really. In this series, they've scored 63, 46, 54, 65 and 60. And right now they're on 49, so it's kind of par for the course for them.
49 is not a bad score for now.
Yeah.
How much balls do
They'll
they have
need a few more, I think, to make a game of this. Joy Mathias into the lineup.
If
He's going to bowl.
If they don't get a single one, it'll be the lowest score, 49.
Well, what do you think about commentating this last over for us? So this is
Okay.
Joy. He's coming into bowl to Wilson. Tell us what happens here.
Hits it. It goes for 4. No,
Oh.
throws it.
Oh.
I always get that
I
wrong.
gave you one ball.
Because I look like this on outside.
You've got a one ball penalty where I'll take over and you can think about what you've done. Was it saying Malta's about the same size of Tasmania? I don't think so.
I think it's a bit smaller.
I think it is as well. So Malta was how many? 681. 316 was the Malta area, and Tasmania.
I think it'll be around 330 something.
Tasmania's 68,000.
Oh,
So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot
more.
So yeah, no, Malta's much smaller. You can look it up, of course. Google Maps is great for these things. So basically, Tasmania is about 200 plus times bigger. Anyway, this is turned around the corner. They need something from somewhere.
That's a 4.
And, well, let's see where this bounces.
No, it's 4 because it bounced on the grass and then on the carpet.
Let's have a look. It did. Great eyes there, Noah. It is 4. Spot on. And so it will be Cuatro Carreras. Let's see if they can push on to a few
54.
more. So they're 54, and remember, they scored 56 last time. So let's hope they can get past the 56 they scored last time.
Hopefully they get around 70.
Need some more big hits. That's not a bad
That's
shot from Polite.
1.
Just a single, yeah. Okay, you can do the next ball.
Now Joy is about to bowl. Throw.
So yeah, the key to commentating is just think what I would say and say that. That's a good start, and then throw your own twist on it as well. The same sorts of things. Doesn't have to be exactly what I would say.
Bowling. Out.
See, I tell you what I would have said there. I would have said in the air, because it was in the air. You don't have to say the result. You can just say what's happening at the time sometimes. But what it is, it's a couple more runs. So that's good. That takes them past the 56 they scored last time. Now they're up to 57.
No, it's 55.
I think, yeah, 55 plus that ball. So now they're 57. Last ball coming up. Going down the leg side. Will they try for 2? Doubt it. Because the fielder's going to beat him there. So they'll just give up.
57.
57 plus 1, so it'll be
58.
58. That's right. And they need one more than that to win. So the Warriors will need
59 points.
59 to win. You said it. And great job from Noah as the
Commentator.
yeah, a bit like Marty McFly in Back to the Future 1. They're stuck in the 50s. If you won't get that reference, but some of our viewers might. 58 for 7 is what they'll score in their 10
It's going to be hard
overs.
to win.
59 to win. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And it didn't start very well, did it? He tried a few things. That was one of the shortest highlight packages ever. But you can see Soman thought he had a wicket. I've got to say, he had a very good case as well. But
That was a good ball.
yeah, it was a good ball. Tom Thomas, he's had a very good day with the ball. And you can see Janesh, unfortunately, he didn't stick around too long at all.
Misdropped the catch.
Yeah, Rocky's had a bit of the yips in the field.
Better than me at least.
Well, I don't know. You caught some pretty good ones. I think maybe you should be giving
Now
him lessons.
this would be a not a miss. Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it was a
Bristow
That was a
Baby.
good catch.
Bristow Baby into the lineup, so
That's
it's
a
nice
4.
to see him. Yeah, 4. And, you know, he certainly provides another option with the ball for them. Shijul Joy, he always a reliable performer. This was a buy they got away with in the end.
He folded it. He dropped the catch.
Yeah, some catches were taken though, and
This-
that was Petula who took
That
one.
was a good catch.
It was a good catch. It's up in the air, and it was dropped. The
Sadly.
sun was a bit of a factor there. But still, the Warriors, I think they're pretty comfortable where they're at. They need 59.
Good catch.
Yeah, that was a really good catch, actually. He was grappling with the sun as well. This is an interesting one.
This was the most interesting one.
Yeah, because we were unsure whether
Hit the glove.
if the glove hit the ball when he wasn't wearing it, it would have been 5 and it wouldn't have been out. But I think the umpire's call on the field was it didn't hit the glove, and it was a bit inconclusive with the footage. So in the end, the Lions, well, they got that one away. That helped. You saw that as 4 off the bat, even though we're miles away from it. And in the end, they get 58. And
59.
Yeah, 59 to win. That's right, isn't it? So the Warriors, they'll be going out there shortly. You can see that 12 not out. Archie Wilson, the top scorer. Apart from that, Krishna Kumar reaches double figures. But unfortunately, not a great sight. Extras with 11.
59 to win.
Yeah, 59 to win. Got to say that the Warriors, they've been pretty impressive today. The Lions still finding their way. I think they are stronger with the ball than the bat, so maybe they can try and do a number on the Warriors, especially early on. 3 for 5, Thomas, best of the bowlers. 2 for 7 for Lewis, and a wicket for Shitchell Joy. Noah, great job by you, and I'm sure we'll have you back at some point. Now we're going to go.
Yep.
Your dad's called you away. Thanks again, Noah. Did you have fun?
Uh-huh.
You had fun doing that? No, it's good to hear. We'll be back shortly with more cricket just around the corner. Still heaps to go on ECN today. The final is today here, then off to Gibraltar for a triple header. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Noah Tavilla, our special guest commentator this afternoon. We'll see you just around the corner for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Malta here in Malta for the last innings of the day. It's Victoria Lions versus Masita Warriors, and at the start of this game it was the Lions that were elected to bat after winning the toss, and they have managed 58 runs. So now we're about to see them go out there and try and defend. It won't be easy. It will be a record if they can do it. We'll say this though, the Lions do have some potent weapons with the ball. Owen John certainly was pretty good before, but yeah, once again, there's not too many runs on the board. And I will say that we've had some great random questions so far. We've had a bit of a random afternoon. That can happen. First time we've had a Sunday ECS, except for rare occasions such as the last day of the year last year, but it will be a bit more of a regular feature this year with Sunday cricket. We'll have it every Sunday except for when we're in Khartoum. We're almost ready to get going. And Alwyn John, he was the destroyer before. He's in and he gets cut away, and it was all hands there from Rocky Deanish. That'll go away for 4, so the perfect start to the innings. You see there, wasn't a lot on it really from John. Rocky manufactured the pace, gets it away for a boundary. So next one, they won't get a run, but yeah, Owen John needs wickets and needs them now. And for those of you that are wondering where Noah is, wow, it's nailed him, I think. Might have top edged that into the helmet. Might see this from side on. Certainly. This one might tell the story. Yeah, that's definitely got him in the helmet on the edge. Go that a little bit slower. You'll see that they'll get a run for it, but yeah, that rocks Rocky. But, because of that helmet, he'll continue on like there's nothing wrong. That's a very good result. John, Kenny on the afterburners. Schedule Joy. He's decided he'll open the batting. He's listed at 10, but when you're captain, you can do what you want, I suppose. I'm Rio asking, is the last match for today? Well, this is the last match from Malta, but there's 3 more matches in Gibraltar tonight. I'm Rio. So, pretty much following on, we'll have the match from Gibraltar. There's another short one. He slashes a real uppercut. It'll probably plug. I don't think it'll go to the boundary, but they will get a couple. Interesting to see how many bounces there have been this over. Maybe that's the first one that they've called over the shoulder. There's been a fair few that have been dug in. And so, yeah, I'm Rio. I can tell you we're 1 hour away from hearing the beautiful tones of Rico Full, who I'll be reunited with in just over a week's time. I think we're doing the first day of week 3 together. Got a few things to do during week 3, but I'll be back in Malta in time for the European Cricket International Series. Got men's and women's T10Is coming up before too long. It's going to be a big February. This is a big edge, basically. It gets over the infield, but is stopped. Good running, though. Rocky quick to run the first, and spots a second. See there, just kind of inside out, outside half of the bat. And so it is going to be the end of the over. It's 10 without loss after 1. Quick hello to all of you out there. Okay, here he is, back by popular demand. It is Noah. And Noah Tavilla joins me. Now, you said you're good at maths. What number is that? Tell me.
115.
115. You know what that... Read that for us. What does that say?
Matches without a golden ball.
So 115 matches without a golden ball. So I think our last golden ball was, from memory, it was the 24th of November last season. Now, normally we have cricket all the time. We just had about a 6-week break over Christmas. So that was our off season. Now we're back doing cricket all the time. So 115 matches, well, these days, 115 matches is about not even 4 weeks.
Do you do cricket in summer every day?
Every day.
Even in summer?
Especially in summer. Especially in summer. The only
It'd be so hot.
It's so hot. I tell you what, when I was in Italy last year, it was always 35, 40 degrees. In fact, when I did the Malta final in 2021 here in June, it it was 42 degrees, and I was wearing my suit. It was very hot.
Whew.
And you know what I used to do? Can I tell you a secret? Just between you and me
There's
and everyone else. You know how we have the long break between the games, Game 3 and Game 4, when we're here in Malta? I used to bring my bathers, and I used to go for a swim in the break. That's smart, isn't it?
I mean,
And some people were told they weren't allowed to swim. But here's what I did. I didn't ask. Those
yeah,
were the
because
people
you're
that asked.
commentary, so.
Yeah, I'm commentary. Yeah, exactly. I'm commentary.
But they wouldn't be looking at you. Maybe you went somewhere else.
Yeah, I just went in the pool. You know the pool here. You been in the pool here?
There's one inside where the pool table is.
Trust me, I know
Billiards.
exactly where it is. I needed it. This one's going to bounce off to Vasia. It's going to bounce off another fielder. And horns it in. So, let's have a look at the chat, because people are chatting with us. I think, Auntie Ray was in there.
Yep.
And there's some funny ones in there as well. I won't read them all out. Tim Reedman's donated another £2. I think your pocket money is going to be through the roof after this.
No, it's your pocket money because you're the one that's getting it.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Wait.
I want to know this, though. Do you get pocket money? Is that, or not really? You don't need it?
No, I don't get pocket money unless chores.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
But I haven't. I have stopped doing chores.
you stop doing chores. So you get pocket money if you do chores.
No, I don't. But I don't do
But
get
you're not
pocket
doing chores.
money.
Okay, I think we need to dig into this a little bit. In the air. This really is an opportunity, or is it? Oh, it's a Bermuda square. There's actually 4 fielders around that. Oh, it's the quadrilateral of terror. Well, when you're lucky, you're lucky. Adji Wilson comes in, and it's just a push, isn't it, from Chijul Joy? But he finds a pocket of space. It's not as close as it looks to Rajan. It's not as close on the videotape as it was.
Let's
in
see a
real life.
6.
Yeah. So, I'm not going to let this go yet, Noah.
Wide.
Wide, plus an extra one. So they'll get 2 runs for that. They'll have to bowl that again. So you said you can get pocket money for doing chores, but you don't do chores. So you've retired from chores. So who does the chores?
My mom.
Yeah, okay. And is that a situation you're happy with?
Because I don't have to do anything.
Yeah, okay.
I just sit and relax.
What a life.
Because I'll be tired from school.
So you're tired from school. Do you think your mum would get tired from doing the chores though? Yeah. So do you ever think about maybe helping her?
Okay, sometimes I do help.
Tell me some chores you absolutely... Give me an example of one chore you absolutely hate doing.
We have a dog and we have a backyard, and when
where
he,
this is
oh
going.
my god, if he poops, then I have to pick it up no.
You have to pick up the...
And
pick up
my cat sits there.
Okay.
Not
What-
for me.
Okay. Understand. Is there a chore that you actually don't mind doing? So is there a chore that you actually... actually, it's not so bad if I have to do
Okay,
a chore.
if I had to do either mop the floor or do the dishes or do the laundry.
Wait for
those-
this, because this is up in the air. It's probably going to plug, but it'll plug the other side of the boundary.
Maximo!
Maximo! Yeah, give me 5. That's stereo right here. I'm quite a firm high 5 giver, just warn you. Schedule Joy, just a push down the ground, and 6 runs. So the Warriors, they are able to get this one off
Easily.
the middle. Yeah, it seems like it, doesn't it, at the moment?
They're doing very
So
well.
doing the dishes, or what was the other one you said?
Doing the laundry.
Doing the laundry, okay. The washing machine's quite fun. You ever put stuff in the washing machine, get to put
And then you just turn it on, and then I live. We have stairs, and I live underneath in the flat of my nana, and then she has a tumble dryer to
to dry the clothes.
dry the
Too bad.
clothes.
Let's have a look at this boundary
Oh, wait.
stop. It's actually, I think it's a clean stop, but you can't be touching the ball and the rope. I don't think he is.
I don't think you can. No, he was when he slid.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, because that's a bit of an optical illusion.
Do you have a camera on the side to check?
We have a camera. You just saw the camera we got. And I don't think you can say conclusively on that evidence. So it's going to be 25 without loss after 2. Yeah, so I'm going to give you a bit of advice. Keep your mum happy. Sometimes just surprise her with chores. Because if you surprise her with good things, she might surprise you with good things. You see? And it's not-
I surprised her, of course.
yeah, okay.
So I put all the sheets in her room, and then I put them outside in the dog.
That sounds pretty good. Well, this one's going to end up outside the boundary. And you know what this is? It's a...
Maximo.
You called it. Mini Maximo calling it. And, well, a few more of those.
I thought it was 4. I
We'll
didn't
be out
was
of here.
looking.
Well, don't worry. I've got my eyes on the prize. And Well, Rocky, he's able to hook this one out of the ground.
25.
25 already. Hello to Terry, who's watching from Estonia. Estonia is the place that got a lot of snow. Now, you were telling me earlier
That
you've never seen snow. So would you like to see snow one day?
One day, what you have to have the proper clothes.
You do. Trust me.
Because it'll be
you do.
freezing.
It is really cold.
Wide.
I agree. Yeah, you're umpiring spot on as well. So is there anywhere in the world you'd like to visit that you haven't been? There's a travel question for you.
Like when I was a baby, I went to Hawaii, and I think it was either Hawaii or Dubai, but I don't remember anything.
Probably both. I've never been to Hawaii. I'd like to go to Hawaii.
My mum, no, we definitely did go to Dubai and Hawaii.
Tell me what you like about Hawaii. Why do you think that would be good?
Oh, it would be very hot,
Yep.
but it would be very nice to go because there's the beach. Oh my god.
But you got beaches here as well.
Yeah, but like
Are they different?
no, because it would be like sandy beaches,
Mm.
like hot beach, and it would be very nice. Like
Yeah.
hot weather, but you have a cold, like here, like it won't be as hot as there. I mean here as them there.
Yeah, it's an island a bit like here, but yeah, everywhere's got its own charm. Down
New
Lakeside.
York, I want to go.
Oh, so do I actually. I don't know if there's anything on this. Felt like it's going to be wide, unless I'm completely mistaken. Maybe must have strangled that one down in the corner. So it'll be a run, and
I didn't see it.
yeah, the umpire didn't either, and so well, some discussion here.
We're doing a replay.
I didn't see a signal. Just going back to the chat while they sort that out. And Chris, some sad news in there. And I'm sorry to hear that, Chris. He's having a bit of a rough day, and so sorry to hear that. And on behalf of all the ECN community, hopefully you're coping okay with that sad news. Gonna wait for this ball, which is hit up in the air, and it's just over the fielder. Rajan trying to get it down.
Good.
He's done really well there. We had one of these earlier that was flicked up and it was going to land over the boundary. Another fielder was able to field it, but then dropped it over the boundary. But I think we'll just have to check that his foot isn't touching the rope when he flicks it up. I think he's all right. Just going on live. We'll stop it about here. Oh, let's have a look at that one again. Oh, well, let's not have a look at that one again.
I
We're
think
going to get on with it.
I think it was on the line.
Yeah, me too, actually. But they didn't have a look at it. Maybe it's going to make this game go a little bit longer. I don't know if you go back to that, Elvira. But we can go back about 3 seconds before that. Let's just try and get a freeze frame of the exact moment that right foot lands.
Okay, 3,
About
2, 1.
here.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Well, if you say so. Pretty close. This is up. It's in the air. And it's out of the grasp of Makara. I'll just get one. Yeah, sometimes it's hard because even with the video, you're not absolutely sure.
Because you can't see, like, exactly.
It's not like you're right up close looking at it with your own eyes. So
In my opinion, I don't think it actually did.
yeah,
It
I
is.
didn't see the rope move, and sometimes that kind of gives it away. So
I
anyway,
think it was just, like, very close.
very close, but maybe not touching. Yeah, that's what the umpires thought as well. Okay, so 3 overs down. It's 40 without loss, and 19 required.
Wait, he would get out if he was touching the rope.
If he was touching the rope, it would have been 4, because if you're
Oh.
touching the ball and touching the rope, then it becomes a 4. It's like as if the ball was touching the rope. Okay. Anyway, last chance for random questions for Noah, because I think this day is going to be finished a little bit early, the way things are going.
Yep. They need 19 more points.
19, you called it. Your maths is very good. 19 divided by 7 overs, 2.71 required. Pretty good start this from Rohan Rajan.
Single.
So, once again, hello to everyone in the chat. Nice to have you with us today. So you said you want to go to New York. That's one place that I really want to go as well, and I've never been. I've only been to the airport, so technically I've been in New York, but I've had to stay in the airport because I was actually transferring back from Toronto.
Oh.
That's a big shot. That is a
Maximo.
6 runs, and Dinesh packing a punch. Hasn't had a great day for a variety of reasons, but now he's coming good at the right time, and he might be sending his team to an early dinner. Pitched up and just went with it. Rajan goes the journey. And that's a good question from Michael in the chat.
They're doing well.
It's about, it's for Malta people, and you're a Malta person, right?
Technically.
Yeah, technically. How long have you lived in Malta?
So 2.5. So
Wait for this.
7.5
Seven
years.
and a half years. Yeah, so about 3/4 of your life. That's quite a lot. His question is, where do people go? Where do people from Malta go for a short vacation usually? So is there anywhere that people go for a holiday that's nearby?
Greece, Italy, Gozo.
Very good. Yeah, Gozo, the North Island of Malta.
Gozo is the most. But you don't really go on holiday for that. You just go by boat.
You just go. I've been to Gozo. I
Like-
drove my motorbike onto the boat,
We-
and the boat goes.
Mhm.
Have you been to Gozo a few times? Lots of times.
Like 1,000 times.
1,000 times. You're lucky. Gozo has beautiful beaches,
Mhm.
and yeah, the only way to get there is by boat because there's no bridge. It's not like you can drive over, right? You have
Nope.
to catch the boat.
Because it's like an island. It's in the sea.
It is, yeah. And sometimes,
the
even
ocean.
if it's an island, you can build a bridge, or you can build a bridge.
But it's
Man, yeah,
like
you gotta
hard
go, right?
work.
And what's the other island near Gozo? What's that called? Do you know?
I forgot.
It's where the Blue Lagoon is.
I know. I went to Blue Lagoon.
You went to Blue Lagoon? I think
It's so nice.
it's called Camino.
Okay, Camino, I thought.
Camino, yeah.
Italy is very popular to
Italy's
go.
very popular, and it's very close to Italy, right?
Greece is popular. No, it's not out. I don't think it's out.
Missing the stumps. I agree with you. And 4 overs, 49 without loss.
Yeah, he's missing it. Because it hit his leg.
Yeah, agree with you. So, the end of 4, it's 49 without loss. Yeah, well, Italy's really close. Now, I'm going to tell you something. You know, last time I was here was in November, and we had another series here. And it's the only time my mum and my dad actually travelled from Australia, and they were in Europe, and they came to visit me while I was at work. So they spent some time in Malta, and they had a bit of a holiday from here. And you know where they went? They caught the boat to Sicily, and then they went up through Italy and spent some time in Italy. So, and Zishan, who's here, he looked after my mum and my dad when they came to Malta recently.
Hello.
And yeah, Zishan was great showing them around. We were just talking about some little bits of Malta trivia here with Noah. He said, it was a good question. He answered, where do people from Malta go for a short vacation? He said, yeah, Greece, Italy, Gozo, maybe for a quick getaway. This is cut away, and it probably will be stopped. Well, it's the old stepping on the ball technique. Don't try that if you want to have 2 good ankles your whole life. Reggie Wilson does keep it at 2, brings up the 50 for the Masita Warriors. And now just 8 runs to win. Okay, so tell me, what do you normally do then? What's your Monday morning look like? You're going to have to get up and go to school tomorrow, aren't you? So what does that look like in the morning? Are you a morning person? Do you like getting up in the morning or not really? Do you like sleeping?
Sleeping.
Yeah, try and join the club. Nice keeping there by Pushpangaran. And Noah's now using the mute button and having side conversations while he's chatting as well. Put it back on, Noah, because there's only 8 runs to go. Oh, there's the reverse Malachi. And yeah, so yeah, we all like our sleep. So here's one thing about kids. They never seem to want to sleep, but then at one point, probably when you're about your age, they start to realise actually sleeping is the best. Should make the most of it. And yeah, but this isn't going to carry down to Rohan Rajan. What's a normal weekend? So what would you like to do? You're at the cricket today, you're having fun. What sort of things do you like to do if you don't have to go to school?
I would like to go out, play football with my friends.
Yeah, play football with your friends. That's good. That's a good habit to go and get active. You know, it's a good habit to get into. Devasia fires this down the leg side. That's great keeping, actually. It always costs them a run, but it'll be a wide. So 53 now. So how many do they need to win?
53 they are.
They're 53 now.
6.
6 to win. How do you get a 6?
Plus 53 plus 6 is 59.
Well, how do you get a 6? Like this. Out of the ground. It's a
Maximo!
Maximo. And that's game, set, match.
And they
And
won.
would you believe it? That's all over. Yeah, I tell you what. Hopefully we're paying you by the over because we saved a bit of money there. Once again, we see a chase achieved before the halfway point of the allotted overs. And I was going to say, it's been a big afternoon. Last question from Michael. He says, what languages do you learn at school? Do you learn any languages?
Italian,
Italian? Yeah.
French, German.
Wow. And you learn a bit of all of those? Or do you choose one?
No, in year 6, which I am right now, at the end of year 6, when you're like going to form
Yeah.
or high school, you Pick a
Pick
language.
the one you want to go with. Oh, cool.
French.
Noah, great information. Let's roll the highlights here because, once again, the Warriors, they do it with time to spare. Like I said
Best
earlier,
feeling to
maybe
win it with a 6. Best feeling.
the best feeling. You know, one day I hope you have that feeling to win a game with the 6. It is a very, very good feeling. Some good fielding as well from the Lions, but once again, they just find themselves with not enough runs on the board. That was a good stop. Credited to Rajan. A bit of bad luck as well. This is one that was kind of in the sun. But the Warriors, well, Rocky finding some form. That's a bit of a confidence booster for him as well. He finishes with 33 off 19. Chidgel Joy, the captain, with 18. And, well, I can tell you that was a pretty impressive performance from the Warriors. Yeah, I think it's just a bit of a tough one for the Lions at the moment, still finding their way. More cricket coming up tonight in Gibraltar. Don't forget, don't go anywhere, because in about 45 minutes, we'll be back on the air on the other stream from Gibraltar. You can see that there are 3 games tonight in Gibraltar, and it starts in 45 minutes time. Rico Full will be standing by. Sloggers versus Entertainers, and they're making up the match that was washed out earlier. So we're going to get 3, triple the fun in Gibraltar tonight. And now we know that Gibraltar is only 6.8 square kilometres. Yeah, so we learned a lot this game, haven't we? Let's have a look at the scorecard then. They needed 59. That's exactly what they get. They didn't lose a wicket along the way this time. 33 for Rocky Dinesh. Chidgel Joy, the captain, deciding he wants to hit at the top of the order. Did a pretty good job. Hit 1 straight 6. That was a very good shot. He scored 18 with 8 extras. It was all over with 31 balls to spare. Tough one for the Lions, but they had some bright spots again during the day. I think it's just a matter of trying to gain a bit more consistency, and maybe they can pinch a win along the way. They've had a bit of a rough draw as well, the Lions, I think, when you look at who they've played. So there's probably a few teams that they're eyeing off and think that they might be able to pull a few wins out of the fire. You can see there that Rajan only went for 9. It was probably one of the better overs in the innings. And, well, that is all she wrote. Well, James saying, why not pair Noah and Charlie ECL? Noah, I've got to say, give me a high five. You did a great job this afternoon. I knew you wanted to keep going, and so I thought, why not? And hopefully you keep doing what you're doing. Stay in school and keep working. Stay in school, keep working hard. And I think that you're so clever, whether you want to be a lawyer or whether you want to be a footballer, whatever you want to do, if you put your mind to it, I think you are smart enough to do it. I hope you stick with your cricket a little bit, because you looked really good out there. Maybe one day you'll be out there instead of in the commentary box. Big thank you to everyone. Don't forget Gibraltar coming up, starting in 45 minutes. Rico is standing by. Shrug saying, enjoy my day off. Well, I may come back in now. I realise the Super Bowl is a week away, but we'll let you know from everyone here in Malta. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. Thanks again to Noah for his help. Corey, hope you enjoyed your day off. He probably will be back tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. But for now, from everyone here in Malta, have a safe evening. Happy Sunday to you all. I'll see you at The Rock, and we'll see you here tomorrow in Malta for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Here's some highlights of the day. Hasta mañana.